MPL 3-0 in stage one, it looked very good for you guys, but obviously things get a lot tougher from here. What have you been working on in the few days you had off?
We didn't work. We just chilled.
No practice?
We had small practice. That's all. Yeah.
Was that like a decision just for energy? What was the reason for that?
I'd say yeah. Yeah.
Save some energy and be ready for it. Now, you probably got the toughest opener for the first game. You're going up against Falcons. Is this a challenge you're excited for?
Yeah, I think that's a good challenge for us on LAN. That's first time we play like in top 5.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's all.
Looking at the veto, do you feel like you can get a good middle map here? Do you feel like you're happy with what you got, and this is something where it can give you a chance to test yourself and fight against them?
I'd not say that's something we're happy with, but Ancient is a good map for us, and as I know, that's probably their second or best map. Yeah. But we'll try to show our game.
And what's the mentality you guys are trying to bring to this game? Are you trying to play the same way you did in stage one? Do you think you can get away with that?
Yeah, surely we will play like we played, yeah.
Nico, you guys stayed in America after Dallas as well. You were boot camping and getting things done there. How did that compare for boot camping in Europe as an example?
Yeah, it was definitely something new. I think this is one of my first time I actually done bootcamp in America, even though I've been here for a while, but it was fine. We had a very good facility that Falcons has here for Call of Duty team, and there's also a lot of good teams that were staying here to practice for the stage 1, and also some American teams as well. FaZe was here as well, so our practice was maybe not at the level as in Europe, but very close to it. So we put in some good hours. We put a lot of effort, and we got some things done. So we'll see how it's going to work out.
Looking at that, I saw that Falcons have a lot of the support staff with you guys here. It seems like the full team's here for the major, right? Was there some stuff you guys managed to work on outside of the game to change things up?
Yeah, I mean, major is definitely, the most important event of the year, so we try to have as much support as we can, obviously for this one, and but for the bootcamp only like Lars and the manager were with us, so obviously Lars did his things that he believed that should help us be best version of ourselves for this major. So this is something new for me, I would say, as well. So this is why I joined them, to see if I can increase my chances of winning a major with them, since they have some experience with it. So yeah, as I said, we got some things done, and we worked on a lot of different things, both inside and outside of the game. So yeah.
Did you enjoy this new approach? Was it like fresh for you to go through?
Yeah, 100%. I definitely did. This is the reason why I joined. As I said, I wanted to learn things from them, and this is my goal, and I want to try to fulfill also the expectations they have from me as well. So I'm very open to what they have to offer to me. So I'm just kind of learning experience for me, to learn from these guys that have won multiple majors as well. So it would be cool to do it together.
It would be cool to get your first one as well. You got a smile on your face while saying this. Now, a lot of people obviously have you guys just as the dominant force, as being the most likely to succeed at this stage as well. What's it like for you guys, knowing that you kind of seem a step above all the rest of the teams here? Do you have that level of confidence?
Yes, I think it's definitely a good feeling. Now it's just up to us how we're going to carry it with us. There's two approaches. Either you don't live up to expectations, you play kind of scared because there's too much pressure on you, or we go out there and we play with confidence that we have, and that people should actually fear us the way we play. So we are definitely trying to go with approach 2. So we know that we are one of the best teams in this stage, but we also know, as people always say, that these stages and RMRs are always tricky to play against some certain teams. So we need to be up there. We need to match the energy that the kids and the opponents are going to bring, So we know, at least we believe what we should bring to the table for today and for the rest of the game. So as I said, I think against teams like this, or in general in this stage, it's very important that we kind of bring the same hunger as they are, because you know, these guys, they don't get every day opportunity maybe to play at the major or even at the big events. So when they come in here, they wanna kill you, they wanna destroy you, you know. So it's very important that we match that energy, even though we play against lesser ranked opponents, if that makes sense. So this is one of the key points that has always been very important for these kind of stages.
Sounds like you know what we're gonna do, man. Good luck doing it. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays. That's something that's quite close and near to our heart.
Yes, no play is created equal.
So my submission to the Culture Clubhouse is something a bit different. We're going more modern day.
Okay.
I'm talking first CS2 major. I'm talking a team that lost more rounds than they won but still lifted the trophy. I'm talking an MVP for JL out of nowhere. Okay, we're going to Copenhagen.
All right, let's roll the bad boy.
Let's roll the bad boy and get into this one. So Na'Vi versus FaZe. So it was the first map, Na'Vi on match point, and the CTs are on Ego. So it should just be over. You're casting this one.
It is David v. Goliath.
This round was wild. Scrappy had everything.
Na'Vi can feel this. They want this. Just a pistol of Brokey.
It felt like this was going to keep going, right? But then JL had other ideas.
JL, can he save the day? Can he cook something up here?
I mean, picking up the bomb, how long has he got now? So 30, no, less, 18. I see this little Brokey hesitation there. He's going back, he changed his mind, which gives him this little gap to slip out short. Gets that bomb down, and then he's running at him. He's running at him, he's running at him!
A haunting clip. That like causes too much pain to me. If that had just been, you know, a second different, it could have been a whole different story.
All the pressure is on Rain's shoulders. No kit means
It's
he
done.
needs the kill. And JL has arrived in the Royal Arena.
JL gets an MVP at the end of this major, lifts the trophy. That's also after kind of making even just like a debut in Paris at the end of CSGO. He comes in a CS2 with a vengeance.
This isn't the History Club, though.
No, you're dead on.
This is the Culture Club.
Yes. Cultural impact builds up over the course of the game, right? And so this one, like, is it a good play? Yeah.
Yes.
But is it the defining play that won them the major? I don't think you can say it is.
Would you say that it's fair that it cannot be more than a 6 when that is the case?
Yeah. I'm thinking that too.
But something you haven't considered is that individual brilliance is kind of in the fabric of Counter-Strike culture.
So I'm willing to say, like, for individual brilliance, a 6.
4 for the culture score,
6 for the
individual brilliance.
All right.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, that's just another great day in our lovely Culture Clubhouse. Thank you, Harry. Thank you, good sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Good.
It was a good show. Ribbity pep.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready. It's stage 2. So the excitement is, you know, we're resetting everything. Now you have to battle your way through the best of 1s, the best of 3s again. We're here on the B stream with Falcons and Bait. Dan, how are you doing?
Doing good. Excited to see how some of the big dogs play today.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have the debut match also for FaZe with Simple, plus Rain actually being on the roster too.
Right.
Be on the A stream as well. But Falcons here, this is a team, Anders, that I think as we heard in the interview from Nico, they very well understand what comes with this stage of a tournament where you have opponents like Bait, where we also heard in the interview, okay, we haven't played someone in the top 5 before. And so this is a best of one. Really, anything can happen. I know we always say that, but it really, anything can happen, Anders.
Yes.
So it's best of one.
I think that's one of the things that just makes this so scary. In some sense, it is kind of a preposterous format, just because you're playing both of the best of ones at the, on the first day. So it can be a really brutal day. We're going to play Ancient. I think that was somewhat predictable when you look at the picks and bans here. I'm glad we end up there though, because I think it's going to give us a bigger chance of having a more even game. So I'm really excited for it. Falcons, they should be the favorites here, but just warning for everybody, like you said. There's the fact that it's the best of one format. We're going to MR12, and then more than that, we have something called the Stage 1 buff. That is a really real thing. For Bait, they've already played a bunch of games. For Falcons, this is their first game at a major. So obviously their experience and everything else, but still, it means you're sort of slotting in here thinking, all right, let's just get into the groove. Let's just remember what it's like to play at a major. You can see the odds are still heavily favoring Falcons. And I think that makes sense, but again, you need to caveat all of this with the fact that it's best of one, Stage 1 buff. It's not a done deal.
No, and we have seen Falcons have struggles early in tournaments. I think it was Bucharest, if I'm not mistaken, where they were struggling, and it actually looked like they might get kind of eliminated out, but before before making it to the playoff bracket, which was pretty shocking. But obviously they end up turning it around right at the last second in that instance, and they make it through to the finals. So that's one thing. We'll see if Falcons are able to improve upon that and just start off really strong here. That would obviously be really nice. This stage where we're at the best of ones, where you do have the lower ranked teams against the higher ranked teams, this really is so dangerous for the higher ranked teams, because for the lower ranked teams, if they get a win like this, that could be the decisive win that you need to actually qualify or help to qualify you through to the next stage, where you get an upset, essentially. Oh, yeah. Whereas, later when we get to the best of threes, I mean, Bait against Falcons in the best of three, I don't think there's ever a chance, that that's ever happening for Bait. But in a best of one, again, you just have to win both of the pistols, get that pistol variance going your way, and then get some of those gambles go your way or some of those clutches, and then before you know it, you're close to actually winning the map. So.
Yeah, it's more doable than it seems. In theory, in reality as well, you're on a server up against Monacy and this man, Nico. For my money, one of the most impressive players that we've ever seen. The only reason I think why he is not the GOAT of CSGO is because he just happened to live in the same timeline as Simple. What can you really say about that? But I've got a huge emotional investment into the idea of Nico winning a major myself. I've casted this guy since he was a kid, playing with Yanko and Kansad and all the rest of it in iNation. I feel like I've been along for his journey for a really, really long time. And the fact that he's never won a major is criminal. And it's going to be, until he does, it'll be like sort of a grain of sand in my shoe or something. There's always going to be a bad feeling somewhere in my life if that doesn't happen. So I actually really need that to be the case at some point. And honestly, I'm less worried. He's got a lot of time. He's got a long career ahead of him. But Nico's already been playing this game for a shocking amount of time. And it has to happen at some point, surely. This lineup is sick, and this could be how it all puts together. We could see it in the pre-game interview. Certainly, that's his goal as well. It's why he joined the team. He says he wanted to come here and have all the experience and the formula he hopes for winning the whole thing.
Yeah, and this will be obviously the beginning moments. Falcons also a team that, just in the greater context of things, we know that there could always be replacements coming for you. Obviously, there's been a lot of pressure on the likes of Magisk, who is someone that presumably will be replaced after the major. It's kind of like, I don't know at this point. We had a lot of rumors with the Kaiosuke and all the rest of it. I'm not really sure where that's fallen at the moment. But either way, I think Magisk is a player that brings an enormous degree to the team, not just in experience, but in the role that he plays as well. And I think that's we've seen that he obviously can deliver under pressure. I mean, he's got multiple majors under his belt. Let's not forget.
Yeah, but I mean, you're not wrong. At some point, the criticism will just ramp up, and certainly by the community, at least a lot of people have been quite critical. I think it's somewhat fair as well. This could be the major where he also, finds a way to kind of, stay in contention and
Make the argument, yeah.
Yeah, you've got to try and do that right. Ancient, the battleground as we head into this best of one game. I'm super excited for it. I think it's going to be really, really interesting how it plays out. And also kind of what kind of a tone Bait will take early on, right? Are we talking about, the default slow Counter-Strike, or do they want to come in swinging against the Falcons and see if they can really, take the rug out from under them early on?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting map to have the best of one on Ancient, I feel, because it's definitely not, let's say if you really want to maximize the variance, finding yourself on an Anubis, for example, or even to some extent, well, maybe not Dust 2 against Falcons, but there are definitely certain maps where you feel like you can kind of play a bit more gambling, and it can kind of work out. Or you can have maps that can kind of cover up for some of your weaknesses, or some of the ways in which the opponent might be actually better than you. But over a best of 3, you can't hide. But over in a best of 1, maybe you can a little bit. So I don't think, with that said, I don't think Ancient is a map where you can easily hide your weaknesses. No. You got to be able to play straight up Counter-Strike in pretty much every way.
Yeah, there's so much pressure as well to win the fight at Cave and Mid on this particular map. So, if you're having a bit of a slow start, you can see those positions, and maybe especially on the CT side, if you end up losing a bunch of fights at Cave and Middle, the map just is so open for the T side. So, as per usual, that's where a lot of the fights are going to be happening. But yeah, we know that one of the original teams to really, I think, cement some of the early protocols on Ancient really was with some of these players that definitely managed to do a fine job in establishing, I think, especially some of the B protocols for putting in some good nades. So I'm sure they're going to be good at it. I have no doubt. I think Bait will be too. They play an enormous amount of Counter-Strike Bait in the online sphere, so they're going to be super well drilled for this. And I'm not concerned that any one of these teams are not going to know what to do. But as is always the case when you show up right at the start of a game, you just, there's that first feeling like you're going to be hyped up, you're going to be ready. It's the major, it's stage 2, but you still need to find those early kills to get everything really rolling. And yeah, they're all set up here. Headsets are on, so we're hoping to get into it. All right, he's studying for the test quite literally in the last second.
There you go.
Let me just see. Have all the notes down.
Well, I mean, it's you got to squeeze it in. With that said, Ancient for Bait, it's perhaps their second most comfortable map in their map pool. So again, considering it's a best of 1, the fact that you can kind of manage to arrive on a map like that is, I think, a pretty good sign. They've got 10 maps played, 80% win rate for Bait. So again, obviously we take into mind obviously that they're not playing against the same caliber of competition to get the stats that they have compared with Falcons. However, we're talking about comfort, really, I think. And so for them, at least, they are certainly going to have a well-developed playbook, a lot of routine. It's a map that they go to and have success with. And, similarly, though, for Falcons, against better opponents, they're on a 77% win rate with 13 maps. So somewhat of a parity in the numbers, just a disparity in the opponent's level. But with all of that said, I'm excited for this one, Anders. I think we should have what should be. I hope there should be some competitive rounds. I think. What do you think the expectation is for most people? Do you feel like most people are looking at this and being like, okay, Falcons are gonna 16-3? I mean, there we go. Let's go with that.
Yeah, they're just going to keep winning even after past the point they already won. They just keep playing. I think people probably do expect that. I think that's it's rough to ask that much. I would say if I had to put a number on it, I would say something like a 13-8 type of victory here. I think would be pretty comfortable. I don't think Falcons would care. I just genuinely don't think they care how many rounds Bait get. They just want to win. They just need to get this so that they're not in the 0-1 bracket immediately. Because this first day of the major for Falcons is so epic. There's so much that could be lost right now. If you go 0-2 right off the bat, you're in a really weird position, and they know it as well. They've all tried it before, more or less. So you've got to find a way to float above that. We'll see. m0NESY in position. Obviously, a player that we're going to talk about a lot once we get into the game because, well, he is who he is. And he will have a big impact on it. On the other side of it, Headtrick are going to be AWPing there. I think that's a really tough ask. Head trick up against Monacy. They obviously know each other and everything else, but still, that's a big requirement. I think for Bait, the power and the advantage is in how much they play. Like in the last 3 months, Falcons have played this four times, and for Bait, it's about 11 times in the last 3 months. So it's a lot more maps played for either side here, which is interesting to think about. Nico getting himself set up and ready. Yeah, this I think will be a really tough task. Fist bumps are coming out. I hope that means we're good to go. Let's get into the game. Let's get ready. I want this stage 2 to start with a bit of a bang here on the B stream. Remember, there is the A stream as well if you guys are missing out. And there's also Blast.tv. If you guys want to watch this in 4K, you can. And you are just in time to do that as the game is live. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's Bait versus Falcons on Ancient here, the opening game of stage 2. And it will be Bait starting on the T side with Falcons on the CT side. And already, we got mid control, we got front to B. There's nobody on the B bomb side for Falcons. It's a massive gamble. They've been studying and they feel like they know what Bait are going to do, and they're absolutely wrong.
They do have a kit though on Kixan and a smoke and a flash for the retake, so might just feel super confident in playing for the retake. We'll see if there's a nice retake smoke, but for now you've got Bait just clearing out the sides, taking positions, and they get to decide, do they actually fight forward for position? Like, what do they decide to hold here? They know that everything's been given, and they are hearing the footsteps. They know Falcons are coming here from CT. Nate gets thrown, but the peaks are preemptive, and it's a good response, though, coming in from Falcons, hitting the shots despite getting surprised there. Nice timing from Bait, but it's just not worked out, leaving SNTL all alone, and that's not going to work out. Tessus with 3.
That's an impressive retake. I mean, you asked the question, right? Do they play in front of it or do they try and play further behind? There probably is no really right answer. It's just that they planted the bomb in a position where it felt like they were going to fall a little bit further back. But they tried to surprise them and take a bit of a battle here, and it just doesn't work out. Nico also with a couple of good headshots. Falcons, very nicely done. Scary moment when you're not on the bomb site. Even if it's a planned retake, that still doesn't feel that good.
No, it did just get run over. And it did feel again like they had the element of surprise working out in their favor there. But quick movement through to Donut in mid there for Monacy. And got some decent ranges to work with between the FAMAS and the M4s. But you can close the distance on this map, and with this force by all these Mac 10s, it's definitely dangerous. We do have helmets everywhere, though, for the CTs, so they are well prepared in regards to that. No surprising Mac 10 kills with those helmets on deck.
Yeah, that is a bit of an advantage. And so is this position that's been taken up in the middle, very forward in the red room. That's a potential threat. Tess is very well done, taking down MPL. That actually can be a bit of a difficult fight to win when they can't jump through like the smoke. Going to be a counter coming out. Nico is there, and Kixan as well at the B bomb site. This red room still not really being activated from Kansas, so he's just going to be hanging around for the minute. But yeah, NPL out of the round, but I think, you know, still reasonable trade, under 50 seconds, as they do try to see if they can get the crunch on towards the B bomb site. Alex with a nice opening on Nico. He'll win the fight against Kixan, and imagine there's too much happening all around him. Ends up going down to head trick, and now Monacy spotted in the middle. Don't fight him. It's so smart to stay away here. He will swing for it, but gets the dink at the end. I think we can accept that. Monacy probably realizing here, with 24 health in the 1v2, that is just a bridge too far, unfortunately. So Bait, early buy up. That double Tech 9 kill for Alex on the B ramp. It's exactly what they needed.
Yeah, and that's some of that variance we do talk about, though, with those in these pistol rounds. They seem unlikely, but the combination of speed and a Tech 9, you can just destroy you. Just a quick headshot out of that Tech 9, and you're in problems very, very swiftly. I want to see. Oh, he would have survived against Hetrick. Keep the FAMAS on board, but I mean, great stuff there from Bait. Picking up the second round is no easy feat, and that force buy is going to pay off and put Falcons immediately on the back foot.
See the chaos here at the start. That kill, not the biggest one. This one, it's actually Nico counter swinging into it. Alex was taking a fight against Megis, who's way at the back, so yeah, that's huge.
And it's actually so tricky too, right? Because with that Falcons, they're playing around where they don't have as much util as normal because they're like, oh, we're worried about the force buy and we want to have enough, you know, in case they have the AKs in the following round and we can still have the M4s and carry those through. We don't want to just be stuck with the worst buy. But then to do that, we have to have a trade-off, which is less utility. And so with less utility against the pistols, well, you have to kind of take straight up fights. And in the close ranges, which the Ts can kind of force, suddenly the pistols don't actually look so bad against the rifles.
Especially not that range with the Tech-9, right? You could do whatever you want, really.
Yeah.
Early timeout for Falcons. Now, that in itself is, you know, kind of a signal. Sonic saying, you know what, we do need to keep everything on the lockdown here. We don't want to do anything wild and crazy at the start. So they burn a timeout. They will have a little bit to work with here. They got armor. They've saved the M4, and I think they bought a FAMAS as well. So good job on m0NESY to get this M4 into the next round, but it might not even make a difference. He's going to go down to a Senthiel at the start of it. 4 versus 5, and NiKo already taking a fair bit of damage to this. M4 is going to be recycled, but if they don't get some kills right now, this A bomb site's going to be split. 3 people about to be in Donut, 2 walking up the lane. This is pretty dangerous.
Yeah, imagine this. Oh, he's going to get caught there by Alex. Alex with all the entries, it seems, the last couple of rounds. And now he's stuck in the corner. NiKo goes down also. A nice headshot found, but that is going to be small consolation. Kixan against the world. It's very unlikely that he's able to get much done from this position. And so, with that said, looks like a pretty clean conversion so far. It would be nice if Kixan could steal a weapon away, like get some kind of value at the end of the round, but even that seems unlikely at this point.
Yeah, I think unfortunately they're all pretty far away from him. This is one of those big X Factor things that we were trying to discuss a little bit in the pregame. You know, you can look at the records and the players and, you know, the world rankings and all the rest of it, but at some point also, it comes down to how does a player feel right at the start of a game. You mentioned Alex and those entries, and that fight against Megas is one of those fights that, you know, Megas can win that, right? He's got the M4, he's got a little bit of armor, no helmet, but that's not really the important point. The idea is, how quick are you to get that first headshot, really? And that sharpness is going to make a huge difference in the early game. And right now, it feels like Bait just have more of whatever that is. And sometimes, you know, again, like I said, best of 1, MR12, hard to recover and hard to get back into a game when you start to fall down like this. Great work from Alex here.
Yeah, it looks so straightforward. Again, they are playing against not a full buy or anything like that. And once again, we'll see the same. So Bait should, in theory, be able to get to this 3-1 scoreline. Not too much to stop them here. There's just a 5-7, and that's basically it.
Yeah, but even with just the M4 and the FAMAS in the previous round, you want to see Falcons be dangerous in rounds like these. You want to see them still make it a really hard fight and sort of put some fear into Bait, thinking, all right, we have to be really careful because any moment somebody could pop off. And I don't think Bait have that feeling right now. And it's also very likely that this is, again, the stage 1 buff coming into it, where for Bait, this is, you know, day 5 of playing Counter-Strike at the major.
Yeah.
So they're going to have a very different emotion about this. It's like, we're in the office now. We know what the hotel is like. We know what the setup is like. We know everything. We've already been here. We've fought our way through, and actually with quite a bit of success as well. Whereas for Falcons, we're just, you know, fresh off the plane. Hey, what's up, guys? We're at the major. And now we're kind of getting kicked in the shins a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do here. They've got four players doing the conga line. Oh, hello. Okay, head trick. He's got teammates letting Max end at it. All right, so everyone gets sprayed down, and we're going to be into the real Counter-Strikes in a second here now. As finally, Falcons will be able to buy rifles and also utility, so they'll be able to make some fun plays whenever they want.
I'm hearing screaming from the A stream, so that's got to be interesting news, no question. A bit of a fight happening over there. FaZe against Heroic, in case you aren't aware. 3-1. And like you pointed out, the first actual rifle round coming out from Falcons. This is the downside of losing that early round. Nicely done, m0NESY pushing in on top of the grenade that was thrown there. So they had the idea that could have happened, but they weren't really mentally ready. So Alex going to end up going down early in the round here, and that means Falcons can justify falling back and playing a lot more defensively.
Yeah, it was just perfect. And speaking of utility, only a smoke and a flash left now on Falcons with over a minute 20. That's actually huge for the T side. And we get a double peek here coming in from Falcons through the mid doors. Really committing to this one, Magisk, because he's got another player there, Kixant, ready to also try to trade if necessary. Falcons really not looking to give up that position. In fact, it's going to be Bait that does so instead. And they are now rerouting towards this A bomb site. And it's going to be very tough, I think, to stop this. Obviously, m0NESY is the closest player, but his assistance is so far away at this point.
He doesn't... One, they don't have any smokes, so how are they going to get the bomb planted? Yeah, as long as he's in Donut, if they have one more Molotov, they can put some pressure on him in Donut, like they can obviously Molotov this position, but if they don't, then planting the bomb is actually not that easy. Even with smokes, it can be difficult. Oh, m0NESY, that's a stunning headshot to begin with. NPL ends up going down. Megas kind of walking into it here. Tess is trying to do a little bit of work on the side, and they swing wide on that one. So Tess's good job, and obviously m0NESY getting a couple of kills there. I think the real threat for Bait in this round is the lack of smokes to set up anything. You can see they weren't even really trying for the bomb plant. They were trying to get kills to establish enough space for it. So tricky round. And yeah, I like this from Falcons early on.
Yeah, it seemed like they got scared off of that mid after they saw their unrelenting peaks from Falcons. And I wonder if that was the plan. I mean, it feels as though, like you say, they go into that A play with not really the utility that you would want to be able to do that properly. So either way, we're into the next round. And another creep coming in here, but this time from MPL up the B ramp, looking for the entry. Yeah, oh, that's a close one, very close. He's so hungry for it. Testis though, in that deep corner, able to punish. And that's going to be an early 5v4 in favor of Falcons. And now Bait, they've got to figure out what do they want to do off the reset. Okay, that's not bad.
No, that is a bit of a touchdown. He just found him in the perfect position with that grenade. How cool. Tess is playing here, not worried about getting wall banged at the moment. It looks like they do want to go for a bit of a B split potentially, which is something, if you look at the statistics for the strategies, they do love to play these B splits on the Bait side, and Tess is completely caught off guard and not ready for anybody to walk out. He was expecting that there would have been more of a grenade inside of the cave. Now Nico, he wants to save the day, but this is going to have to be one hell of a multi-kill. He's got the first one onto Alex, now being flashed in, trying to take the fight here. Some backup is coming in, but m0NESY at his back, and Megas walking in on the other side. 3 versus 3 in the afterpart here. Kensasaw with a nice headshot to start it off. They're dropping a bit low on health here on the Bait side of things, but still, the bomb is ticking in their favor. Another headshot comes through as Megas goes down, and Nico will be soon to follow in the grave. Bait, a really good round here that they need early on to shut down Falcons.
Yeah, the cave position being critical there on finding the entry, but also when we saw Nico, in that 2v3 there at the end before his teammate went down, I really enjoyed the discipline from the peeking from Bait. They didn't over peek, and they've got a 3-player setup there where it's very easy for one player to feel like, okay, my teammate can just trade me if I peek here, but you still don't have to peek heavily, and they just had such a good balance there. Very encouraging stuff from Bait. Very fast movement from them, looking to go into the red room, potentially through that smoke, or after it dissipates.
I mean, they've guessed the economy, right? So Kensasaw is just so close to the middle with the MAC-10. He wants to farm with it if he can, if they're going to allow him to. Why not? Some damage. Not more than that. Okay. But all you've risked is a MAC-10. Nobody cares. Easy find for Alex. Appreciate that he took a second just to be absolutely sure here. Maybe don't challenge Nico too much in the middle when he's got the deagle, and this is the reason why he is world famous for this particular gun. Both for good and bad, if I'm being honest.
Yeah,
but,
depending on the map.
but mostly good. Mostly for the better. Nice double kill for Nico, but still, if they group up here, Bait, they've got a pretty heavy advantage in taking the round. Nico's managed to reposition. Oh, looks for another, and he'll take down Alex. Oh, no. Bates, don't give up the round now. 3 kills for him, and now they're moving towards the B-bomb site. Tessis is going to be there. He's got a deagle of his own, and he's definitely not to be underestimated. 30 seconds on the clock, and they will get the bomb planted, but they must be scared right now. If they lose this round, that Falcons revitalized and energized back into the game immediately.
And this is something you mentioned, that you want to see Falcons being very dangerous, kind of no matter what they have in the round. And now they've collected some of the weapons that have been dropped thanks to NiKo's Deagle work previously. But an issue is a kit. They've got to move very quickly here if they truly want to challenge this. Yeah, that's why they started to run now. And a head trick on the other side. Oh, that's a very fast kill. Just have to play the time here.
Got the bomb. It's planted in the wrong side here. They've got a Molotov as well. They might be able to sit on it for 10 seconds. Essential swings out, and now he has to come off it, and I don't think he had time for it. Tess yeah, he's going to get the kill, but if he really wanted to win it, it would have been the full second, 10-second just straight up defuse, and he can't even run away here. It's a scary round, and it's an expensive one as well for Bait, but honestly, I think surviving it is so important here in terms of not allowing Falcons to get this victory. Oh, nice shot.
Really nice shot. NiKo with a couple of his own. Not impressed. Okay, 5-2. I mean, they've managed to get 5 rounds. I mean, the crazy thing here is that if they win this next one as well, it suddenly does get kind of uncomfortable for Falcons.
Oh, definitely. Nice nade in the middle. It bounces off the wall into the incendiary as well. It's so much damage, and NiKo easily picking it up. The flash is in, and he lines them up against the wall. 2 big kills, spraying down NPL and Kansasor. And Hetrick and Alex, they lose that mid-fight. We said it in the pregame. It's so critical to be able to win it on both sides of the map. And this time it's NiKo, the early HE, the flash to set up that double.
Now they just need to do some damage, but you just don't want to allow Falcons to walk away with too much economy after this one. And I like also how NiKo, I think it was the very final bullet that killed both players, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure we'll catch that in the replay. But they're just holding their weapons, not wanting to give up the AWP.
Well,
I respect it.
Yeah, they don't have, well, they have a little bit of cash on Hetrick and maybe on Essential, but in general, they also have to be worried about their own economy. So even if it's a long time to just save here, it kind of does make sense at the end of it. So interesting stuff. I'm definitely encouraged to see NiKo play this way. And I mean, also, when you pick up somebody like NiKo, this is, it's a lot to ask. It is what you're expecting. NiKo is the guy you call when everything else has gone to hell and the team is struggling and nobody can manufacture any kills. Pretty reliably, you call him up and he's going to find you those multi-kills. That's just what he does.
And I mean, it's needed here. This is a great start from Bait. There's no question. And so they need to be continuing to make moves like that, assert themselves on the map. And I'm curious what Bait might do in counter, because obviously Bait could try something like a rush. We haven't really seen like a straight up rush. Bait have just generally tried to default or kind of make it look a little bit in question at any given moment. I've never felt like Bait's playing super predictably.
I mean, you could also say, if they get a sense that Falcons want to fight that hard for the middle, you can also play it so slow that all that happens is the Falcons waste a bunch of grenade in the middle, and then that's it. You wait another 30 seconds. There is another way to punish the mid aggression from Falcons, which is to push towards the B bomb site with half of your force, and then you actually sandwich middle from the B lane and from T spawn. It's super popular. It's difficult to execute if anyone's playing forward in cave, but I don't think Falcons have been doing that too much right now. So if Bait are realizing that, then they could kind of try and crunch NiKo early on. You can see in this round, they're just all in the middle. There's nobody coming in from the high ground position on the T side, and that means NiKo's got free reign to just do whatever he wants in here. See what they actually end up doing here. Round number 9, scoreline 5-3 in favor of Bates at the moment. Similar grenades. Oh, they're smoked off so early on that B side. The protocols here for Falcons making sure that it's very hard for anyone to get in towards the B lane so far. Kansasor, though, is trying for a bit of mid-pressure, and he's not going to find any immediate threat in here.
So a decent amount of space for Bait to work with on the map, actually, that's not contested. And it feels like it has been when they've done some of their best work. But double setup in Donut. We'll see if that's something that gets challenged here, but it's going to be Red Room instead that we see a move made into by Bait. Hetrick looking for any forward players from Falcons on the B side of things as well. Falcons playing a really passive round.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely can. They are leaning quite far towards the B bomb side, but they're also aware that that means someone could be sneaking into the middle. You could see m0NESY, I think it is, back there kind of watching for it. Got to be careful about this position, though. It can be wallbanged quite a bit. Even this deep back, you have to be a little bit nervous about it. He was ready the whole round for that, so he's not surprised, but Kansas still wins the fight, and that opens up the entire B side of the map here. 30 seconds. Tessus and Kicksan, though, doing the back there and gonna get into it. That's not bad. Kicksan, that was his first kill. 25 seconds now, and the bomb finally being punched into the site. Alex down to 13 health, but it's a 3v3 that Bait can still win.
Yeah, really well done by Bait to get this bomb planted. Can they hold it, though? That's another question entirely. In comes Falcons around the back of the site. Also challenging KB, making some noise there as well. Trying to run that distraction is Tessus, but now he's the last man standing. Takes down the Kensisor, but Hedrick with the trade, and Bait with another fantastic round. Outclassing Falcons there with that B take.
Yeah, it's starting to get real serious here on the Falcon side of things. You could definitely feel it. 6-3, the scoreline. The early couple of kills that go through. That's a 4v3, but it only lasts for so long. Alex getting some of these kills. He's just done such a remarkable job at the start of the game. And Hedrick to follow it up as well. Very nicely played. Look at the pressure that it puts Falcons. Their money is in such a weird position once again. Have we seen the AWP on m0NESY at all?
No, I was just thinking that too. I don't believe we have at all.
So that's an issue, and they know Bait. They know the economy is going to be low. They will try and split this A bomb side, which it seems like Falcons have actually preempted a little bit. They have two people here, which is more than you'd normally see. So they are aware that this could be happening, but are they ready for this heavy donut side of it? Nico definitely is not. We get that question answered right away. Meg is trying to escape as he's reloading. He gets caught by Alex, and it's another disastrous round here for Falcons. Kicksan and Tessus, 2 versus 4 right now. Bomb planted, and essentially 0 opportunities for Falcons to get back into this one. So they're already kind of saying, all right, let's go hunt a little bit here, Bait. Let's find these last rifles.
Yeah, they didn't waste any time getting into that mode, the hunting phase. And they got so much time to try to just pick these players off. And are we going to see a fight here? It's slowed down a little bit on the pursuit, but...
Yeah, not as much as I thought they would. But
to be fair, their money's actually not great.
Yeah, that's probably what you're right. Thinking about too. 7-3.
7-3. 7-3. Now, I think before the major, you asked me that, you know, like how I felt about the major, and I was obviously this is just the best of 1.
Yeah.
But I had this feeling that Falcons are going to struggle this event just because I don't know. I just have a feeling based off just like watching them the past few events. They are an incredibly insane team though, so I'm probably going to be totally wrong. But it's definitely, Falcons have definitely seemed like they're good enough. They have the ceiling that they can win, but there's something there that has kind of stopped them so far. And so it's a question as to like whether they at this major can kind of get past that, because this is the moment to do so.
Oh yeah, I mean, in fairness to your point, they are best known for struggling. That's kind of been their brand for a minute. Although the turnaround, obviously, with Nico and m0NESY is got everyone sort of fired up, which I don't think is unjustified. I do think this team is terrifying in some sense.
Oh yeah,
I think
totally.
A lot of what we're feeling here is that stage 1 buff. It is the fact that Baits are really sharp right now. Look at the way that Alex is negotiating these fights at the start of the rounds. He's got no fear. He knows that he's going to be able to fight. He doesn't care if Nico's on the other side. That's how you want to play.
He is 13-6 right now.
Yep.
What an absolute beast. Speaking of which, though, Tessus on 12-5. I didn't even realize that Tessus was quietly fragging so much.
Well, that's one of the Danes doing well.
There we go.
That's my boy, Mega's boy.
They've been getting caught out a bit. And they'll get caught out again here. They're stacking towards B, and they've kind of incorrectly guessed it. But, I mean, that's all you can do when you do these stacks. It's just a guess.
Yeah, you roll the dice in round number 11. This is pretty tough, man. I mean,
that is rough.
I can take in a lot of copium in one breath, but that's but this is asking too much right now. About to be 8-3. Sure, if they can get to 8-4 and win the pistol in the second half, it's it's a fight, you know, it's still an open map.
Yeah.
But it's hard to disguise the fact that Bait are winning against Falcons right now. It's just a short way to put it. Alex doing really good, but, you know, Kicksan on 1 kill, Mega's gone 2 kills. m0NESY hasn't had the AWP yet.
Yeah, yeah.
Is stacking up with a lot of different issues at the moment on that CT side.
Yes.
We need more.
Yes.
Terrorists win.
There are,
Yes.
I think I said at the beginning that I was pretty confident that Falcons would have a lot of interesting protocols on the CT side. I must be honest, a lot of them I'm not seeing. Where's the double push down the B ramp? Where's the sandwich with the B ramp and the cave? Where's some of that, you know, aggression? You could even have the run boost from middle onto the B ramp, you know, the B lane to try and assist some of that B aggression you could do. Like, there are so many different ways that you can have a lot more fun on the CT side. And we haven't really seen much of that out of Falcons. Now, sure, it's because they're getting beat up and all the rest of it, but still, it actually does feel like a bit of a flat CT side, just to be totally honest. Most of the excitement has been Nico in the middle fighting, and, you know, Tessus as well, like you said, but that's about it. Here we go. That's what I'm talking about. Tessus now a little bit further forward. He can be quickly. Oh, no, Kicksan. That's a knife in your hand. You can't throw it at that distance. MPL's going to be taking 2 kills. m0NESY next in line. He's looking for a third. It's Alex up front to take down Megascan. The round has exploded in the faces of Falcons here. It's the last round of the half as well, and Bait just sending a strong message here to the Falcons.
Yeah, Tessus and Nico, last 2 players left here for Falcons in a 2v4. There is a kit on Tessus. They are both looking to work from this cave position. A tiny choke point that's currently smoked off. There's so much util that can still be tossed at it, and there we go. The HE takes down Tessus, and there's nothing Nico can do. And that is a crazy strong first half coming in from Bait. My goodness, can Falcons come back? We'll find out after the break.
We return to find the wreck of Falcons going into the second half here. They got almost nothing done on their CT side of Ancient, and that is not acceptable. First start here. This is the beginning of stage 2 at the Major in Austin. And the fact is, Bait are coming out hot from stage 1. They played well, they're warmed up, they know the environment, and they are bullying Falcons on the server at the moment. So I don't know what it'll take for a comeback here. It's not going to be easy. It's a 9-3 finish, and Falcons just need this pistol round, obviously.
Yeah, that's where it has to start. We'll see if Bait look as confident as they were in that first half. But for Falcons, it is that B bomb site that they're targeting.
Oh, yeah.
Got a 2-man setup there in Cave, so that is where we might see that potential first fight. The dualies, double dualies.
This could shut down everything. All the grenades are going to land in behind them. The grenades that they're throwing right now, Falcons don't do anything. It is down, like you said, to the dualies. Nice swing, but actually, they managed to turn it around. m0NESY and NiKo, that is not a bad spin, because that could have been the end of the round there. NPL with headshot on the Magus, trying to take the fight, kicks and in the open, and he gets a double kill. It's about time. He's up to 3 now behind that, and it's on Kenzasaw hunting for it. Wait, he's got the smoke. He doesn't have the kits. Don't know if it's in the cave, if they have one at all, but I doubt it. Kixan comes up with a triple. What a time for the captain of the team to come alive and help out the troops.
Yeah, that was a good. I mean, that was just a good play from both teams. I feel like both teams looked really good there. So I'm glad that we got Falcons on that pistol, so we get to see them cook a little bit on this second half.
Yes. I mean, all of these players have been in positions like this before, where you have a terrible first half and you claw your way back. So they know what that's like. They understand that feeling. And we're not talking about, you know, fresh new players who might get mentally, you know, rock fight. I don't think that's happening here. I think it's just a question of getting the machine really well oiled and just kind of, you know, get it working. Nice grenades and okay, listen, that's going to add to his scoreboard. Nice. Get those eco frags.
Okay, so game on, game on. I'm still really enjoying what we're seeing out of Bait. I think one of the biggest stories with the Falcons for me is are they in a honeymoon period still or not? Because when obviously m0NESY got added and you know I feel like that the team looked
reunion.
The team looked so sick instantly. But anyway, enough about that for now. We do have a decent buy hit for the T side. Kixan, though, he's going to be able to get taken down in this game position. And Alex, just good for the trades as always, taking down Texas and holding onto that forward space. And this is going to kind of commit Falcons into making a move towards A. And it's a perfect opener found by NiKo. But the challenge is in from Headtrick, not letting it lie. And now finally the rotation coming in from the CTs for the 2v2.
If we get that first NiKo kill in slow motion, I'd love to see that, like as slow as we can, because that is classic NiKo peak. And here they have them, the newlyweds, m0NESY and NiKo. We know that they love to play together. Getting them back on the roster together obviously was such a big goal for the organization, and you can understand why. Kit is quite far away, as our server managed to point out, so that is a problem for this retake. The Falcons looking very good to win this one. In fact, Bait are going to have a hard time with it. m0NESY, though, he will get taken down. And NiKo back here. Just one kill might do it. They're on the defuse, but it's 10 seconds. And NiKo, he kind of senses it as well. He's not really too panicked. Now he's starting to get there. 2 seconds left, and Alex will take him down. He actually out-battled NiKo in the kind of fight that NiKo does so well.
I mean, you could see NiKo trying to apply as much patience and not rush himself there because the defuse is coming in. And like you say, he has to make a decision in his mind. Oh, it's a 10-second defuse or it's not. And it seemed like he did indeed kind of read that. But at the same time, like, you can only be delayed for so long in that fight before you're starting to have problems. And we saw NiKo starting to be like, I've got to commit to the other fight right now. So excellent work coming in once again from Alex. 18-8 right now against Falcons.
Yeah. Imagine having that battle against somebody like NiKo with that kind of history and just being so chilled out about it. He knew exactly what he was doing. Didn't really have to peek him, just had to stop NiKo from peeking and stopping the defuse. And also the trust from the other member of Bait there to just continue the defuse for 10 seconds. It's such an easy time to, you know, to feel, oh no, I have to come up and help Alex. I've got to stop the defuse, and then lose the round anyway, probably. So great work out of Bait, getting that round back and winning the 2v2. I mean, if I'm Bait and I'm playing a 2v2 clutch on LAN against Nico and Modesty, I'm worried, but they don't show it at all. Early push coming in, Nico trying to find that headshot. And yeah, Bait might need to fall back here. Resenthiel goes down, and it's a nice start here for Falcons.
And this round is worth 2, and right now Bait are already on 10, so this is a hugely important one. Nico picks up another kill defensively there against the cap push, and it's looking really good right now for Falcons. Another kill for Nico, holding it down on the flank, and that's going to rout the rest of Bait as they run through CT spawn to try to keep these weapons alive. And Falcons, they don't have a lot of money, but they look pretty interested in potentially sacking at least 1 or 2 players to get rid of these remaining weapons from Bait as they try to hide.
It's worth maybe pointing out, and I'm sure that Bait have looked at the stats as well, but there's a giant over-representation for Falcons at attacking the B bomb side on this map, like way more than other teams. So if you're Bait and you wanted to find a, you know, an opportunity to stack a bomb side and try and see if you can get it, like you're picking B every time based on the stats alone.
Oh,
Okay, that's very expensive head trick now with 4 looking to see if he could essentially get the lost ace there. They lose the round either way, but that's taking away so much money.
That's too much damage. That's actually way too much damage. I mean, we talked about how Falcons, they didn't really have that much money at all. I mean, that round was a 2-for-1 situation where because, you know, both teams had bought, you know, spent all their money, essentially had nothing in the tank. It's a 2-for-1. And so if, you know, they had an opportunity to come away with 4 players alive if they didn't even try to take those risks. So now they've kind of put themselves in an even more volatile position, which can only be remedied for Falcons if they are to just close this next round. Yeah, that's what they have to do.
And preferably without too many casualties as well. What a weird way to end it. I think the rounds like these, when they end like this, it does something else to a team, which is the fact that it just makes it harder to celebrate if you're on the Falcon side.
Yeah.
Like there are fewer high fives. You can see it here, right? Like it's sort of a round victory where you think, no, like we just lost so much, but there's no armor, a couple of upgraded pistols. That's about it. So yeah, see what they could do. Tess is throwing that early Brolan Molotov to try and slow down any advancement. It's become fairly popular. And they're stacking B. Like I said, looking at the stats, it's a huge, just to be accurate, it's like 57% the end of the B bomb side on this map. Most of the teams, it's slightly favoring B, but it's not going to be that heavy.
Yeah, Falcons, the correct guess. I mean, we saw Bait doing the same thing on their T side. Getting some correct guesses, avoiding the stacks. It starts to worry less about losing those 4 rifles in the previous round. Oh, but I was about to say, Tess is going down for free there. You're going to donate this AK. And you've got a situation where Bait can try to play for some exit kills. And again, like that, they know that they got rid of 4 rifles in the previous round. If they can engineer a scenario here where they even just take away just 1 more, you know, so that's painful. That's really painful because then Falcons are still in a position where they can just be instantly reset if they lose 1 round.
It all accumulates over time, and the good thing for Bait is they have a bit of a buffer before they get caught up by Falcons. So yeah, steal whatever you can, try and make it as tricky as possible here. Doesn't look like they're going to be any more kills at the end of the rounds. They're all exiting into CT spawn, but a 10-7 scoreline now. 3-round lead for Bait. They will be able to buy into this next one. Probably not the most amazing buy, but the stolen AK, it all kind of adds up. I don't know about you, but I feel like there's a good chance that Falcons are right back in this game, and especially if you consider the idea that I would say, even though Nico was playing very well in the first half, he, for me, is such a more scary player on the T side. Like, that's where he can take all the initiative. You already seen a couple of times how he manages the fights, but he's such a micro-angle, you know, player that it's so hard sometimes to, like, even if you are playing an off-angle against Nico, it might not even help. Here we go. It's fast. Dan towards the bomb site. Head trick there with the AWP to get the first one, but they're still going to push him back, and they should be able to get the bomb plant. They get the wallbang spray down onto Essential.
Yeah, good forward space taken. They're shutting down those angles with those deep smokes and Molotovs. And now it's going to be pretty hard for Bait to work their way back in, but they do have 2 angles potentially. They have Cave already, but that is somewhat by design. And they actually don't look interested in this. I mean, they don't have any economy either, so they are looking to let it go. And I think that's okay.
Yes. It's partly based on the money, and I think it's partly based on the round buffer that they have. You're just saying, okay, what's the real difference really between 10-7 and 10-8? The only thing that can be bad here is if we lose everything, because then 10-8 is kind of getting close. Right now, they're still fighting in the next round, so I respect the choice for Bait. I think it's good to be able to call that early on. We saw Falcons themselves have a couple of rounds where they tried to go for those 2v2, 3v3 retakes, and they didn't win them, and that's one of the reasons why Monacy, had no AWP in the first half. So
yes,
why would you put yourself in that position with your head trick?
Yeah, it's there's that analog with tournament poker again, where sometimes you just have to wait for a better spot. Sometimes you just have to like let the ante just like eat you up a little bit and just wait for a better spot. And I think that's a good choice. We'll see if they can find a better start in this round. Lots of mid exchange on the utility once again, as you'd expect, but you've got Falcons holding the deeper lines and getting themselves worked in, able to avoid the AWP shenanigans as well from the red room. That's always important. And you've got still 3 players from Bait on this B site. SNT are looking to get aggressive. Got to be very careful. You can see Falcons are ready and waiting for it. We've got an AWP to back this one up now, though, so there's a bigger play afoot here for Bait.
Yeah, if they can trick somebody into it, I mean, it's an unusual position to find the AWP, to put it mildly. Normally, not going to be seeing it here. But if they peek Essential, it might not matter. Oh, 2 for 1 instead. Wait, how is that a headshot as well?
He got the crouching player, I think, and then must have just barely missed legging the other player. I'm not sure, but either way, yeah, 2 for 1. You'll have that every single day. This could be disastrous for Falcons because they've got 40 seconds left, and they've got to now create a new plan. They've got to mid-round this, and they're deciding to just walk through Donut, and it is completely clear.
Who is that on the A-bomb site? That's Kansas. Oh, he's got an incendiary. He's in a position where they can't easily really get rid of him. 20 seconds, he's not going to be able to use the grenade now, but he catches them at the perfect time. Never mind, there's the incendiary. Yeah, Monacy is going to be angry about that one. 15 seconds on the clock. They try to get in there, but it's just not going to work. Fantastic round from Bait. Get up to 11, and they get to steal some of the AKs on top of it. That 2 for 1 shot. I mean, you are right. Obviously, he did crouch into the headshot, but it just looked so weird.
Yeah. Well, the crazy thing is the player behind that got collated, was he already damaged, and was it a leg shot? Or did he narrowly miss that threshold between the one shot upper body shot versus leg shot? That's actually so wild. That's crazy. Because also, if you're Falcons, are you ever going to expect an AWP on that angle like that to trade in that way? It's
unlikely.
Unlikely indeed.
And also,
what a perfect play.
To be clear as well, that setup worked in reverse for Bait. The whole point is the AWP is supposed to take the shot and then the rifle swings in. In this case, the rifle got killed and then the AWP is alone and in what is an automatic loss position. Unless, unless you get 2 for 1. That was the only way out. So,
yeah,
it was actually a setup that betrayed Bait, but then they sort of made it work anyway.
Yes, yeah. It just makes me laugh when it's the only way out is to collat with the AWP in close range. Just okay, this is... That is kind of crazy when you put it that way, because that is a devastating bit of variance ultimately for Falcons. This is the one round where something like that happens, because stuff like that can always happen and it can take different forms, but they got to really express the full degree of resiliency that they have right now to focus up. And
I think that's maybe something else for Falcons, right? For some of these guys, Nico and Monacy, maybe there is, they're fresh on the team a little bit, but the fact still is, for some of the other guys, maybe especially for Magus, it's how much resiliency is there? How quick before you fall back into the older Falcons feeling of, oh no, we're not performing once again. I think it takes more than just a couple of months of playing well before you can wash that feeling away completely. So
Yeah. They have, they've at least managed to get to those finals often, and I think the consensus through some of the performances that they've had over the last couple of months has everyone feeling like they are a top 2 team.
Yeah.
Along with Vitality, the only team that can maybe truly tackle Vitality and push them to their limit. So they do at least have some of that, as you were describing. Some of that does exist, but without maybe winning, it's hard to say that. How they actually feel about that, because this is what I was saying about the honeymoon stuff. How much foundational stuff exists with Falcons, because there's so much instability with all of the changes consistently.
Yeah. Well, I think that is a big question, and I think also, a Vitality or a Spirit or something like that early on in a tournament like this, and we're going to see that at some point in the next stage, right? I think they will command such a different presence early on, even in the first game. You are going to be, if you're Bait playing Spirit or Vitality, I think you have a different feel. I think Falcons still have that aura around them that, but we can beat them. Like, there is a way to do it. They're not completely invincible yet, even if they are a really strong team. So
yeah, that's true.
I think Spirit and Vitality somehow are just scary in a different kind of way.
Yeah.
At least in my opinion.
You're totally right. You're totally right. That is very strange.
It happens to some teams.
Totally right.
I think for I think any team that's had something like an era, like the Astralis era, like you get like some extra bonus points just because other teams start to be, they start to mind game themselves against you. You get more for free in that sense just because they're so worried. Is that from earlier? Oh, yeah, they did what they needed to. They got that kill on the corner and it wasn't enough. We are just dealing with one player that has one of the earbuds apparently not working, or it was. Nice job on the admins for clearing it up. Well done. We're back in the game. The scoreline is 11-8 in favor of Bait here. It's a best-of-1 game. The first here at the second stage of the last Austin Major. And Falcons, they are heavy favorites in this one. We saw it earlier in the odds, but right now, they're not playing like it. Nico is, Tessus is, but everyone else needs to step it up right now, or they will end up with an early loss, and that is actually disastrous. It's not just a best-of-1 loss. It could be a really quick slide down to a bad position.
Oh, Kicksando takes down Alex, who has been quite the terror.
Wallbanged. Oh, he wallbanged him at the diagonal spot as well. That's tried a lot. It became really popular overnight, and then everyone, it stopped working because everyone stopped playing there. The replay of that is going to be fun to see.
And that's such a key pick-off to get. We have the AWP battle Monacy against Head Trick. But having worked that pick successfully, they have to realize, okay, what are they doing off of the reset? Are they going to rotate it elsewhere, or are they going to just double down on towards B? So far, we've got a 1-3-B split, which is something that Falcons also did when they were in a similar position on their CT side. It's pretty effective, but we'll see if Bait can hold.
He's already seen the shadow here, Hedrick. He knows that someone's... Look at how much he's trying to bait him out. Oh, missed shots. And a missed incendiary now. Setting his team on fire, but Hedrick, he's actually able to save them anyway. That could have been disastrous. That should have been the panic moment where everything goes wrong. Now they delayed the bomb plant as well, but another incendiary. Kansas saw with a headshot. Falcons, they're on the bomb site, but where's the bomb plant coming from? Essential ends up going down. They're still trying and not succeeding. NPL with the headshot. I can't believe that Bait managed to fight their way out of that round.
Dude, the awkwardness in Cave. That was so funny to see. And just Hedrick still able to connect the shot regardless. Still just keeping his cool, because it's just the perfection with which the incendiary landed directly on his teammate. It was just like it was
cinema, wasn't it?
So perfect.
Yeah, but look at the difference in atmosphere. Obviously, it's easier to laugh when you're winning, but they are, even in spite of that, it's a messy round, a little bit chaotic, but they laugh their way out. Like, all right, it's good fun, guys.
Yeah.
Timeout used, last that they have.
Yeah, it feels like Bait have that there's that sense of identity and flair with some of the ways that they're able to play, like they're able to run some of their stuff, and they look full of life on the server, but Falcons kind of look like they're just on the receiving end.
Yeah.
Everything consistently. There we go.
So, I think you're right, but part of that also comes from, just to be perfectly clear, Bait have had to fight their way to the major, qualifying through a bunch of online tournaments in CCT, and it's really hard to do that. That environment is, you're going to be battle-hardened when you get through that. You play so many games against so many different teams, it's chaos, so I think they will have that team identity. That is disgusting. A bomb that lands on top of Falcons in the round that might lose them the game here. And almost all of them are weak right from the start. Alex jumps to get the information. More damage being dished out now, and they just get through. They're so soft already. Paper thin on the other side as m0NESY finds himself alone with the Galil picked up against 4. And they know that he's in here somewhere. Tries to go for a bit now. The fire at his feet, and Essentia will take him down. Bait taking out Falcons in the early stages here at the second half of the major. That's crazy to witness.
That's not on my pick'ems, Anders. That's not on my pick'ems. And I don't think it's on many people's pick'ems. That's definitely a very difficult, very tough loss for them to have. Again, this is a best of one. This stuff can happen. That's something that they can obviously say to themselves. They all know. I mean, Nico said it in the interview. They know what they're up against in a situation like this. Bait is a legit team, and they are super hungry. And for them to get a result like this, it's so, so critical. Having an upset victory, like Falcons will warm up. They will get better.
I think so. I think they will improve over time, but there's no question that that stage 1 buff makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
You see the sharpness with which Alex, at the start of the game, right off the bat, challenged everybody. He didn't care if it was Nico or m0NESY on the other side. He was just ready to take them out, and he did. So really impressive stuff, and it puts Falcons in this slightly scary position. They're going to play another best of one, obviously. But if that one goes bad, then we're talking about a tough comeback from the position. We'll find out how all that plays out a little bit later on. We do have a quick break, and then we'll be back with more Counter-Strike here on the B Stream. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready for the second best of one here on the B stream. Second stage of the Major 2. We have got 3D Max playing up against BetBoom. I think this is going to be a really hard-fought game. I wish this was a best of 3, because both these teams are, they're not teams that surrender easily. Both have been playing an ungodly amount of Counter-Strike. 3D Max had to fight their way last year even. Qualifying for tournaments through online stages. They're such a battle-hardened team. Definitely, I think the community finally started to realize that they are a lot better than maybe you would think. So I think it's going to be a hard game to decide this one.
Yes, yeah, and I do agree. I think both teams have a lot of tactical depth that you like to see played out across a full best of 3. But hey, in a best of 1, it's going to be interesting to see if the Stage 1 buff, if that helps BetBoom. I do think that they are really a team that's better than their current ranking. I think that's something that I think most people might feel. In fact, BetBoom even favored here. Even favored in terms of where the community think this game is going. That's super interesting. I'm really curious to see exactly how this actually turns out now, because the community's been wrong a lot so far. We've had some interesting results.
Every once in a while they get 1 or 2 wrong. You're not wrong. That's accurate. I think 3D Max is a harder team to defeat using just, let's call it, the Stage 1 buff, because again, I think they're just so battle-hardened by playing so much Counter-Strike that they are probably always ready to play Counter-Strike in some sense. We're going to be on Anubis for the veto here, so that's definitely interesting. Whenever there's a Anubis played, I'm always immediately nervous. It is one that BetBoom probably feel a little bit more home at than 3D Max do, but I'm not sure it's enough of a difference that I'm gonna, have much of an opinion. They played a lot of maps on it. I think that might be the more important thing, really. So we're getting everyone through security. If you don't know, there are a lot of measures like this. There are rules for how close you can get to the actual players. I can't remember if it's like 1 meter or 1.5 meters or something, but like you can't just walk in. I can't just go up and say, "Hey guys, high five everyone!" Like I'm gonna get kicked out from the admin. So take that stuff seriously, which we should. I don't know, Dan, do you have an opinion? Who's winning this one?
I think I might be gleaning BetBoom as well, actually.
Okay.
I think, just the fact that it's Anubis, BetBoom, this is a map that they've got 17 plays on it in the last 3 months. They have only one other map where they've got I think 18 maps played. Other than that, Anubis is their most played map, and they are pretty consistently good on it.
Right.
And if you're going to be playing Anubis that much, I feel like you've put the time into making sure that you have ways to mitigate the natural difficulties of Anubis, which is the inconsistency of the CT side.
Yeah.
We have seen teams that deal with it really well. One of the teams that surprised me and impressed me a lot at the Asana event that we were just at previously was Furia. With Fallen, Molodoi, and so on. There's a bunch of teams that have shown there's lots of ways to play the CT side where you can circumvent some of the difficulties. So I think that's going to be BetBoom, and that's why I'm going leaning towards them. I don't know about you. I feel like you are a BetBoom fanboy, so
I am.
I would be
more
disappointed
specifically
if you.
I'm a Boomich fan.
Yeah.
He's got that Riz. So the aura, as the kids like to say, whatever it is, he has it. And yeah, I'm caught in that for some reason. So I love watching teams that he captains. I like watching him as an individual. I also really think MagnoJez is kind of a, I want to say he's underrated because a lot of people do know his name, but I think he's just better than people maybe realize, would be another way to phrase it. I do have a lot of respect for 3D Max, and like I said, I think this is not quite 50-50 for me, but it's maybe like a 60-40 type game. I think BetBoom are the favorites here. There's every chance that 3D Max can win it, and the fact that we're on Anubis makes me even more sort of suspicious of the whole situation. Also, famously, we've got Gravity, who is, known for talking some trash. I mean, especially if Apex is on the other side, but even if not, he's got some personality, and it just makes the whole thing super enjoyable. And also, I mean, it's just exciting in some sense that it's an all-French lineup, because French Counter-Strike historically has been such an impressive thing. And then obviously the French ended up finding themselves, as often happens, and the whole scene disintegrated and people were, scattered to the winds. I think it's really cool that 3D Max has kind of stuck around and are, and are fielding a team like this one. So you have to respect them. once we get into the server, again, I think it'll be the same experiences with Bait and Falcons that we just saw. You will have a sense early on about who is ready to play, because I think in the first 3 or 4 rounds, you could tell that Alex was just, he wasn't, there's no half measures, no hostages being taken. He was ready to fight.
Yeah, he was certainly not pulling any punches on that T side, especially with the entries. I definitely agree on the sentiment with regards to French Counter-Strike. Because we've kind of seen this across the board. French Counter-Strike was iconic, Danish Counter-Strike was iconic, Swedish Counter-Strike was iconic, and a lot of these scenes had their versions, like varying versions of a fall.
Yeah.
And as you say, it feels like whatever foundation that was holding them up just was destroyed, and just everything came toppling down. And so it's cool to see that initiatives are like this are still happening, because the meta became going to international teams, which does make a lot of sense on the face of it. And Carrigan kind of got ahead of the game with that too, because he saw that being a thing before people realized it was going to be a big thing, and then he wanted to make it his legacy that he would be the best in-game leader, make the most international lineups work, and I think he's done a great job in achieving that vision.
Yes.
So far. But enough about Carrigan, of course.
Well, we could talk about him for a real long time if we were in the mood for it.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, you're right. Like it is somehow more of a rare thing now to find these, national lineups. So definitely interesting. I think in the CIS region with Russia and Ukraine, it's a little bit easier because they just have so much talent. It's crazy how much is being produced in the region. So, but yeah, creating an old French lineup or an old German lineup is just proven to be very, very tricky historically. But 3D Max have found a way. So that is definitely interesting to see. I think in terms of the individuals, somebody like Maka definitely a player to watch for, and someone who can have a bit of an output. We've already talked about the players on the other side. I keep mentioning Magno. Just I think last time we saw BetBoom, Siren was one of the players that was playing extremely well. It's interesting how we don't often get a chance to mention Axel, but obviously at one point Axel was maybe a top 5 rifler in the world. In CS2, it's been a real struggle, and he's obviously not the only veteran player that's had this kind of a transition in from Go to CS2, where it's like they just can't find the groove. I really haven't given up on Axel. Yeah, maybe I am just, I'm a boomer myself, so maybe there's some connection there where I'm like, no, the old people can still do good work. But I still think Axel has a lot more to do, even in terms of just the mechanics. Like, he's still a pretty solid player, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of ways to reinvent yourself throughout your career, and that's kind of what you have to do if you want to stick around for a long period of time. You do need to find inflection points where you get the opportunity to do that, and you need to take it seriously. I think that's the greatest challenge, though, for older players, is that there's just more stuff in your life that become present, and you're like, okay, well, do I still have the time to do that? And I think that really becomes a battle, is if you do have the time to put into it, and it's a gamble in many respects, because competitive Counter-Strike is extremely hard to get to the top of, and so it might feel like the gamble might not be worth it. But we've seen players do it. We've got Apex is a great example of it. I mean,
the greatest maybe.
Fallen is a good example of it right now.
Yeah, I just realized, Dan, I don't know, how old are you?
37.
Damn,
no.
You don't look
recently.
You're treating yourself too well, Dan. You've got it locked down.
Nice.
You got to tell me the secret at some point.
You need it.
I feel like I do. It's the reason we're not on camera here, So, we're going.
It's okay.
So best of one, obviously, as you guys know. We already sort of outlined the weight of these games. I still think it's the major format in some sense. I mean, it's, Valve decide how these things run. But the fact that we're playing these 2 best of ones in the same day, that you could start your tournament having an 0-2 kind of situation is just, in a way, it does heighten the insane drama of it, but it's also a bit wild in some sense. So, yeah. It really makes a difference, is what I'm trying to say here. It's not just it's the first game, we can bring it back. It's putting you immediately in a position where you're more worried. Falcons already there. Heroic on the other side, obviously got beat up by FaZe. If you didn't catch that, there is also the A stream happening at the same time. I think it's Hugo and Harry that are on that side of it. And there's Blast.tv. We can watch everything in 4K. If you haven't done it already, you should. There's lots of stuff actually happening on the site in general, if you want to think of some different, different activities that you can get into. So definitely want to be hanging out over there if you can. Why not watch it in 4K? I think they're all set up. They all look like they're a little bit more serious now. So Yeah, just to reiterate my constant concern with this map, starting on the CT side, if you lose the pistol in the first rifle round, I think you are in trouble, no matter what team you are. We're heading into it now. BetBoom versus 3D Max, a best of one here, the second of the day here at the B stream. And BetBoom starting on the CT side, 3D Max on the T side, and really seeing one Molotov here. So they are, looks like when you've got so many people on them, you can't really disconnect from this fight. I think you should just follow through and go all in. Oh, they are going to fall back. Well, I take it back immediately. They prove me wrong. Joke's on me, I guess. I think it's risky having to backtrack through the map like this, because there could be CTs pushed up, and now you have to check every corner and you have to slow everything down. It was the one smoke at B that just dissuaded them.
And BetBoom have been very patient. Oftentimes teams will, with the three players set up on A, they'll actually push to get info, but there's the info. And you know, it's all about reading the pacing of your opponent. That's like one thing that both teams are wanting to try to do. Now we finally get some moves here. The T's against the claw. He's on a fact-finding mission, gets taken down. Now, Magno with those dualies, able to get one, but would have wanted to get maybe an extra. But still, 4v3 retake in here for BetBoom.
Boom, it's really trying with that pre-fire, but that was a nice fake. They signaled that's an A-split, they throw grenades in middle, and then they jump off the bridge into the water, into the B-bomb site. Lucky and Marfa, look at the crossing that they've got here. Not necessarily crossfire, but just trading places. Lucky will take down Boom. She was already low from earlier. And they're fired off to begin with. I really like that. They had a big stack towards the A-bomb side there, BetBoom, at the front of the A-bomb side, so they take down XSCs, but the fact that they find him there and they hear all the grenades in middle, it feels like it's a quick attempt at an A play. This kill, and then you're like, oh, maybe it's happening, but they actually just jump off the bridge into the water, and like you said, Magno he got the one kill, he needed more. Let's go.
The energy there from the French. So you get off to a good start here. And full save from the CTs of BetBoom. USPs to work with. And not a lot else. There we go. Boomage will go down early as mid is overtaken by the 3D Max side. And any small attempt that's made here by the CTs is just them moving one further step into an early grave. Well, at least it's over with quickly, I gotta say. Just here for the BetBoom side.
All right.
And also for 3D Max. You don't want to be messing around on these rounds.
Yeah, I think that's a positive. You know, we're not wasting any time. Get into the next one. Another kill found here with the Mac 10. So, nicely done. 3D Max, no bumps in the road early on. I do appreciate kind of the full save as well for BetBoom. I think because you don't need to find as many rounds on the CT side, would you rather try and find them with like early force-ups of Hamas and everything else, or would you try and find them with more of a buy like this one, where, you know, you've got the Org on Magnages. By the way, BetBoom, they love Orgs, if I haven't said it. We watched them on training, and they won so quickly we couldn't even see them, but they will buy double Orgs, and double Orgs.
Slowing down the mid presence. Oh, actually going out for the peak. Boomage gets taken out. It was a good attempt, though. Brings Maka down to 11 HP, but it's an early 5v4 for the 3D Max side on the T side. And BetBoom, they opted to go for a full save into this one. So to lose this round would be very irritating. Decent nade damage, chunking down at least one more player, Gravity. Exiles. Oh, they're just getting so weakened, but somehow, some way, 3D Max just roll on through.
Did he just hit a running headshot with 1 health against the Org? I think he had 1 health coming out of that connector.
That's outrageous.
What a crime that is. Siren and Sorte here is just about trying to save. Obviously, the round cannot be won any longer. Sorte's not going to do a great job at it, and they should hunt here. Why not try and get rid of Siren? You know this rifle is the only thing. I don't care how many rifles you lose if you're 3D Max. They're not going to lose anything. XSCs will take him down. The French rolling through the early stages here. This is the power of being on the T side of Anubis, but especially when you win these early rounds. The pistol and the first rifle round, they really have 1 health coming out of it. He's burning, yep, 1 health against this. Oh my god.
That is so crazy. Yeah, 3D Max, they're getting off to that rolling start on the T side of Anubis. It's what every CD side is fearful of.
There's a lot of HEs on the CT side, so probably an attempt to try and do a little bit of damage. They really love jumping off this bridge. Look at the speed here. Gravity, he's just not interested. He will go down, and Axel actually finds a couple with the 5-7. They do finally stabilize a bit, and Magno just here with a 5-7. Oh, wait a minute. They actually managed to sandwich Exorcist instead. It's turned around somehow. BetBoom, they had the man lead. Still not a big advantage, but when you walk close to the 5-7, you can get shot in the face like that. It leaves body. Bomb being just fickled with here. Doesn't commit to the plant yet as they line up for him. It's Boomich to take him down, and BetBoom, that's a huge round that they probably don't even expect to win. And honestly, 3D Max, I don't mind the early speed. This is fine for Gravity. That's not a big issue. The fact that they fall after this, that is the issue.
Yeah, this 5-7 is dangerous at these ranges. MagnoJazz doing a good work there for BetBoom, bringing them back in this at an unexpected moment. So, okay, they can get the AWP online now, Zorte with that one, and I feel like now that's going to make a lot possible. We'll see exactly what setup he's opting to have with the AWP. But once again, look how fast it is with the util from 3D Max in that mid position. They're unrelenting.
Oh, and a wall bang as well. Take down Siren. Never mind. BetBoom. The celebration is short-lived as they run into 3 HEs. A crazy wall bang as well on top. And Sorte, yeah, I mean, you do what you can to try and save the AWP and do some more damage. This is all great, but the round is absolutely lost. It's such a hard counterplay. And Boomich is a player who likes to be aggressive. So finding him early on, you could see it in the previous round. They threw a Molotov at his position and he smoked it out standing in the Molotov. So he will try to fight for that mid position quite a lot more than some of the other mid players. If you watch a team like Aurora where Centaurus is playing the middle, he's a lot more defensive than someone like Boomich will be. And looks like 3D Max have a pretty good read on that. Caught with your pants down, Dan.
The quick switch.
No belt,
Why?
no nothing.
Why?
He's wearing those, you know, old sweatpants that have come loose, you know. They fall off pretty easy. Am I just on the leave me on my own with this, Dan?
Say more.
Oh, what a round.
It feels like there's 10 players with 3D Max running up mid. It feels like they're presenting this like insane army with just how much like shooting, how much oppression is being placed on BetBoom there, getting shot through the wall, shot through the smoke.
You know, it's also like it's a callback to what I think of as sort of the soul of French Counter-Strike. If you joined Go somewhat in the middle of the whole thing, you know, 15, 16 maybe that's not quite the middle, I'm really old. If you join Go around 16, 17, you'll think of Brazilian Counter-Strike as being the aggressive stuff, but if you come from an earlier age, French Counter-Strike is the original mad Counter-Strike. We used to say that the problem with playing the French is that once you made contact with them, the round didn't stop. They just kept running and fighting forever. And it's actually very, very hard to be up against. And 3D Max, they're definitely tactically a stronger team than this, but also they do have the firepower. Nice flash going out there, and they'll find Xcease at a minimum. Oh, can they get the M4 away too? Body goes down. This is... how are BetBoom even competitive in these rounds?
That's also nice just because they spotted the bomb as well. So that gives them a little bit of extra information that, hey, oh, there can't be like a fast push into the B site necessarily. And if there is, it's going to be like one guy. But we get a regrouping here from 3D Max into the mid position, and this has been voided. It often is given up by the CTs if they are down players.
Yeah.
This is usually going to be safe territory. And the problem is that there's only one man left on that A site. Siren, who's already tagged up quite a lot. So we'll see if 3D Max can find their way to that A site before the rest of BetBoom can assist.
I mean, very intentionally, they're leaving this big space for BetBoom to come and peek them. So a good tempo change for 3D Max after having been very aggressive. Now they're slowing it down a bit. If they keep walking slow into this, Siren has an opportunity to get the first kill almost for free, but that's not going to happen. And I'm going to go ahead and say that's one of those cold decision type things, right? He has the advantage, but You know, his eyes are just probably drying out a bit from not moving and just sort of sat crouched in that corner. Bomb being planted. They picked up 2 AKs, and I will definitely say save these. I do not think this is a good... Even if it's 3-on-3, I don't really care. You don't have the armor, you don't have the kit, you don't have any utility that's worth talking about, and these 2 AKs are so valuable. Just to you know, take a step back. 5-1 looks really bad. It doesn't have to be. BetBoom can easily make it back into this game. It doesn't take that much, and those AKs are a perfect vehicle for it.
Yeah, and again, it's interesting because, you know, this is reminiscent of Dust 2 to a certain extent, where you get a reset situation, and there was enough time for BetBoom to gamble either towards A or towards B. You know, they had the ability, they had time to do something. They opted to just hold that setup, and eventually they're like, okay, let's start like pushing out. But the 3 Max at this point of the round are definitely behind. So they just found the perfect opener and a great entry into the A site. That's all they needed to do.
I think that round, even though they didn't win it, it kind of highlights a thing that you talked about earlier from BetBoom playing the CT side and having tricks, right? The double flashbang from Boomich inside of the site to set up the USPs. It's a nice trick, and it can be used again, even if they don't have USPs, but rifles instead. A lot of HE damage. That's also thrown from inside of the bomb site. Boomich landing a grenade, another one, and then the incendiary on top. That is, I think, 2 HEs and 1 Molotov so far doing damage. They're so low on the 3D Max side. The utility use for BetBoom in this round is worth studying.
It's done a lot of damage. It really has. 3 players are quite low now before 3D Max have really taken any forward positions anywhere. So that's an early win for BetBoom. We'll see what they're able to do. They're actually looking to push B main at this point, and there is a dink from the side.
But how did it did no damage?
Yeah, I'm kind of confused about that, but hey.
How much wall did he shoot through?
I'm not sure.
We need to see that. 50 seconds, but you're still right. Like, they're pushing up that far. So right now, 3D Max are being funneled towards the side of the map. There's already 2 at the A bomb site. Bodies walking through the smoke, but they are there to catch him. Boomich not ready enough. Doesn't get the kill, and they lose Siren. And it's a save. It's not even a question. You have to keep the double AK and the AWP alive. So 3D Max, almost kind of a boring end to what could have been such an epic round. They did so much damage.
Yeah.
They had every chance here.
And what's also cool is that we're seeing such a big shift of pace from 3D Max. They were going so fast early in the first opening rounds, and then now we're seeing them play like very slow. So that's going to create usually a utility advantage, because the CTs will still feel like they have to throw util somewhat early. And it seems like they're also exploiting this position, Anders, where mid just gets given up. And BetBoom's holds on the A site haven't been good. So they could just keep pressing that. They can also go back to some of the faster B stuff. Like, both of those 2 options have been pretty good, I think.
Yeah, this is really scary. I think you're also starting to see the depth of what 3D Max is, because the fast rushing stuff is scary and it's impressive when it works, but they are absolutely able to slow the rounds down. So they have kind of both ends of the spectrum, and that is hard to be up against. There's just no question about it. They look rock solid at the moment. 6-1 in their favor. Round number 8. Got the AWP back on Sorte here. They managed to, well, they saved it. They also managed to save the AK on Axile, so it's something to mess around with. Does he want to keep going? For just a second, I thought. Molotov there against Axile, and he gets hunted down. What a protocol. Axile's going to be upset about that.
Yeah, that puts a lot of threat onto that B site, and this is what we talked about, where they can throw in the fast stuff. That's actually what the fast stuff looks like at the first contact, but there's not the fast follow-up behind it. It's a bit more delayed as 3D Max continue to work the map, but now starting to encroach on this B position a bit closer. Big fight for E-Box, but it feels like a losing battle. Magno just trying to hold on there. They really are trying to hold on to this site right now.
He's in such an exposed position. He does actually get rid of Maka, but Gravity's still finding it. It's the lack of head armor that's betraying them again. And the Mac-10 is getting a little bit closer. They finally shot it down, but out of bullets is Siren. BOOMich trying to take on over. Lucky finding himself without a teammate to help him out. 40 seconds. The backup is coming for BOOMich and Sorte, but he's going to get shot in the back before they get there. In fact, it's a headshot as he's running into it. And now it's the 1v1. Orp on the side of Sorte trying to get through the connector. And Lucky's not quite sure. He can escape. He can go back to A. This is such a smart play. Sorte's at a very big disadvantage right now.
Yeah, this is a really nice play. Calling it with just enough time left as well to not make it feel too uncomfortable. And that's all about the post plant setup around the plant position as well. Of course, doesn't know exactly where the CT is going to come from.
I mean, he only realized, even I think after the bomb was down, he still wasn't sure if it was B. He had to really run under to check. Awkward position if you step too far back. You don't have your back exposed. Okay, hopefully he knows exactly what he's doing behind the pillar. There is an AWP coming in on the other side, and there is a kit as well. So Sorte probably have one chance exactly to get this shot, and then that's going to be it. If he misses it, the round is over. It might almost be anyway. You could hear this bomb is just ticking so far, and Sorte, yeah, he's realizing I can't really find him inside of the site. Well played for Lucky. That's a round that's won on IQ alone.
Yeah, really well played there by Lucky to clutch that one up. 1v2 at the end, and that hurts. That really hurts because BetBoom, it's been so hard to find rounds for them. And this was they did a great job holding on to this site for as long as they possibly could. This was under, I mean, kind of like you said, it was under constant assault.
That is actually an absurd headshot. If you look at where the crosshair was, it's the fact that he's running, the recoil bounces the bullet into the headshot. That's kind of rare. But some credit to Lucky as well. He understands in that 1v2 clutch that if he slow plays it, all he is doing is buying more time for BOOMich to get back up. So he knows well, I have to take the initiative and just run for the fight before he has no idea if Sorte is close or, or if he's further away. So it's super well played.
Yeah,
wow.
The streak continues here for 3D Max. Looking pretty good. And in terms of comfort, BetBoom, they had a pretty comfortable way to qualify through stage 1 to this stage. They had some really nice wins. I don't feel like they ever got close to like a sweaty position.
No.
This is the hardest match BetBoom have currently played.
Well, listen, I keep telling people this is a treacherous map. Yes, you've got the win rate. Yes, you've got the maps played. But you start on the CT side. And this is what happens so often. Now, they're not done yet. If they could even get 4 rounds, I'm ready to, turn it around and say, it's fine, BetBoom, don't have to worry about it. But the opportunity to find those rounds is slowly slipping out here. 7-1 scoreline going into round number 9. Big missed opportunity, unfortunately. That is the kind of shot that you need to hit. That would have given them a bit of an opportunity to, to relax a little bit more. Now, the pressure is still on.
And another slower paced round from 3D Max. Making it hard to read for BetBoom. It never feels like super safe to push out because 3D Max could be going fast or they could be going really slow. It's just hard to predict.
So this B split with the guy in middle is so lethal, although very nice shots being hit. Double AWP, and they're not expecting it either. He's hoping to do something. The flashbang is going to ruin his day. Shot going over, okay. Maka really rolling the dice on this one. 35 seconds. He's going to take down Magnus to begin with. They should never be able to get back in this round, to be honest. It's a 2-on-5 and about 30 seconds on the clock. And the flank is coming in here as well. Siren. Labored spray, but gets the job done. Maka picking up the AK. Just hoping to do more damage here. Find a way to make it more expensive. Will not be allowed. That's the second round for BetBoom, and I'm immediately changing my tone here. I think right now, BetBoom must be aware that we can step back into this game really, really quickly.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's like you say, Anubis, everybody knows kind of how it can go. And BetBoom, I mean, I think one of the differences that you can obviously make of it, on an Anubis is having a good CT side, obviously. And I think that's something that BetBoom is used to being able to do. So 3D Max, definitely putting them through their paces, but like you say, you can do it to them as well when you switch over to the T side. You just have to have enough of a buffer to protect yourself of rounds, that is. And you know, the AWPs coming out definitely is interesting. I don't know that they expected to run into 2 AWPs here. Magnus and Sorte each getting really nice shots off that.
Well, I mean, I've been advertising BetBoom even before the major, trying to enlighten people to the double AWP and double AWP. Now it's 3 AWPs and 1 AWP. I told you they like scopes. I wasn't joking around. This is a rare sight. If you're new to Counter-Strike, this is actually obscene. If you watch a lot, you'll know exactly what we're talking about. 3 AWPs on the CT side, 1 AUG. Is there any... I don't think 3D Max have ever played against this, so I doubt if they'll be ready for it. But obviously for the retakes, it could be a nightmare if the bomb goes down. So it's all about trying to win the early fights here. They sound off with 1 AWP in the middle. They know that there's a double. Are you expecting a triple?
Are you expecting the triple AWP? On the CT side of Anubis, that is certainly... We'll see what happens. The push comes in through mid. Boomish takes down, actually 2 players there. So that's a good start. The flash is actually so problematic for Body. No idea where he is, but finds 2 headshots. Oh, the musical chairs in the smoke causing problems. But the bomb is up here on the steps.
Yeah, you're right. That's a huge deal. They might be able to win this. I also think they threw away one of the AWPs. He had an M4 Boomish. Either I'm hallucinating, or they had both an AWP and an M4, and they just swapped it around after the fact. I'm actually so confused. 30 seconds. 3D Max. Can you actually pick up the bomb once again? They have another Molotov behind this one on Axile. I don't think they have time. I think that next Molotov is the end of it. Flashbang comes through. There's the next one. We're down now to 17 seconds. HE as well on Magnojiz as he lands right on top, and Body's down to 5 health. 10 seconds on the clock. They do just steal it away. He's got really long fingers and he picks it up. 5 seconds now, and the bomb being planted just in the nick of time. They've let them get away with one here. Axile goes down. 2v2. BetBoom. They can't give this round back, but they might not have a choice. It's on Boomage to captain the team into a bit of a victory here. Now, the first one might be a little bit easier. They're not expecting it, so Maka goes straight down, and Ecstasy's up on the high ground here. He's got the AUG stolen. He'll find the one bullet that he needed. A devastating 3v3 loss there. BetBoom, they let them steal the bomb, and that is all that they needed.
Oh, that's totally wild. That's so crazy. So one of the things here that was interesting was what they were going to do with the HE. They threw the HE pretty deep, but they could have used it to blow open the smoke. Yeah. Top of the steps, and because there's still 3 of them up at that point, I don't think it'd be possible to reclaim the bomb. So panicked moments there in a very chaotic situation, but one in which 3D Max somehow scraped through. 8-2 for them. AWP down on the E-box line in the mid position, but Axel takes down Maka early here, and that's going to be a nice early bit of relief. But look at this, 3D Max, 4 players pushing through mid. They're not going to slow it down.
Yeah, Boomic threw the smoke and just ran away. Sorte smoked off here. Question of timing, and he does not hit it at all. So 2 people at the front of the bomb site. Honestly, they can plant without even really worrying about this. They could just smoke this off and say, whatever, you guys stay out there if you want. We're going to get the bomb plant, and BetBoom, that last round is easily the difference between winning or losing the map. If that was their ticket back into it, there's almost no money on 3D Max either. If they lost that last round, BetBoom probably do get up to about 4 or 5 rounds. Now, instead, they're struggling quite a bit. Don't have a kit in play either, and a 4 versus 3. And again, they can't rebuy these rifles, so even if you want to do it, you could be risking the entire map. I actually, as much as you hate to see this, falling back makes sense.
Yeah, and they just have to survive the trade kills. So 2 players left alive. AWP stays up. But yeah, I think you're totally right. The triple AWP all ground. Just such a pivotal one. Certainly important inflection point in the game.
I'm so worried that they never had 3 AWPs, and I just was hallucinating. I can't believe why. If they didn't have 3 AWPs, then what it means is that they bought an AWP, they bought an AWP and an M4 to carry into the middle to shoot the AWP and then throw the AWP away, pick up the M4 and keep shooting. But not at the end of the round. Like, you do see that sometimes if you're on the T side and you have $1 million, you just say, oh, whatever. Yeah. This is in the middle of the game. Like, I'm actually doubting myself if maybe I just lied to everybody. It's possible. It's not the first time.
No, I'm pretty sure I saw it as well. Either way.
So maybe we're both crazy.
And I'm sad that it didn't work out, but look at the timing on the push. Magnajez finds an early pick off. Body, though. He's going to have some teammates coming in to try to avenge him. And they will get out. So BetBoom, they take their kill. They manage to get out without losing anyone else. Always nice. And that's good, because that's disruptive to what 3D Max are trying to do. And so far, it's been very hard to achieve that.
I mean, Ecstasy's very nearly went down. You could see he was expecting that they weren't going to be that far up, even in spite of the fact that Body had died. Similar position. I like it from BetBoom. I want to stay... I mean, 9-3 is a hard comeback, even on this map. And what makes it even harder is the fact that you're so reliant now on winning the pistol round. Like, it's such a pivotal round for you. But it can be done. If they go 10-2, obviously the job is just infinitely harder.
Yeah, and one thing that's, I think, been interesting with 3D Max too is I feel like, I don't know if it's the same for you, but I don't feel like there's any one player that's been like a standout performer. I feel like as a team effort across these T sides, it's been really strong as we start to see them gathering for this, what looks to be a B push, an imminent B push.
I think that's both their strength and weakness in some sense, is that they don't necessarily have that kind of a superstar, but they are all as a team really well drilled, so yeah, it's working for them at the moment. 15 seconds left. Very hard to make any kind of an entry here. BetBoom, I like it, playing very defensively. They know that the clock is going to be running out here. Just 5 seconds left, and in the 2v3, diving onto it, but they can't do anything about it. Some good kills, but ultimately the clock will run out. So 9-3 in the first half in favor of 3D Max. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We are heading into the second half. We're on Anubis, and it will be between 3D Max and BetBoom. A solemn moment for Sorte. He's woken up into a bit of a nightmare, to be honest, as they are down to 9-3. They are very good on this map. It's actually a nice handshake for these teams to be playing on Anubis. But BetBoom, they fell into the classic trap, which I always worry about, that you never get anything done on the CT side. That's where they are. Now they need to win the pistol here on the T side and just crush on through. They need to do a lot, and we'll see if they can.
Running it down. Dropping into the water. Looking for that E-box entry. But now, the final choke into the side. That's where the Julies reside. Boosted up above the smoke. And Maka unable to find one. And the boost giving away the position of gravity. And he's going to go down as well.
Yeah, but the bomb is in the middle. They haven't even committed to it. They're on the A-bomb side, and that actually could be a mistake. That's the bomb lost stand. They could have had the B-bomb side, maybe. And now even that's taken away. Maka will find it on MagnaJez and Siren and Sorte trying to recover the round, but they might have overcooked this one, BetBoom.
Well, he said they needed the pistol. I don't think anyone could be in disagreement with that. It's looking very unlikely from this point forward. Sorte just having the most extended battle ever. Somehow eventually gets the kill, but there's still 3 very healthy players that are on the flank. I don't know that he's ever ready for this. No. Now Siren's in the A sites. Again, very far away from the bomb. And is still being hunted now that he's been spotted. But again, got to get that bomb, got to get it onto a site. There's so many things you got to check off the list here to try to win this round, in addition to dealing with these 3 players. And Siren, I mean, he's just going to get tagged and nipping at his ankles as he makes the run around. And there's going to be no time left here. This is just the most hopeless situation for Siren.
Yeah, if there was a minute now, you could do it, but you have to think about the fact that he has to backtrack all the way around, pick up the bomb, assuming that he even wins the fight, he has to then get back to a bomb site. That's going to take him more than 30 seconds. So, nice early beginning for BetBoom. Nice idea to get on there. They kind of survived the boost and even got a kill from it, so a 4-on-5. They could have had to be bomb site. I don't think, I mean, there's nothing wrong with what they were trying to do, because it was a really nice way to sell that it would have been a B attack. But unfortunately, there were still 2 people in the middle, and they lost the bomb. So, 10-3. Well, now it's all hands on deck. It doesn't really get worse than this for BetBoom at this point in time. They don't win the pistol. They don't buy in this round. They don't get the bomb plant. So, from the next round on, it'll be a question of trying to win every round without flaw. Just no mistakes can be made for the rest of the half here for BetBoom, or they're very likely going to lose.
It's a nice little shot, though, from Siren. But it doesn't matter, the French are looking unshakable. Yeah, it's. I think, like you say, like anything that you could be worried about, all the worst things have actually already happened.
That's a nice way to think about it, Dan.
So in one sense, yeah, there's like nothing worse that can happen now for BetBoom. Like they lost the pistol.
Philosophy with Dan.
Yeah, it's a problem.
It just can't get worse, actually. So,
Yeah.
smile.
There you go.
11-3, round number 15. Yeah, the only thing that we're really missing here is, you know, body showing us some stuff. That's interesting.
Body block.
He was built for it, some say.
Yeah.
Been missing the gravity trash talk, but I guess they're winning too much. It would be uncivilized for him to be shouting, you know. Maybe he's just missing Apex on the other side. I don't know which it is, but that's the real shame of this map, because I've really grown to enjoy that.
Yes, opening match of the major for 3D Max, so they're just keeping it chill.
Yeah. I think the real strength for them is just how much Counter-Strike they play. I think there's never a day where, you know, but they're not doing some kind of work, and I think that having that, you know, just always staying pretty warm is nice. Incendiary, a bit annoying. And the fact that it burns MagnaJez also, it reveals, you can hear the burn on the other side there. Can peek it against Sorting, but Siren with a decent comeback. It's Gravity in the corner there. The Molotov doesn't spread far enough against him. They might think that corner is clear. There is a chance that he run in now without checking it properly, and that would be very dangerous. Gravity gets the one. Maka, one in return against Axal. Boomich and Siren, 2 versus 3 with 20 seconds on the clock. They do need this round, but there's nothing left to play for, but it's not easy. Siren finding himself with no more teammates left, and the FAMAS will defeat him. A triple kill on Maka. High fives all around here. The French are just powering. I mean, they're just running through BetBoom right now.
Yeah, there's not a lot of resistance. Yeah, it's a tough one. I think from BetBoom's perspective, it's just they never were able to get their grip on the match. There's been like a few points where they could maybe take the momentum and take it away at least. I feel like we never really even got to that conversation because you know, before you can take it yourself, you have to take it away from your opponents. And
sure, yeah,
and just the ability to take it away first, that hasn't happened once. There's been there's like a couple points. I think that triple org round in particular was the biggest of those inflection points in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, it is not the first time that that I've seen it on the map, so I'm not at all surprised. But for BetBoom, it's definitely not what you'd want to see. 12-3. For anyone who doesn't do math, they need 9 in a row to get this one into overtime. Pretty big ask, but it starts with a good grenade. That, I think, is thrown over the wall. So as they're running in the dark, they essentially run into it, and now they're walking on contact straight into it. Gravity gets the first one. It's a long fight there. Everyone's flashed, so nobody could really see anything. Molotov on the Maka. He's forced into the fight there, and Axal will find him, but they don't know about Body. I don't think they realize that he's here.
I think you're totally right. Yeah, Body's position is completely unknown. And I don't know that Body will necessarily know this. I mean, okay, that's a good example that he does not, in fact, know that his position is still a surprise, but no longer.
And to be honest, 3D Max shouldn't go for this. And I don't think they will. They're pretty far away. It's the same logic as we were advocating for when BetBoom were playing on the CT side. You would much rather try to save these rifles and just win later on. There's not a lot to be gained by trying to go for a 4v3 retake. They have such a long runway here before things start to get dangerous, which is fine, but there is also a real art to closing these games. And sometimes when you end up not doing it for a really long time, then the weight of like, oh wait, we just need one round. Like in the beginning, it's fine to repeat that over and over again, but it's eventually sneaks up on you, that feeling, you know, like, oh no.
Yeah, I mean, the logic that makes in theory the most sense is let's create the most buy rounds possible for ourselves, because their money doesn't matter at this point, because if they lose one round, it's over for them. So their economy is meaningless. How can we maximize the amount of buy rounds we get? Because that gives us the highest percentage chance to win.
Good grenade. There's no smoke in the middle, which is immediately suspicious to BetBoom, and it should be. No smoke means the orb is almost always there. A lot of damage here from the MP9. Gravity's been so good with the SSMGs. He's actually doing so much on both sides of the map. They'll get rid of Body finally. And Gravity's very low. He should be dead, but he's got some backup with him. Lucky actually saving him just for a second. Still plenty of time, and now it's the 1 versus 3 as Siren picks up the first. They're on the other side of the smoke, but they're trying to walk through. Caught in the moment here. The spray not connecting, and he's out of bullets. Hunted down by Maka. Oh my god, 3D Max, they closed the book on them immediately. What a powerful entry into the major it is for the Frenchmen.
Oh, totally. It looked so clean for them. If we compare that and contrast it with how Falcons looked, Falcons would have loved to have been able to have as clean a start as this was.
Oh, yeah.
3D Max. They came in looking really awake here, 3D Max. Definitely high energy, like right off the get-go. Good calls. Like, I mean, we saw the breadth of their playbook. They slowed it down. They sped it up. They you know, able to win the clutches. They good mid-rounding. You know, we saw a bit of everything from 3D Max.
Yeah, I really think that was a great display of sort of the depth of this team. There's a reason why a lot of top-tier teams are actually watching 3D Max demos to try and sort of, you know, learn new stuff and come up with things. They're a really creative team, and you're getting a sense of it here. So, yeah, fantastic entry into the majors. They win their first best of one, and just made it look like it was no issue whatsoever. So really well done. We're not at all done here, obviously. We've got 2 more best of ones coming up on the stream. So you don't want to go anywhere. Stay tuned, and we'll be back soon. Welcome back, everyone. It is another best of one here at the second stage of the major in Austin. And so far, it's been kind of an exciting day, to be honest. Now we've got Pain. You're going to be playing up against Nemiga. I think this is another game where I kind of wish it was a best of three. I think there's a lot to prove here. I don't know, Dan, how do you feel about this game?
It's hard with Pain because obviously they've had a lot of issues with their roster over the last couple of months.
Very true.
They do have DGT in, of course, this tournament. They were missing him previously on the previous tournament, and you know, after only just having the debut tournament over at Blast Rivals with DGT, but at that time there'd been no chance for practice. So
he was late in Astana. I think he got there at the end, right? They were playing the first part of Astana with Rix, I think it was, and then they just sort of got him. And in Melbourne, they didn't have Big Zero because of some ear situation. So you're right. Like, there's been a lot of crazy ups and downs with this particular lineup, and it's a real shame because I actually have so much respect for Big Zero and what he's tried to put together with Pain. They just have had such a string of bad luck in some sense for getting the whole lineup into one spot. Nemiga, we know from the last stage, definitely impressive. Strong energy, as you can tell. They're getting ready up here. I don't know. I think Pain must be the favorite team regardless. But, you know, let's see how they get off to a roll here because I think Nemiga, again, they're one of those battle-hardened teams that play an enormous amount of Counter-Strike. I don't think they'll be easy to take down. But if I had to make a prediction here, I would say Pain will end up winning this one.
interesting. I think I would be going with Nemiga, actually.
All right.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I think, and it's partly just because of that comfort factor, the comfort of Dust 2, Pain of not being able to play with their lineup, you know, reliably, and so it's just hard with Pain. There's just very little data at this point as to like where they are right now, and so we're about to find out. So I am super curious. I wouldn't be surprised if they won. But I also wouldn't be surprised if they lost, Anders.
Well, I mean, it's also the nature of the best of ones, right? We keep bringing it up over and over again, and it's, I mean, it's just a fact of how the format and how the system works at the moment. So we'll find out. We'll see. A lot of weight on some of the players as well. I mean, I guess in general, we've got the 3 Brazilian players that are playing here on the Pain side, but we've also got the GTT from Argentina, and we've got David Deas from Chile. So, you know, some of these countries represented now by just a single player. I'm sure that it would be nice for them to be able to push their way through. I do enjoy, though, this is a sort of more recent development in Counter-Strike, in the Counter-Strike lore, that it's not just, you know, in the past when we said South America, we just meant Brazil. We just said, oh, that's pretty much all of South America. But obviously, if you don't know, there are other countries down there, and some of them are starting to get represented a lot more, and I think it's really cool. I'm happy to see that. Wish we could get tournaments to those places. I'd love to go to Chile and play some Counter-Strike there and watch it. It's been a country I've actually wanted to go to for a long time. But so far we're bringing the Chileans here instead. That's a start.
Yes, and just in reviewing, you know, the path here as well for Nemiga, because they're going to have, as you were describing, that, you know, that stage 1 buff. They lost to BetBoom and then proceeded on Train, which, you know, we watched that one, and then we proceeded to see them, you know, win on Train against Imperial, win on Dust 2 against Lin Vision, one of Lin Vision's home maps, and then we win against FlyQuest, like pretty easily on both Ancient and Inferno. So we actually saw I think almost all the maps there in the pool across some of those victories. So, you know, Nemiga showing they're comfortable, you know, no matter where they are finding themselves. But yes, already having played a Dust 2 against Envision, and that's what we're going to be up. That's what they're going to be playing against Pain here.
Right, you are powering right through it almost instantaneously. I like that. There are almost no maps in the pool right now where I wouldn't say that. The only map that I don't want to see in the best of one generally is Anubis, that we just did. I have my own reasons for the trust in the map, but Dust 2, nice battleground as we do head into it. Could be a bit of a coin flip, but certainly Nemiga warmed up into the tournament as well. We said the stage 1 buff is historically a pretty good thing to rely upon, and I think Pain also, like we sort of highlighted, they have just come into this major in a bit of a shaky way. Like, they don't have a run where they've been to like 4 or 5 or 6 different tournaments with the same lineup and it's all been like smooth. It's been anything but that, in fact. We head into it now, ladies and gentlemen. Pain going to be starting on that CT side. Nemiga on the T side. It's a best of 1 early on here in stage 2 of the Blast Austin Major. And we are seeing no kit at all on the CT side, so really just looking to defeat them with the mechanics alone.
DGT. Whenever we've seen DGT, it's looked like the star of the team, I feel.
He's really good. There's no question about it. They have a Molotov and a smoke here on the T side, so lots of different. You can't really say what's going to happen based on this. So the smoke here is for the cross for the B split. Let's see how hard if they commit to it, because that Molotov could also just be for the A ramp. If you're running up with Glocks here, yeah, they're going to fake it out. Stealing a page from Spirit, especially if they push through CT spawn. They're not doing that just yet. Makan is in the middle fighting. Gonna get the kill onto the first player in DDT. 4v4 now as they push forward 50 seconds. The bomb has not made its way across and NQC will slow them down, and now they're bleeding players trying to escape from the madness of that A bomb site. Khan and Lear in a 2 versus 4 at the moment. Nice headshot, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, Liz made his way around with the bomb, and 30 seconds, so there's some time to maneuver, but might get... Oh, okay, well, the game's be given up now. Gets spotted, has to run. They already know where you are. Liz going to go as quickly as possible here, but there's surely going to be some peaks. Feeling it. 20 seconds now to get that bomb planted, and every second that's wasted feels more painful now as Liz tries to make the way across, but it's just not going to happen. Good hold coming on through from the CT side.
Eu tô com a sorte, guys. Esquece. Bora, caralho.
Well, they're in a mood. I like it. Snow, obviously, iconic for the screams and just for the, I would say, the energy. I think it's awesome to watch. Makes me more invested in the game for sure. Good round for Pain. Kind of important.
Yeah, definitely could see the energy up early. And into a full save for Nemiga, not getting that bomb plant. So they're not deciding to force, and seeing a pretty common strategy here where you try to bring the fights to the pistols when you're on the CT side. You don't want to allow them to just try to just gang up on you through a choke onto the site. You want to catch them before. There's that FAMAS. Is it going to set up the 10p9? Yes, it looks like it will, but well, maybe not enough out of that MP9, but still. Enough kills, enough damage done, and it looks like this round should be shut down without any drama. No drama.
It's great, isn't it? Just a taste of what we're going to see, no question. I also think that the power of doing these kind of pushes is that you're already warning the T side that later on in the game, you may have to use some early Molotovs to clear out Catwalk and Lower Dark. And this is like almost a free round where you get to remind them of that. Later on, it'll be more expensive and more dangerous to try and do it, but yeah, you're telling them, hey, listen, if you want to go check Lower Dark, like you have to throw a Molotov or something because we could be there. So you're getting some early stuff in there. Default setup, but one that's heavily leaned into Upper Dark, and you gotta wonder what that means for Nemiga.
Yeah, Khan getting the AWP out quite early on here on the T side of Nemiga. And for Pain, yeah, still having a couple MP9s on deck, it does definitely feel uncomfortable when you get up against the AKs and the AWP on the T side. So they are opting to play it passively. I think a lot of teams might expect a CT side to go aggressive with this. Gotta be careful. Santa looking for the peak. The pick.
Kind of love it. You can guess they won't have a lot of utility, and probably not the AWP either. I mean, certainly not the AWP, so dangerous, yeah, but if he wins that fight, it's on. Under a minute now on the clock. Nice kind of utility coming out here from Pain. Still is very mid-centric here for the Nemiga side.
Xanta knows, though, he got them to spend a lot of util on Dark, so that might be enough for Nemiga to say, let's actually reset back into a B push because there's very limited CT util there. With that said, they have Cat 2. Looks like they might be focusing on the A site instead.
Yeah, awkward position here for the MP9. Incendiary with 25 seconds. What a timing to find that grenade. Pushing into the middle, Santa ends up going down. They're under a lot of stress here. Nemiga, 15 seconds on the clock just about as they try to push forward, looking for that bomb plant. They can't really slow it down, but that MP9 up close. Lear gets dropped, and now we're at 8 seconds. You have to pick up that bomb right now, but they can't find any comfort The weaponry wasn't that great, but that one bit of utility, the incendiary that slowed them down. And then that makes the job of the MP9s and the FAMAS so much easier. Very well played out of Pain.
Yeah, it's definitely very difficult when they have that one money but a util left, and that's what surprised me, because it felt like they were working both sides of the map. They're getting information. It's not like at the beginning of the round they're appearing like they're super committed to where they want to finish. So normally that's going to be based off of what information can you find, and if you've deleted all the util on one side of the map, that's always a good argument. That might be a good spot to hit. But they tested out the A site. See how the T side develops, because the AWP is still in Khan's hands here. And if a pick is to go his way, they can burst onto the site.
Ooh, spotted. I'm pretty sure he saw that on the CT side too.
Yeah.
They want to just explode. So they're going to walk contact the whole way. In fact, with the that's devastating. He has no armor, so that one grenade very nearly kills him outright. And then the smoke on top here. Still, I still like the idea, but just didn't quite work out here. Yeah, if you're brand new to the game, buying a Kevlar vest will obviously reduce the damage from bullets, but it also does it for HEs. So worth keeping in mind. We always get new viewers for the major, Dan. We got a, we're a welcoming community, even in spite of the fact that we've got, crazy reputation online. It's not true. We're nice people, really.
I don't trust Standers. You guys should not trust him either. That's how they get you.
Yeah. We're nice in the beginning.
In the beginning.
Till you fail a clutch in a matchmaking game and you're on my team, then it's different. We're down to 30 seconds. I think this is Nemiga hoping that Pain make mistakes. They're not doing that, and it does make the game a bit slow and weird to watch, but I think this is just fine for both sides. Pushing on through, trying to get the jump down is Lear, and he will find that kill. It's some pretty good work. Santa gets a headshot. 10 seconds. The bomb's in the middle. He can't win the round, unfortunately. But still, it's a lot of damage in a round where they didn't have that much. So I'm going to say it's still a bit of a victory for the T side here, and just in terms of keeping things low or lower on the Pain side.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting one that you mentioned about sort of looking for the Nemiga side to make mistakes on the CT side, or rather, sorry, the other way around. Because it is one of those things where there's space being given. That's kind of the trade-off for them to play so passively. So that can be exploited, but it's just that you have to read that and then say, okay, that means we'll be more aggressive on long takes, or more aggressive in how we scale in certain positions, or harass mid, whatever it might be. But right now we're kind of seeing picks that are going to necessitate the CTs to be aggressive for you to get the option to get those picks.
And some of them play in this round. I think Lear jumps off the catwalk to try and run into CT spawn and get the fight there. That's a really nice play. That shows you that they're a Dust 2 ready team. They had another round where they tried to sneak through, or they were about to, which is, I think of it as like a Spirit round. Spirit does a lot where they double smoke middle and then they walk Chopper through CT spawn into an A-split, which is super rare but super cool. And maybe Nemiga could do some of the same. This time it'll be straight flash onto the site. All they need is one entry, and that's what Santa is going to give them. So worth it. Lear in the middle. Maybe you don't even need to refight this one. You've already done enough. The round is already won here. Big Zero goes down. Listen, there's the Rush B meme is, it's a meme for a reason.
Yeah, it works. It's good. It can be really strong. And it's something that we saw in the previous round that, they had only Glocks and a Kevlar as AWP, but it was something they were kind of thinking of doing already.
Yeah.
So now that this has been sort of the most successful round for Nemiga, we'll see how much they go back to the well on that one. I think we might see some of those default rounds where Xanta draws a lot of util and then they try to finish it beat.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be a more effective way to do it than to just gamble rush in at the start of the round.
I mean, it's a good option. It's a good bit of groundwork being laid in already. There's so much that we haven't really seen Nemiga had a chance to execute, so...
Nice, guys! I'm already behind you! You need to be focused!
We saw this in stage 1, and I must say, I am a fan. I said it then and I'll say it again. I've broadcasted a lot of Nemiga games in the last 3 months, but it's all been online, meaning you don't have a sense of who they are. For me, Leo was just the least impressive player on the team in terms of the mechanics. That's all I knew, basically. But he's got something now. It's exciting. It makes me smile. Round number 6. There's an incendiary thrown out. No counter smoke here either for the... Oh, there was one, but it was just a little bit too shallow. Unfortunately, they very nearly line up. That could have been devastating. BigUsira holds on to it, though. He's 9-2 right now. Obviously, the IGL for the team, but very often in Pain games, he's more than that. He also knows how to frag. NQC takes one as they will lose DDT. Khan and Risky Bob.
Well, with that pick onto DGT who was investigating Lower Dark, it suddenly gets interesting. Because it's a 2v3 of over a minute, and the creep is coming. And with the play up catwalk as well, there's going to be good support. There's a cross smoke, so we should be looking at a plant here.
Yeah, you're right. Pretty good flashes as well. Decent utility. They have quite a few nades on the Pain side, but they need to get into the position. Risky Bob moving forward, and because his teammate had already crossed, NQC was already out long, Snow found himself alone. And BigUsira is so low on health, it's a very awkward round right now. With NQC on this AWP, he has to be the main part of the retake. BigUsira is here looking for a couple of headshots if he can. He gets one cleanly, and the retake is in. NQC will follow it up. That is so well played between NQC and BigUsira there. The timing was perfect. They win the round here, 5-1.
Yeah, the timing really was perfect. It looks... It's hard to see all the ways it can go wrong when you see it executed so well.
Yeah.
Right? Like in regards to the timing there. And NQC hitting that flick shot, like the must-hit shot. Really well played.
It means everything. Every time Snow plays, this is his, you know, the level of emotion that he shows up with. It's good stuff.
5-1, that was a really important round to win. Buy is still up though for Nemiga. Looks pretty oppressive.
Yeah.
Like, they got everything on deck for this.
NQC is hitting shots early on. That's important. He is, I think, widely regarded as being the sort of the tip of the spear when it comes to AWPing in Brazil, which I think is one of the big criticisms you can have of the country at the moment, is that there just aren't enough good AWPers that are there. And I think NQC's done a lot to improve his consistency. But if somebody said, you know, NQC is the Brazilian Monacy, that's going to be ridiculous. That's not a comparison. And they need somebody like that. It's the issue.
Yeah.
So
He hasn't died yet, by the way.
yeah, it's very nice.
I can't believe I just said that. I'm so sorry. I take it back. I feel like I've just jinxed it. Falling back into spawn under a lot of pressure, 7 HP, but still manages to stay up, which is really important. Late long take coming on through with that flash, and that's a pick onto Devadeus, and that's going to be a free position, and that's going to let them scale now from Catwalk. Another great entry from Xanta, and Pain are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Santa's really done great work. It's only 4 kills, but so many of them are entries. And I think Pain, reasonable decision to decide to leave the round alone from this one. Bomb getting planted, and Nemiga, they don't have a lot of money to go on a hunt either, so it could just be that you decide for a bit of a truce at the end of this particular round. Good work, but in truth, Davideus probably could have won that fight long. It was a nice flashbang against him, so I'm not going to criticize it too much, but also he's a really strong player. I think both him and DGT are interesting prospects for the future. Second round for Nemiga, regardless. Yes. I hope that they get more. What a close-up game. The last one was too one-sided.
Well, Anders, you get what you are given, I'm afraid.
Such is life.
It's like, say la vie. All right, well, Nemiga back on the board. A couple rounds to speak of now, and Pain, I don't think that there's too much that they are doing wrong necessarily, so
no.
I feel like they can kind of just keep rolling through. They've got those 3 weapons saved, so they can get a buy behind this. It'd be interesting to see them play a bit more aggressively now, just because that seems to be a go-to move.
I'm into it. I think it's great. I'd so much rather have people, you know, care about the competition to that level. double swing here on the CT side. Very dangerous. They run for the incendiary. This could also be scary, but DGT, it's Santa again. That one kill is what just breaks the round for Pain. They're already in same mode. 5 kills, but every single one that Santa's hit so far has been the kill that turned the round, basically.
Yeah, impact frags for sure. Oh, here we are again. Save simulator.
Yeah, it happens, but you know, it gives me an opportunity to just talk about that headshot. What's Risky Bob doing? He's on the hunt.
I don't blame him. They've got decent money, and the CTs, their backs are pretty broken at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, they just have to keep the AWP. If they can just keep the AWP, that'd be okay.
Speaking of AWPs, I really wanted to talk about Khan because I rate him pretty highly. I think I went so far as to say he was one of the 2 sort of rookies of the major that I wanted people to keep an eye on, the other one being Magnojess. And I think to some extent they've both... Well, Magnojess was really sick on train in that first game that we had in the first stage with BetBoom. But apart from that, I think they've both let me down a little bit. Makes me sad. But also maybe that means there's hope for the future. They're still in the tournament. They can still prove it. I don't think Khan was playing badly in stage 1. But I think he's just got more that he can show. So that'd be exciting if we could pick that up with the AWP. I think he's one of those snipers that's making a bunch of good choices, good flicks.
Yeah, I mean something that's not uncommon. I mean, this is something that actually affects. This is a point that's more. We talk more about when we get to teams that have big names and have had a lot of stage performances. But in big tournaments, usually it's the case that as your opponents get better, you have to also get better because that level of intensity, level of pressure, the seriousness, it just elevates the entire game. And that's actually, by the way, like going back to that Falcons game we had earlier, that's one of the other things that's working against Falcons there, because they are playing against players that aren't going to inherently push them. But even though they're still losing, if you know what I mean. But whereas if they're playing, for example, Vitality on stage, you're going to see the best version of Falcons, and their ceiling is so high.
Yeah.
So playing to the level of your opponents, it's a pretty common phenomenon. It's not something that any team should ever want to be in that mode of. And there are ways to not be in that mode, but it's
hard though.
It's one of those things that is just the nature of competition.
It's definitely like a way to maybe visualize that for yourself in your own head is if you wake up in the morning and you know 2 or 3 hours from now I'm going to be playing Vitality, in the 10 floors down from this hotel, like like that's an intense feeling. But for Falcons, you wake up and you think, okay, we're going to be playing bait. It's more like, please don't let us lose. We got to find a way not to do that because this is And you're right. I'm sure they have a lot of people working on making sure that's not the atmosphere in the team, but still. Can be tricky. Tech issue that we are working our way through fast as we can. We've got the best admins, the most handsome admins too.
Yes.
Many people have said it. So glad it's not my responsibility. I've worked in tech support briefly in the past, and it was a nightmare. Unreasonable customers who don't know anything about tech to solve problems. Here we go. They're solved. And we're in round number 9. If you're just joining us, 5-3 in favor of Pain. It's on the CT side. I think CT side's a little bit harder to play on this map, so I'm happy for Pain that they're doing this well, but they're also running out of money, and that could be the beginning of a really bad spiral where Nemiga start to claw their way back into the game. They're out long with Sway being alone down here in the middle, which he might be going down. He probably should be. Good trade coming in, but now Nemiga's still in a pretty decent position. It sucks that they've given over the AK, but let's see if they can't just get this bomb plant with Khan playing down in the pits. They can just pass for his position. That's a lot of fire on top, but if it just got to the smoke, I guess it did.
I mean, with NQZ on the cap position, it just takes one AWP shot right now to make life a little bit scary, but Detail's definitely going to shut down. That's a nice chunky HE, but
they don't know.
It's not really too much behind it here. They've already given up the Ghost. Save the AWP. It's so funny actually that NQZ still has not died. He is still 0 deaths. I love that.
In spite of the fact that you tried to curse him down.
I did. I mean, it was too much, wasn't it?
But yeah, they're running away. It's, again, a super reasonable choice. Even if, in spite of the fact that they did the damage, they don't know that. We call it unconfirmed damage. So easy for us to see. They have no idea on the Pain side that the grenades landed that hard. Even if they had, it still is a risky retake, to be honest. Is there a rifle to pick up somewhere? Certainly hunting for one. And he will get it. Famas, what a disappointment.
Something. It's something. It's more than a USP. Okay, so we've hit interesting territory now in this game where we had that initial burst of momentum where Pain looked unstoppable. They got to 5-1.
Right.
And now Nemiga are already back in this game, in this Dust 2. And I mean, already if Pain are able to get just like a couple more rounds, that's already feeling like a strong CT side. So they're still in obviously a great position from that respect.
Oh yeah, I think they don't look worried. I think they know exactly what they're doing here in Nemiga. So, but a good opportunity for Rix and for Box to get into the conversation with coaches on either side. Like we said, Rix was briefly standing in the Astana. So save simulator or what? And Lear is. He's fantastic. Let's get some more interviews with this guy as well. Let's get him on camera a lot more. I love it. Trying to see if he can make them feel a bit shaky here. He's trash talking while they're around down. What a legend.
It's got to be done. Well, got all the guns back on Pain for the most part. And we've got Nemiga once again going and defaulting, trying to extract the util from the B defenders. But they found success on both B and A. The A success usually has followed from a long take of some kind. Nemiga would have to do a late long take if they wanted that at this point. And right now they're finishing, completing the cap part of the default.
Yep.
And this 1 minute mark.
I mean, the bomb is out long, which is, I mean, not out long, but it's near long, which is a weird position to be in. I'm sure that will change. Even if they go long, he's not doing it alone with the bomb for sure. But yeah, just a funny little quirk here. Getting more interesting by the second because, you know, we're down to 45. Now he's going to start to walk back middle. So looking like a B-split more and more every single second. That counter smoke, though, is really annoying. And speaking of smokes, they really only have one chance for Risky Bob to smoke off CT spawn and then try and do something. Lear, I think, is just selling this idea. They're still going to go for the B-split right now, but he's just hoping to be, you know, the one-point of distraction. Maybe he can shoot someone in the face before they even start. There's the smoke. Oh, wait, that might have bounced wrong, actually. Lear goes down. That's not... Yeah, that failed completely. You could see it at the start of it. That's not exactly ideal. 17 seconds on the clock, and Bigosira gets one. DDT as well, and the bomb is lost outside with 10 seconds left. Again, I don't think this could be won. They can't go out there and pick up the bomb any longer. Unfortunately for Nemiga, it was looking good for a second there, but... it just unravels. The failed smoke, the fact that Lear died right at the start without really, you know, if he stays alive for 2 or 3 more seconds, even that's valuable. So Pain, back at it again.
And Nemiga, they have this style of play on their T side right now where they are playing almost, well, the majority of rounds to the last seconds. And I mean, these are the problems that can happen when you play in that kind of a style. You have to have like pretty strong like cutoff points of, okay, if we haven't got what we're looking for here, we've got to start making progress to the next objective, or we just won't have time. And Pain, Pain on the CT side are doing a good job of just waiting it out and not making mistakes, because that's usually the way that you lose against a team that's playing so slow, is you get antsy, and you try to find info, and you get punished.
That is a lot of grenades. Risky Bob. Living life on the edge with 12 health. A lot of utility spent as well from Pain. It's 1 minute and 20 seconds and they have 3 incendiaries and an HE left and maybe a flash. Could be something on the ground, I suppose, somewhere, but CT spawn, sometimes you'll throw some nades in there to maybe help out. Nicely done. Sway recognizing what that smoke can mean. Kind of utility, but he pushes forward. Very nicely done. DDT, the weight of the world on his back here, looking for more headshots. He's already got a couple of them, but the flashes are too much to handle. Santa will take him down. 2v3. Snow actually made of a failed jump there, but he still lands it while he's airborne onto Risky Bob. Does he want to risk it again? Surely you're not going to get another kill in a similar fashion by the elevator. Khan, that's an easy shot, and it leaves Snow in an enviable position. He tries to get the jump there, but Santa will take him down. And Nemiga back again.
That cap play Oh, that kill from Sway is so important. That's what the CTs basically need for the retake. So just the fact that this battle was lost, you can see that then DGT's in this position after making the trade, that now he's like out here totally exposed.
Yeah.
They don't have a position where he can fall back to or play off of a teammate that's on cat. So just Sway, just basically I feel like set the round up to be won for the team there. So great work for him. And now it's 5-6, so a really even-looking game as Nemiga continue to claw their way back up. And NQZ, he's finally died one time despite 5 lost rounds.
Yeah. 5 deaths in 11 rounds. That's that is something. But again, it goes back to the save simulator that both you and Leah were talking about. We're in the final round of the half here. I think 6 is already pretty good for Pain. We'll see if it could be anything more. Nemiga would love to tie up the game right here. Couple of bursts from the AK sent into the B bomb site. Scary stuff here. Like Risky Bob was about to get caught with a grenade in hand. Oh, so much damage. Pain probably want to do something more here with these MP9s. It just doesn't feel good to be so defensive. GGT's going to get one in the middle on there. He's out of the round, and here's the FAMAS point blank range very nearly. Khan risking it all to get into the middle. If he fails that shot, he's going to be dead. And he might have to risk even more than this as he finds himself alone. DGT's pushed up already with a double kill, and now see if he can hunt it down. 40 seconds. He's just, he knows he's alone here. SenQC very nearly finding him. 30 seconds on the clock. None of this looks doable, and they're waiting for him on the other side. David Diaz with the spray down, and the 7-5 end to the half here in favor of Pain.
An iconic major needs an iconic trophy. And after the reaction to the last Blast Major trophy, we figured we might need to do some focus group testing. So we've got a little bit of a backstage peek that we're going to be doing here. We're going to be letting some of the players, some of the talent in to take a look at the trophy to let us know their honest thoughts. Let's go. Let's get it started. We've got a little bit of a secret for you here. We got a little bit of a teaser. So we want to know your raw, unvarnished take here.
This bin is the trophy.
It's the bin. You figured it out.
Damn, Blast did it again. Wait.
Waiting.
3, 2, 1! What the fuck? What the fuck?
What do you think? What do you think? What do you think?
What the hell? Too small. Too small.
Wait. I think it's cool.
What do you think?
I don't think I like it. I don't
No?
I'd love to see a player lift this up like this and then it just breaks.
By the horns?
Moo!
Yes.
And why is this? It's because of Texas or what?
The Longhorns.
I mean, I think it's cool. I think it's really different from what I have ever seen.
I don't know if you remember the reaction to the Paris trophy, but we're maybe looking to avoid some of that.
And then what we got some like, what is that? Fire eyes on it? You know, it couldn't be worse than the Paris major one, so, you know, it's just a step in the right direction.
I don't know, but I think I wanna my idol Monasy get hit.
The whole thing?
Yeah, the whole thing. I don't like it. It's like 6 out of 10.
It's very American.
Yeah?
It needs a cowboy hat.
Now, I do have a secret to tell you. This is not the trophy.
Okay, thank God.
This is a fake we made.
So you just trolled me.
We are trolling you. We made it in Blender. Honestly, it came out better than we thought. There is a different one.
It's mine. It's mine.
You can't keep it yet, but maybe after the event we'll give it to you.
It's mine. I'm the Austin Major champion.
Is this like the city of Austin?
Yeah, it's the city of Austin skyline.
Ah, you got real creative with this. So what is the real trophy?
I don't know, we're gonna have to see. It's apparently massive.
You do know, don't you?
I haven't seen it yet. I've just heard that it's huge. So stay tuned for the playoffs, because when we get to the arena, we're gonna be revealing the real thing, and I promise this one's going to be Titanic.
It's mine, bro. It's mine. It's mine. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.
Only one way to get the trophy, and it's a long ways off in the future right now. The road to get there through the second stage, right now being slowly, trenched by either Nemiga or it's going to be onto the other side. Maybe Pain can find a way to break through. I must say the first half not that bad for them. It's 7-5, and we'll see. We'll see. It's pistol round coming up here on Dust 2. We got a single smoke, couple of flashes. NQC with a Molotov. This is an open game, to say the least.
Yes, Pain. Pretty good start. Nemiga clawing it back, though. Nemiga with that 4-player start on A long. It's fanning out at this point, not seeing anything on the rush timing towards long, so have now settled into a 1-1-3 setup. And Pain, ever patience, start to mosey their way up. Catwalk. Initial util. Haven't seen anything yet, neither team. It's been so quiet, just hearing that flashbang. That's all the information so far. Okay, threatening that A site.
Yeah, but it's going to be B. Out the middle they go. He's already jumped down. Leah knows it, but he has to turn around, try and get the shot. And as he does, Davideus comes out of the smoke. What do? You have to do something. They try and see if they can run it through. Santa keeping their dreams alive, but that bomb is being brought into upper dark right now. So still another 5 seconds before the bomb is actually planted here. Smoke up, and DDT's covering the scaffolding. The fact that he knows that no one's walking through here is a huge amount of information to play with. Bomb planted finally for Pain. But a really hard retake for Nemiga. They are already discovered. Pain know that they're coming in from this high ground, or from the upper dark position.
Edging their way forwards. Set up. Where are the other two players? By the card position, there's the peak. Good defense from Snow. Santa, there's no way forward now. Has to fall away. This just a depressing reality of the situation, and that's Pain picking up this pistol, and Santa, trying to find something on the way out, but no, denied. 8-5 for Pain, so might be off to another good start once again.
The challenge that they put to Leah in this round is so cool. They drop down and stand in the smoke. Basically, Leah knows. He knows that he's already heard the drop, but he has no choice. If he stays to guard the smoke, they just run onto the B-bomb site and win the round. If he turns around and tries to take the shot like he did, he gets a kill and then he dies. There's almost no way to come out with a victory in that kind of a corner. So really, really well played. Pain Gaming, strong pistol round to set it off with here. Gonna be 3 AKs, 1 Galil, 1 MAC-10. There is not that much, a little bit of armor on a Santa, just to hope to, run into an SMG, maybe win that fight. But the rest of it, not that impressive. 1 flashbang as they push into the AK, and that is not working out for them.
They just got ahead of the timing. Did Pain. And now there's flashlight. There we go.
Ai, sim! Bora, caralho! Eu gosto assim, velho.
They're looking so comfortable right now.
They should be.
Yeah, no plus, nothing really for Nemiga. It's such a grindy Dust 2 for Nemiga. They did really well to get to 5 rounds, to be honest, on the first half.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's enough, though. I still think, but the first buy round, obviously, for Nemiga here on the CT side, that will be the thing that really decides a lot. And they're pushing into lower dark. Risky Bob and Outlong Leah, who wanted to take that battle, and GDT. The smoke was landing right on top of him, so he had 1 second to actually fire that AK, and it was worth it. Risky Bob's gone a long way, and now Khan is covering the middle. They put it all on this huge crunch, huge sandwich coming in. This could work for Nemiga. I don't think Pain are ready for how many people are actually here, especially not when Santa gets the first 2, but they're pushing forward into NQC. He still only died twice, but might be another death coming his way. Trapped in the corner. The flashbang was actually really good, but he is going to get another one to the board. Snow, and then DDT, who's out long, really far away. Snow trying to navigate this essentially on his own. Bomb dropped in the middle. Yeah, I mean, Santa kind of makes a lot of that setup look so much easier, but even if Santa only gets 1, the fact that there were 3 other people near that area is kind of hard to read if you're coming in from the T side.
Yeah, it's surprising, and sometimes that's all you need. Nemiga getting disruptive and finding success. It's so tough because playing disruptively is so powerful because it's not always expected. but you can't do it all the time because then it becomes expected. So his power is to some extent in some of the surprise, and that's why you'll play with a certain pace and then you throw in something fast.
Yeah.
And that creates a surprise because you're acting against your condition.
I mean, they found the perfect round to do it in, right? There's definitely catching the Pain side a bit off guard. By the way, the smoke that goes down on DGT for the first kill there, I don't know why, but every team on the CT side has decided to throw the same kind of smoke, and I don't understand why they throw it in the way that they do. One, I think there's a faster way to throw it, and two, you can see the one that they throw lands far enough back that there is sort of an opening for DGT to almost play in front of it. So I want to say that there's a reason that I'm just not understanding, but I fear that the real answer is just that everyone's a bit lazy and they're just all doing it the same way.
Maybe they want DGT to play in front of it so they can kill him.
Could be it. Didn't work out this time, but Scout here. Couple of shots ring out. No connection. NQC though, I mean, he's radioing in a lot of troop movements on the other side. Certainly seeing that they're down there. That's an AK onto Schwein. He's able to get the first one. Big Zero going down, but Snow taking one and spins around. A quick 180 to drop Lear on top of it now. Suddenly, Nemiga falling down on this side. DGT will take down Santa, and it's just in a couple of seconds at the start of the round, it goes wrong. Risky Bob is here, but that's just one of the 4 that are left. He's trying to push out. They might have heard him already. I think they've got the read on it. Yeah, now they definitely do. Bomb being brought back into upper dark here. They know should not be winnable.
Yeah, especially not with that bit of information for the running. The Molotov to slow it down as well. So, yes, Bomb will go down. And Risky Bob is so far away from a defuse, but might be able to find a pick, which could be nice as well. Money not insane at all for the T side. It's actually pretty tight. So kills would help. One more kill. But also holding onto the AK is kind of nice too. So
yeah, I think
we'll be doing that.
That is the play for the minute. Don't know if there's anything more interesting, like an AWP somewhere that he could pick up, but yeah, he's made his mind up. It's gonna be 10. So much of this decided in the early stages. I don't hate the idea of pushing into lower and upper like they did, but Snow, you know, winning especially the second fight there, yeah, that tipped him over the edge.
And that was kind of, you know, what we were talking about before as well, where, you know, once you do something really fast-paced and aggressive, the other team's going to be a bit more expectant that that's possible, and that's the game that you want to play. And so they did it twice in a row. The second time, it did not yield as much success. Obviously, also against you know, full AKs, so it's going to be a bit more challenging than the first time. We'll see what Nemiga can come out with off of the timeout, because it's kind of do or die at this point now, because Pain are in a really strong position.
Yes, they've got the lead. Pretty much everything that they're doing is working out at the moment. The individuals have come online. I think Nemiga still look like they have a strong base, but in best of one, I mean, the time to turn it around is pretty short. Yeah, that early kill with the Scout is pretty nice, but I think this one is especially what seals the deal. 10-6 here. 4-round lead as we go into round number 17. Pain just need 3 more rounds. Nemiga need very strong comeback into the second half. Don't think it'll be easy.
I like it. They're going aggressive on Cats, but it's a Scout for Carton here. He has to get the headshot for the kill, off of 1 bullet at least. And reveals the position, falls away. Oh, very fast movement from DGT into mid. Catches Lear. Oh, another catch there in upper dark. Finds the push. Santa, though, trades Snow. But still, 4v3 for the T side of Pain with 1:20. That, again, is just such a beautiful situation for an IGL on the T side.
It is, and this slowdown is painful to Nemiga. I think they almost wish this was more of a rush, because if you're Santa, that you can handle that better. It's like, oh, I'm fighting, but now you have a lot of time to doubt what's going on. The bomb is still in upper dark. It was rotating there the whole time, so eventually it will be a B push. it's just so much less obvious because of this enormous delay between the initial fight into upper. Now Santa sees the movement, and now he's got a bit of a read, but they're already so far up. He's going to smoke it. They're right on top of it. No chance. He misses the timing, and it's the big delay in the round that really causes that. Don't even think that was a mistake from Santa, really. You're under a lot of pressure in a 4v3 like this. When you're on the CT side and you're a man down, you must do something. You have to move around, you have to find another advantage, and sometimes it ends up getting even worse. A lot of the time, in fact, that happens. So, 11 on the side here for Pain. Things are looking good for the South American team.
And I think one thing that's really cool, too, that Pain did here is that they got to the 4v3, but after they get the 4v3, they're like, okay, we're not just going to rush into a site. We're going to try and make sure that we guarantee it as much as we can. So we're going to convince them, make an argument that they should rotate to A before hitting B.
What? He just no-scoped leg shot Big Zero from 10 kilometers away. Kilometers, a big unit of distance for any NA people that are watching. The rest of the civilized world use it. Just so you're aware.
FYI.
It's pretty good right now for Pain Gaming. Well, the NA teams have kind of been eliminated, except for FaZe. I've been reliably told that they are an NA team now. But as was once famously said, South NA is best NA.
True.
Ridiculous meme. They've got one AK, Dan. And it's on Khan, and he's already tagged up. Kind of hate everything about this.
Don't forget M80, by the way.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Nice save. I appreciate that. I forgot about M80.
Well, Nemiga looking to investigate, again, the solo AK on Khan, he's already got legged by the... Well, hit through the doors with the Oculus. Oh, it's very tough, isn't it? Pain grouping up towards Catwalk. If they can just get the bomb down, and that's what I like about this, you can just play for the bomb plant. That is impossible for Nemiga. After the bomb goes down, they don't have any tools to retake.
Yeah. It's interesting to see Pain walk away from this. One flashbang on Santa as he swings, but they're a little bit nervous that there's more of a setup here. They are pushing into the AK, but again, it's on Khan and not on Choi at the moment, so kind of wish they'd give it over to the more healthy player. Even if he's there in a good spot, it might not be enough. A little bit of a peek coming in. They do spot it. Choi's in the middle. He's stuck behind them. Khan goes down. Nothing being answered for here. It's just going to be Risky Bob trying to get some more headshots in. He's actually done a remarkable job. He's picked up the AK, finding a third kill. How is it unraveling? They had everything right. Spray for the smoke, but DGT, he can't quite get it. 25 seconds. The bomb is on the other side of the wall here. So at the moment, Pain Gaming must commit to it. 20 seconds. Lear is there. Risky Bob, 3 kills and 18 health. Dangerous position for him to be, and he will go down. Lear picking up the first shot. He needs one more to save the team, and it won't be allowed for. It's DGT instead. You can see shockwave of emotion there through the Pain side.
Wow. That was kind of crazy because I feel like Anders, Pain, they, like we said, like moving on to Cat, obviously they don't have full information, but it looked like the easiest round ever. And then they made it the hardest round ever by just moving into that B split, going into the stack. But it almost is like a net game because they're so pumped after winning.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. It's like an emotional trampoline that they were on. That's 12.
It is.
They need one more. Everything is working out for them, even when it's been a bit shaky. Pain have found a way through. Nemiga needs 6 in a row. They do start with a pretty decent buy into this round, but there could be no more mistakes. Early attempt at a shot through the door. Doesn't really work out for NQC. Attempted boost. Typically, you don't see teams peek this lower dark position. Either they get flashed in themselves with a flash over the box, or they get flashed in from top mid. But typically, you don't just try to swing it, because it is very risky. And they don't. Okay, they boost instead.
Chunking some players down in lower dark. Nemiga trying to read the pace for Pain.
Yeah, that's a really nice grenade. just again, for any new viewers that are watching, you get a grenade like this on a couple of players, it means all your M4s are now essentially AKs against those two players. They're one-shot headshots, whereas otherwise you have the big disadvantage. The AK will kill you in one bullet even if you have a helmet, but the CTs don't have a weapon like that unless by, you know, Deal or an AWP or whatever, but it just evens the playing field a bit against some of those players.
And we are getting a regrouping here of the Pain game players. It definitely looks like they are looking for that A split with that longhouse control as well.
Yes.
But the defensive setup for Nemiga on the A side is actually quite strong. They've got 3 players that are ready to fight predominantly the cap position.
Yeah. Oh, there's not even long component. They just try and go catwalk. This is so dangerous. They need to call this off right now. There's such a big defense here. Risky Bob's taking down Davideus, and Pain, they're committed to it. They still want to push on through, but I don't think they realize how many people are actually here. And now the backup is being called in for us. Well, through the middle they try and go. Santa does go down. 6 seconds here. They just get the kill, and now the bomb is being attempted. Pain, are they actually able to do this? Very low on health, but suddenly a 2v2. NQC, he goes down. GDT following, and now Big Uzira, 1 versus 2. He snuck in. They have not spotted him yet. They don't know. He has to try and see if he can maybe get the spray on through, but it's already being defused with a kit as well on Khan. They won't be able to stop it here. Important round for Nemiga. 7 on the board. They need 5 more.
That was a really big one, and despite going into such an unfavorable setup, yeah, it did look surprisingly doable. You can see that's an important set there, but another one there from Lear. Wow. Jump up. All right, I feel like the energy is still there for Nemiga. They're obviously 5 rounds for overtime, but they look ready for it. A singular AWP on DGT, but everybody else on the pistols here, so just got to avoid dying to DGT. That was a close miss. Yeah, takes down Davideus.
Yeah, he got the long spawn, so now he's thrown it back over to NQC. I do like that. I think it's worth it what you pointed out with Lear, right? Still good energy, in spite of the fact that they got their backs to the wall. That's pretty good leadership. You kind of want somebody who's in charge of the team to believe in it, no matter what. And there's no reason not to anyway, because it's winnable. 5 rounds is not that far. We're not talking about 5 buy rounds. Look at this first one for Pain. But some of these rounds will be pretty limp compared to full buy rounds. NQC in the middle. Scoping will reveal exactly where he is. Heard from CT spawn, so might even be scoping to try and sort of force a peek on from somebody here. They are walking on contact with the blocks out. There's nice shot from NQC. Risky Bob, he's no idea. He doesn't know. He's no head armor either. Busted down by Big Osiro, and NQC leveling out Nemiga. A bizarre way to end the game in their favor. I can't believe what we just saw.
That's crazy. I was just not ready for that. I was just chilling over here, just thinking that would get shut down, but just the dominoes. We talk about how the dominoes can just fall. Just one, just takes that first one to get toppled.
I mean, I don't think anybody was ready for that. You could see certainly Nemiga weren't. The fact that he got found, his smoke out in his hand, it's a Glock that is walking into him. And then they got NQC in the middle. I said we were lacking good Brazilian AWPers, but what a great game this was for NQC. Very, very impressive stuff. That's promising for the future for the tournament here on Pain. Nice to see that they're all together finally and playing good Counter-Strike. It's not been easy for them to get the full lineup assembled here. But for Nemiga, a bit of an upset early on here in stage 2. We'll see how they recover a little bit later on, but it's good Counter-Strike. We do have one more best of 1 coming up before we reshuffle all the teams and figure out the next matchup, so stay tuned and we'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are headed into the final best of ones here at the start of it. Then obviously we're going to reshuffle and figure out the next matches that are going to be happening here on both sides. We're on the B stream, and we have got TYLOO going to be playing up against M80 for this one. So I think it's going to be quite exciting. It looks like the odds are going to be favoring TYLOO by a little bit, but it's really close. And I think that's kind of interesting all on its own.
I think this will be really interesting. It's that we were trying to, you and I were trying to figure out the veto, just like looking at the stats and everything, and
nice.
Train. Okay, that's what I think you were expecting as the most sort of even ground that's possible.
Yes.
With the two teams, a lot of maps that both M80 and perhaps TYLOO would like to avoid.
The thing that surprises me is that it's TYLOO banning out Mirage. I thought it was going to be down to either Mirage or Train, and they've played Mirage so much, TYLOO, that I thought that might be more of a win for them. They're pretty good on Train, but M80 are roughly equal, and none of them have played the map that much. So it just feels to me like we've ended up on a map that has the potential to surprise quite a lot. So I'm into it, though. I think this will be really fun. I almost forgot about M80, but we do have another NA team, not just FaZe. So let's see how this one plays out.
And a quick surprise also in the ban for M80. They were the ones that banned Ancient, which is like the highest win rate map and one of the most played maps. So super interesting that both teams wanted it to end on Train, seemingly.
Yeah. Well, somebody else will have to study that later on. Yeah, I think this could be a fun game. TYLOO definitely, I think, on the in terms of the raw mechanics and the firepower of it alone, will be a hard team to break down. But M80 have some people that are fun to watch. Okay. Not how I'm going to get into a game, but, teach their own. I'm not going to criticize it, I'm just going to, it's like a, we listen and we don't judge vibe that we've got going on here. So do whatever you like to get yourself warmed up. Lake, obviously, one of the up-and-coming NA players, and I think for good reason. Watching him play Counter-Strike is great fun. But, I mean, it's going to take more than that. We need the full team effect here. Otherwise, I think TYLOO are likely to blow them up. We're into the game now. TYLOO starting on the T side and CT side for M80 on Train. Best of one here. First game as well of the major for M80.
Okay, we'll see TYLOO mostly occupying the inner halls at the moment, looking at that B. Just keep it simple. And B's been given for M80, just deciding to play retake on the initial setup.
Yeah.
And that's on Rec to try to create delay, but it doesn't really have any tools to delay with.
So deep smoke here going to be thrown from G. They're faking out the yard a little bit, so they're going to be smoking the C connector, flashing out here, but it's all just for show, because you're right. B is going to be it. Retake being attempted from M80. They're not panicked. They knew this could happen, so they have the kit as well onto Swisher. They're kind of aware that this could have been a possibility. But the fact that they've lost Lake at the start of the retake is not good, and it gets worse from here on out. Rek's going to be going down next. 3 versus 5, and now down to 2. Sin next in the grave. Pretty good headshots from Swisher. He's turned around, and he was looking for one there, but he's got no idea. Jam Young is right in front. I think they might have decided here it's not worth it. There's nothing they could do. Unfortunate stuff. Swisher is still kind of battling for a bit of damage. But he's been found out, so even an attempt to sneak onto the site there are going to be denied. The kit is lost, and it will be TYLOO to pick up the round.
Really good pistol. Pretty hard to read, to be honest, and it just turns out I feel that it works out perfectly against M80's setup as well. Because they're playing, not only are they playing passive, where they're sort of gambling a little, which I think on a pistol is totally fine. Because I think pistol retakes are different to rifle round retakes. You can definitely get through choke points a little easier, with the pistols. It's just a different dynamic. So I actually like the stack play quite a lot.
Yeah.
But this just didn't work out this time around. Thanks to TYLOO's trained pistol.
Also, when you're stacking the A yard like that, and you see the initial smokes coming down that suggested it might be an actual A attack, you'll really, think like, yes, we did it. We got 5 people more or less at the A-bomb site with 1 guy ready to rotate in, I guess, but still almost 5. So you feel good about the initial start of it. We do have an investment into this round for the CT side, including a scout on 2 slabs. And I think that scout purchase you know, every single connection. I don't care if they're shooting him in the toes, but every time that scout hits somebody on the other side, the round becomes so much easier.
It adds up really fast. TYLOO again, just keeping it very controlled and slow. And with M80 not deciding themselves to take any forward risks, it's a waiting game for them. Gambling a little towards B. With that 3-player setup, playing very passive on the yard.
Yeah, and they've picked the right choice here. Onto the yard. Sure, there's some pistols out here. Even the MP9, nicely done from attacker with no head armor. You could see Lake is going to die in that fight pretty quickly. 35 seconds. Bomb being attempted outside, and they really can't find a way to stop it either. So I think TYLOO have done most of the work they needed to do in this round. And honestly, M80 probably should save. You're not going to be able to buy in the next round. You might as well get some of the rifle, or some of the, well, you might as well get the scout and some of the pistols into that round. More importantly, the Kevlar you need to get into the next round. So I don't like the fact that they're sticking around this much. I feel like just call it off already. There's so little to gain by being more aggressive here. So finally, they made their choice. It's 2-0.
Yeah, and very straightforward rounds so far. Obviously, not having full buy rounds for the CPs just yet really limits what they can do. Train's an interesting map. It's similar to Nuke in the sense that both bomb sites have very short rotation times for the CTs. So, you can kind of play it differently. But at the same time, similar to Nuke, you kind of do need a lot of util. Like, you need to have so much util. And it's hard to do a lot when you don't have it. And there's a big disparity between you and the T side. So once we get into that territory, I'll be really curious to see what style of play we'll get out of M80's CT side. But for now, it's all about TYLOO and how they are working their sort of anti-eco, anti-force buy protocols.
Yeah, I mean, the answer is they're doing it very carefully. Classic grenades coming down. Swisher walks right into it. Grenade is meant to control how much the CTs can do in this position. But they have still walked up. Good awareness. Why leave anything to chance? Why risk getting shot in the back when you can be sure? You get that Molotov insurance up and running. Swisher, though, in spite of the grenade, he still gets one. They actually lined up for him. That could have been pretty dangerous, and it still might be. Sin was there, but they had to take down Jamyoung, and TYLOO kind of gets, stepped on their feet a little bit over there.
Yeah, the crunch there has been really strong. We see CT sides with very little to work with, like in this round, do so much in these types of situations, and like faking the runaway, they're making all the noise and then walking all the way back. Smart moves. And what's interesting is, as well, is we didn't get any guns collected, I don't believe, for the CT side. So that's also nice here for TYLOO. They've done a great job here on this call, going back into the inner site. It seems like the best possible outcome for TYLOO.
I think so, but it's just one mistake that we're talking about here, and this round is going to unravel pretty quickly. They've picked the right position. 30 seconds. Backup is being called for now. Bomb is going to be planted with some safety. Good smoke to slow that up, but also will allow one of the players to get in here. Deagle up close. It's Wreck to get the first one. Sin couldn't quite connect it. They'll lose a player, and now it's Moja and G pushing into the smoke, in fact, and I think almost stabbing him there with the Galil. Scout at range. Remember, there's no kit either, so the clock is going to be ticking pretty quick. It's finally the bomb planted. Took a long, long time for that to happen. And Wreck is just so low on health that you gotta wonder if this is doable. There are a lot of rifles back there in the hallway, so he could take sort of the long way around and try to get a rifle and escape. But in this 2v2, it looks like they kind of want to do something. Nice shot. Okay. Slack's going to be taking down Moja, and G, Kitty survived this. They're on top of him. That bomb has still got some time on it. Nice shot from Wreck, and now he's finding the bomb as well. There is a kid up there, but that doesn't matter. I think they've got enough time for it regardless. Defuse should be in here. Very, very close round as he tries to get it in the last fading seconds. It will be down to 0.4 on the defuse. A huge round out of M80.
Yeah, good attempt at the recovery from TYLOO as well. They made some interesting decisions once they got into the inner yard. We saw that they played it really aggressively with the bomb. Like you say, they didn't just get the bomb down immediately, which surprised me too. They actually tried to play forward for the kills first with the bomb.
Yeah.
So really looking to risk it all, but massive collection there. Really, really crazy round to win for M80. That puts TYLOO straight away on the back foot, and they're going out to the yard aggressively to see if they can have an explosive response, and it is explosive. Attacker with 2 on the entry. Massive result for TYLOO.
Not a big fan of Lake walking through that smoke with no flash. I feel like that's standard CT protocol now, is you get flashed through. Smoja in the back, and he will find Sin coming out of the Ivy position. Slacks and Wreck. This has crumbled so quick. We weren't even done celebrating the early victory from that last round, and now already we're talking about saving what you have. So 2-1-5. Just plant the bomb here and win the round. There's nothing that M80 could do. They get to save the AWP and the AK, so I guess that's good. Or hopefully they will. But that's a bit upsetting.
It is, yeah. It's again, I think just a great call from TYLOO. I mean, it's one of those things that feels somewhat expected sometimes. If the mind games of, okay, they won a crazy round, what do we want to throw at them? Let's just throw something super fast at them, catch them off guard completely. And now, you know, if M80 were feeling like they're in a good position, I mean, at least they should save this AK and AWP. That's nice. But their economy's going to be reset. They were building that loss bonus at least.
Yeah.
But they won one, surviving only with 1 player. Now to get reset, it's almost like you're further playing into TYLOO's, you know, nefarious plans.
Yeah, it's going to be spiraling a little bit. They had a lot of money on 1 player, so I think, you know, they can drop for somebody. They can even drop 2 from us. I think in a way they should still be somewhat competitive. Okay, so maybe there was a flash that just landed behind the train. I think we saw like just a glimpse for attacker. So it's possible that it was just a short flashbang, because it's so weird. There's no reason why that needed to happen. Confusing to say the least. Def behind them. Been in the game for a real long time. Say early timeout, but I can understand why. Probably want to settle some of the nerves here on the M80 side. Want to make sure that things don't sort of spiral from them too early.
Yeah, Def's someone who is extremely involved. Even as a player, as an IGL, he would be extremely involved as an IGL, like more so than you'd imagine 99% of other IGLs. And I can go into more of that later, but still 3-1 advantage here for TYLOO. And we'll see if M80 have anything up their sleeves.
Swing out. I like it from Swisher. Try to get close on the submachine gun. Jamyoung, it is kind of scary to push this alone, because you could see there's 3 different angles that he has to sort of cover. That smoke's up behind him, and when that fades, there could be another CT there. It's not uncommon. Doubling up on Ivy as well as TYLOO. M80 have yet to try to push Ivy themselves, but that is a legitimate way to try to get control on the CT side, is to be forward on that position. Right now, 2 people on the B bomb side. Are they playing the bait game? They might have been doing that. Sometimes you can bait T's down the ramp. Famously recently, I think Centaurus was baited into it, but sometimes, you know, you think you're walking close to a player down there, and then the AWP is at range shooting you in the stomach when you get in. So there are some cool mind games you could do when you have 2 people on the bomb side. 40 seconds, and they are walking towards this AWP. Slacks. What have you got for us when they finally show up is the big question.
Yeah, and I mean, TYLOO, once they get going,
look at the read.
Scary. Yeah, the timing might be nice if it's Swisher. Just jiggling around the corner.
Oh, wait. It could also be a disaster. If he dies, it might be a real big problem, but they're going to get the first kill there. Wreck trying to escape. 14 seconds on the clock. The bomb is dropped at the bottom of the ramp here. 10 seconds now. And with Moshe dropping, I think it should be just enough. 1 versus 1, hunting it down. There can't be a bomb hunt. He's out of time. And a no-scope from Slacks at the end. That's a round.
Yeah, that's a good one from M80. Really important to win. TYLOO was certainly icing them out in the round as well, like really slow playing it, making it hard to read, but good aggressive forward play, especially that pop dog push from Swisher gave a lot of much needed information to ensure that Slacks knew what was coming. And yes, no scope, really well done.
Okay, that's gonna get the team fired up. I'm a little bit fired up behind that. 3-2. I mean, M80 are winning some really close rounds here, but look at the money for TYLOO. It's not really there. Oh man, there was a dangerous opportunity in that last round. If Swisher dies on the flank and they immediately fall back to the A-bomb site, there's no one there. In fact, TYLOO have a player there already. So they could have escaped and not planted on, or tried to plant on B. It didn't work out that way. They were too committed early on. If you're M80, this has to be an easy round, right?
We will see. It just takes that one kill with the Tech-9s. They can close the distance pretty quick. I think that's the danger on this map. But so far, so good. A minute left. And obviously, TYLOO have to be the ones to force the issue. And they do seem to have their eyes on this Ivy position at the moment. And they have used that smoke where they can close the distance a little bit. The bomb is also there. And they did see there was an AWPer in this position previously, and it feels so nice to overwhelm an AWPer with the pistols. 40 seconds now, and TYLOO really hoping for a mistake, but it's not being given.
Yeah, credit to M80. Why risk it? This is the opportunity that you've got to cement maybe even a bit of a lead potentially if it keeps going. They did invest quite a bit into this round here, TYLOO, so, or at least Attacker did. Moja gonna get the one, 20 seconds. G allowed to steal another one. I don't like it. M80, you gotta control the round, and they will. Swisher to the rescue. 3 kills on the MP9, but again, it's not as rock solid as you would like. They're gonna be okay with it, and they'll make some money behind the SMG kills there, but still, not a complete shutdown.
There's that MP9, just cleaning up the yards, narrowing them down. But that's the danger. That really is the danger on this outer bomb site. Get overwhelmed pretty fast. But back in to the buy 3-3. Teams tied up. AWP on G. Forcing M80 to respect some of the early utility. No forward pushes from M80 this time, just yet, at least.
Yeah, Slacks wanted to. He was up on the top of the stairs here with an AWP as well. That makes me think that if we go back and watch some demos, we're going to see Slacks actually run to take that shot. Because typically people just run now and they throw the incendiary to slow down the T side. I don't think he's doing that with an AWP. That would be a crazy move. So he's probably doing it to actually get the kill, which, why not? The problem is nowadays that does get counter-grenaded so much that, yeah, it's not easy. Okay, so the same kind of a setup here where the AWP is a little bit further back, the SMG's in front. If you end up fighting that SMG for more than 2 seconds, Slacks should be able to get the kill.
Straight up. Push into the inner side. There goes the nades unleashed. Recto with the MP9's done really good damage. Can't see anything, but still somehow Slacks gets a pick onto G. The AWP on the T side gone. I wonder if that'll be picked up. A 3v4 post plant, and they haven't been able to gain any space here on the B yard. But these are great headshots to find. Jam Young with 2, and with that, there's nothing left to be done. Slacks is out.
What a sick swing that was from Moja. Huge difference between doing a really shallow peek and really committing to it. You can see how hard it is on the CT side for that player coming in from the back there. And obviously Jam Young, look forward to seeing his kills if we can.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Great work. TYLOO, absolutely beautiful here.
Because it definitely looked pretty bad for them if you look at the setup.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't scale and get any map control.
Yeah.
So all they have left is to hit headshots.
Gets the dink there, Rack. Oh, this wide swing is so cool. I love it. Okay, I mean, right now the Chinese side is looking strong, 4-3. It continuously will put M80 in this position that they're in right now, where it's MP9s, a single pistol there. They save the AWP on Slacks. That's good news. But all in all, they're not having a great time with the economy. Early Molotov thrown in there to try and stop any kind of a pop dog play, although they will challenge it. Maybe it didn't land, or maybe they just, I don't know. He still pushed forward anyway.
I like that from Jam Young there, trying to just like make some noise. as a bait for either utility or a push from Pop if someone was there. TYLOO are trying to... They're trying to force the CTs to spend util and to look for information. Attackers looking for that push into T main. It is in. It's a two-man setup though, and he gets destroyed. Big play from M18.
Yeah, set up with the HE. Nice way to do it. Slacks, he's waited here for like 45 seconds. That's a really long commitment to get that one kill. Great patience, and he gets one more. Mercury's taken out. Under too much pressure. And a 2 versus 5. Running out of time here. M80 again, like it's this weird seesaw that we're seeing where like they have these rounds, we think, oh wow, they can build money, they've got the momentum, everything's working out fine. And then if we're following the pattern, they're gonna go on to lose the next round in a horrible fashion. But this is another springboard for M80 to do a good job.
I was gonna say actually, Anders, my prediction is gonna be that TYLOO will play a very fast round next. Either like an outer or inner rush, probably outer rush, and then they'll get shut down.
Ooh, okay.
That was actually my my little prediction, so we'll see who's right.
Let's go.
We'll see who's right. If they keep the AWP alive, though, maybe they won't play super fast. But I think, you know, obviously it still works. But I think the pace adjustment might feel better for them. Because right now, I think Slacks is an issue with the AWP, for sure. And in playing these slow rounds, it doesn't seem like they're getting much done, except maybe setting themselves up to do a set piece if that's it. But M80 not giving them anything otherwise.
Right up top of the other.
Nice, man! Let's fucking go! Great round.
Yeah, the excitement is there. Everyone's feeling the stress at the moment. A timeout being called here. TYLOO want a chance to discuss the current situation. We're still pretty early on here. Nothing's been decided yet, but this game has some of the early sort of hallmarks of being quite the battle, like a dramatic game. Some of the matches that we've seen here, at least on the B stream, a little bit of one-sided. I think we had a couple of one-sided games on the A stream as well, to be honest. But this one is shaping up very nicely at the moment.
Yeah, it has been really tight, which, as you've mentioned too, is super uncomfortable for the CTs because they just haven't had consistently good buys. This is the best one that they've had. Multiple AKs on deck as well, but here it is. TYLOO looking like presenting a faster round with the nades, but are they going to follow through? Well, attack has been just destroyed by an HE from Lake, and they are going fast through Pop Dog, and that entry is not bad around E-Box. Now Lake is out there stuck alone, getting surrounded. Good trade from Jamyoung, as TYLOO are only left though with 2 players.
Huge early kill from Slacks to buy time for his teammate. Sits almost a headshot there. Sin trying to bait out the shot. G is back here in the open, and he should be going down. Rek will find him with the Galil. Very well played. Quick round and a shutdown.
Yeah, it's outer rush. MAT win it.
It's close though. Close enough that I think if Slacks misses the first shot, the flashes that they throw from T-spawn like that are somehow they just hit so hard on the E-box player.
Yeah.
It's weird because you would, from the look of it, you think, well, if I'm behind the E-box, I'm not going to get flashed from T-spawn, but you do anyway. Yeah, sick. There's another version of that exact same play where you essentially do the same thing but slower. Like it works with and without the speed. That's a bit of a jump down.
Yeah, seeing if there's anything to be done with blocks. Should be a drama-free round for M80. Should be a clean 1. To help with the smoke. Rek's able to easily isolate that one. And yeah, you know, TYLOO tried to solve their problems with pace in the previous round. And I'm curious on the next gun round what it will look like for them. If they'll slow it down again or if we'll keep getting the faster pace. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Yeah, but there's definitely a chance here that in spite of quite a good start for TYLOO here, that they slip up in the fading stages of this this first half here. I'm getting a bit worried. Their money's looking weird. Bomb plan be quite nice, but there's already one person up here. It's Rek. That back position is very hard to clear, even when you have rifles. especially because people refuse to learn the Molotov that can land up here. Wreck will get the one, and following up, tapping away the bomb is going to be planted and everything else. So, fine job. It's an ace in this round for Wreck. We don't celebrate it as highly when you're playing up against pistols, but still.
Yeah, especially because, you know, TYLOO are playing for the bomb plant, and also M8 is playing for, like, to give the bomb plant as well. It's kind of like a gentleman's agreement there.
Yeah.
This is a thing that's not uncommon on a map like Train or a map like even like a Nuke potentially. Maybe Nuke to a lesser extent, but Train definitely. I think the BE yard is that's the example.
Yeah, it just happens. It's better to keep everyone alive. You know, they get the little bit of a bonus on the T side. Who cares? Deep nades, failed Molotov, unfortunately. Trying to slow down Lake. It means he can just run in here. Now, they will have called it out. He said, okay, the Molotov failed. You got to be aware that someone could be here, but he's already pushed up. Is he going to be able to take the swing? He's got no teammates with him. Just now walking up on the other side. The coordination of everything. A lot of damage done, and now an extra player gets activated. But between Wreck and Swisher here, I don't think they really made that work. That could have been so much stronger. A little bit of a disjointed push coming out. They still trade 1-for-1, but look at the damage on the Slacks and Lake as well.
Yeah, and Swisher 2 is also in less than half, so it's painful. That said, TYLOO still need to finish them off. We'll see if they can do that. Look at the fact-finding mission here from M80, figuring out what's going on Ivy. And we're actually walking all the way around, but this is looking looked for. Is the timing going to work out? Oh, it actually looks like it does.
It's down to 1 health.
That's kind of crazy.
Yes, but at the same time, still leaves a couple of vulnerable people over at the B-bomb site. Double setup. That is a bit of a mind game. You probably will not expect for there to be a second player. No Molotov thrown up onto that elevated position on the CT side, and oh, he falls off the ledge and still gets it. 30 seconds, and Swisher will pick up the kill. And now he's got to buy a little bit of time. The bomb is still on the ramp. They haven't really fully committed yet. Jamyoung investigating, the bomb thrown over to him, not even run in there. And now they're going to get the digits in. 3 versus 3. After plant here in round number 12. They've got a lot of money on the CT side. You probably will just try and go for this no matter what. Jamyoung not quite ready. The grenade will catch him. He maybe could have had the chance to get the first kill there. A missed shot. Must have been right between the angles of Swisher, but he stays alive, and Slacks will take down Mosher with an AWP bullet. He has 1 health, so that's a bit overkill, but he gets the job done. 7-4. M80. Great recovery from such a bumpy ride at the beginning of this half.
Yeah, this is a big round to win, especially because it looks so contested. It looks really contested. But M80, they've really stabilized. And TYLOO, it feels like, you know, we're not seeing layers. We're not really seeing the layers or extra, or anything extra after the first, like, 5 rounds or so. And so, you know, it wouldn't surprise me again if we see like something faster, just as a switch up of the pace, force the fights, create some chaos, just gonna live in the variance.
Pretty aggressive coming out there towards that T-main position. M80 is really valuable to be able to take that position, but while they're doing that, they've still just got Wreck here on his own. He might just get pushed all the way. Backup is behind him now. I think Sin's moved in with an AK as well. Not quite sure where Slacks is at the moment. Yes, it is Sin behind him. Oh, the window for TYLOO, it was there while M80 were busy occupying T-main, where I think they put a player in there to just wait. They're going to try and get through the smoke right now. A bit of a lineup for them, and the crossfire on the CT side is dead on perfect. Sin at range with the AK, Wreck with another headshot against G, and Jamyoung, he cannot bring this round back. 8-4 at the end. A fantastic recovery here for the NA side. We are back. It's the second half that is coming up here with M80 and TYLOO. And honestly, it looked like TYLOO were going to run away with it. I was getting really worried at one point, but good recovery from the German-American alliance. That is the M80 team. Now they're going to be on the T side of Train, and TYLOO will be on the CT side. So I do think for the Chinese side here, it's going to be important to have a bit of a strong opening here, like win the pistol round, get into the swing of things. I think they could have had so much more on the first half, but they just, they fell short.
Yeah, M80 showed a really good CT side. Now it's TYLOO's turn to do it. And on this side in particular, they've got a molly and they have a smoke, but otherwise we just got the USPs on deck.
Yeah, there's no kit. Oh, they're going to be wrapping around. Look at it into Pop Dog. Very speedy. Smoke's already up. Let's see. One good flash already in the air. Another one landing. Now Lake trying to close the distance. Attacker blown up to begin with. Assisted on that flash from Swisher. And now G hoping to hold on. He slowed them down a bit. Then Swisher's going to be down next to Moja. Some good headshots so far, but there is a flank coming in. Rek, he's point blank. Almost stabs him with the Glock. G turning around, and now they're jumping on him. They don't even try to plant the bomb. They're just running with it now. 2 versus 1, and Sin, he's faking the sound. He pretended to jump down, but he's still here, back into the peak. Now they know, and he's sandwiched in. He's got no clue. Still spins around. What an absurd kill to take down Moja. He's low on health. He had to get that headshot or he would have been dead. And now he's close range. He wanted to take the fight to Jam Young, but he bit over too much there. And TYLOO will pick up the pistol.
Still a bomb plant, so that makes it really dangerous. Really dangerous for TYLOO into the following round. I'm super curious what M80 might have in touch with the force by setups, but yeah, that was really, really well placed to even get to the bomb plant here.
You have to respect it from Sin, like every little micro decision, the attempted fake jump, back with the Glock, and then once he planted the bomb, he decides, okay, if I'm gonna win it, I'm gonna have to play right in his face.
Yeah, yeah. Well, now let's see what happens with the force buy. Look how good it looks. It's like two Galil's AK, 2 Tech 9s. Kind of feels better than the CT buy in some respects. More util for the CTs though. And it's a fast move onto the inner halls. So it might just be a straight B pop that we'll see from M80 with this force buy. I think that would be really strong. TYLOO do have 2 on the B site right now for defense, so they have stuff for it, but quick clearance of that Pop Dog. And M80 realized that TYLOO are just playing this really passively. Unless they've pushed Ivy, they don't have info.
Grenade going over. Ouch. It's not the best way to get started, but it doesn't matter. It will come down to the entries, and they've certainly got that. Jam Young blown up a bit. Good headshot from G, and also Mercury's going to get at least the 1 kill there. Bomb being attempted in the back, and a lot of damage onto Attacker, but G's still tapping away here. He's landing some really good shots in the round so far. Triple on him, and Swisher, no teammates left. No more bullets either in the Galil, so he tries for the Tech 9 instead. It's a very expensive round, and another bomb plant, but TYLOO will pick it up. I think there is an interesting question here for M80 about whether or not you'd want to try and just do it again. Because with that much pressure and down into the 1v2 there, it's risky. They have a big lead right now. They could be compromising the lead by going for it, but at the same time, there's so much to win by crushing TYLOO early on.
Yeah, it's interesting because TYLOO also didn't have the info, so it's actually really amazing that they mounted such a good defense. And one of the reasons why I think that they weren't, even trying to play for info is because they know that a force buy is very likely what's on the other end, and so playing close into T main or playing aggressive on Ivy, I think that just feels too risky in a round like that. But that might be a difference though now from TYLOO. We'll see if they change it up.
So they go for a bit of a half buy here on the T side, right? So not all in. I respect it. It gets some of the taste of doing the pressure, but you don't risk all the rounds, so I think that's reasonable. These early stage games at the major are some of the most impactful ones. If you go down to that, 01 or 02 bracket, it is not a good time. 2 rounds separating these teams. And Mercury going for a bit here. Once you get a CT player, just to remind people, once you get a CT player here, it's much easier to play 2 people on B and 3 on the A yard, because that 1 player is controlling so much. So
Yeah. And it's the kind of move that, you know, I was saying would be or could be a difference compared to the previous round. And now it's kind of difficult for M80 because unless they really clear that position, well, actually, it's been given up by TYLOO now. And instead they opt for a more passive play around Popdog with that boost. But they know that a push has to be coming at this point, like a rush has to be coming.
See where these Molotovs go. They have a couple of them on the T side. One of them presumably, yeah, so that's for C connector. The other one on Rec. We'll see if they can find any pressure because 30 seconds left here. And I think TYLOO know what's coming. Good couple of taps here. G keeping his cool. Pulls out the USP. Now backup is there. And Swisher hoping to do more damage. I think planting the bomb is a bit of a dream at this stage. It's very well handled. Only one casualty on the CT side here. Good defense.
Yeah, and it's impressive, especially because, you know, we saw that hold already happen against rifles, full rifles, and Util. So TYLOO actually looking really scary there, and M80 definitely need to test the outer bomb site as well, and possibly also the Ivy position if they have like defaults that includes action there.
One round separating them. They're going for the half buy, so they have plenty of money in this round. Attacker both getting flashed and grenaded through that. Wait, how did he get there so quickly?
That's really fast, yeah. I mean, he's taken a lot of damage, so must have got hit by
what shoes is he? What's he wearing to get there? I must just be confused. All right, they're just the regular boots. Thanks, production. I appreciate it. I was expecting rollerblades. I can't. I'm probably just confused.
Either way. Oh, no, it was very quick that Mercury got there. It ran all the way. And it's actually caused a lot of delay, too, because M80 realized it. But they're just going for it straight through the incendiary into the M4. Jamyang, again, you keep testing this B site, but it has been held time and again. Third time in a row, bombed down on the ground in front of Jamyang and TYLOO. They are in such a strong position now to just close this round out. M80, they want this B site, Anders, but it's just not going at all in any way their favor.
Well, and previously when they've tried it, they've had to deal with TYLOO being quite far back, and this time it's right in front of them. So also probably a bit frustrating. You're hoping that with the rifles, if you get down on the bomb side, you can take some better fights than you could with the pistols, but that's just obviously not going to be the case here. So a long save coming in. Can we go back and investigate? Did he get run boosted, Mercury? Like, is that I don't understand how it's possible to get to that position. I mean, I've spent maybe 30 hours running around on train on my own, trying to test like all the timings, all the grenades, and like I've spent a lot of time with this map just trying to figure out how to do everything basically, and I can't believe that he'd get there so quickly. Quite interesting.
It's possible the T's could have been a little slowed.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's right. Like maybe that's the other side of it. Maybe it has a totally pedestrian explanation. That would be funny if I was just making a big deal. I was like, oh, he's so fast. Like, wow.
Either way, really solid hold. And again, it just feels like at this point you have to apply pressure elsewhere on the map just because TYLOO have had the benefit of also having two players on A, or rather on B most of the time too, when they are putting these defenses together. And it just has gone so poorly for M80 that you want to see M80 create an argument that, hey, you know, we're going to press you elsewhere, and maybe we'll find a pick somewhere. And then create an argument for TYLOO to not have two players on the B site when they finally want to hit it, and or come back to it later in the round at least, or in this first half at least. Those B hits.
It does feel a bit one-dimensional at the moment for M80. My favorite strat of the map involves lurking Ivy and pushing B, but having one guy lurk through CT spawn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like throughout all of Counter-Strike history, that's been one of the I think defining strategies of Train. That's one of the things that sets the map a little bit apart, the fact that you can do that. And it's super fun to watch. It's got this really long fuse where you can see what's going to happen with the lurk, but nobody on the CT side knows, and it's just a lot of fun. It's also hard to execute and might require like a little bit more confidence than they currently have. Game is tied up, and we are going to be seeing flashes over. We've seen this before. This is the delayed version of it. So we'll see if they can make it out at all. They line up for Attacker, and he is ready. A grenade on top of Sin, but it couldn't have been better. Positioning there for the M4A4.
And right now, M80 looking underprepared on their T side because we, like you say, what you mentioned, or used the word one-dimensional, and I think that's how it kind of must feel to TYLOO as well because TYLOO so far, all they've had to do is just defend full rushes. That's kind of all they've really had to defend, and it's just different timings.
Let's go!
Yeah, G is excited.
He's pumped.
Yeah, he should be. Not only is he winning the game, but I think Moses promised him ice cream as well, so you know he's in a great mood. Slacks goes down at the beginning. It's Attacker again, up to 12 kills. And they are really struggling now. M80. I mean, like I said, both teams don't have a lot of reps on this map. TYLOO, I think it's 5 maps in the last 3 months, and for M80 it's 4 on train, something like that. It's not a map that neither team will drill a lot, so for M80 that presents a real danger. It's like, how deep is the playbook? How much have you been practicing this? Do you have a way to dig yourself out? Probably will not be in this round. G lands a shot at range. And Mercury, a bit of a dance around the E-box. Lake doesn't really matter, but he does get shot in the back. Attacker with another triple. I couldn't agree more.
It is interesting too because it felt like TYLOO looked, somewhat one-dimensional with their T side as well. Just in the sense that it's very hard for them to also create openings for them to mid-round. And I think that's that's what we're seeing from M82, where they can't really create. I mean, firstly, it is hard on train to do that. It's one of the harder maps to do that.
Yeah. You need some specialist players in a couple of different positions. I mean, there are people who are really good at attacking Yard on the T side. Like, you throw them out, and they play by the diagonal train, and they're just really good at finding those openings. But if you don't have one of those, yeah, you end up playing this slightly slower version of the game. A little bit of Ivy at least being looked at now. I think it's Swisher who's down there. Moja, though, playing for the pixels, just wanted to see if someone was there. They'll slow it down once again. Let's see what the plan ends up being. I think right now it's a default for M80, meaning they are just gathering information. They need to figure out who's where and what exactly is going on that CT side.
They showed some presence towards Ivy, but feels as though TYLOO are not concerned at all about it.
Yeah.
G holding pop, so that gets flashed off as well. So M80 still making it look like, hey, this could be anything right now. This could be B, this could be A.
This position that Attacker is in is so common, and it is still very hard to clear. It's interesting how difficult it could be. They have got a Molotov. If they throw it, though, they slow themselves down too, and it's not even guaranteed they get the kill on Attacker. 35 seconds. They can grenade him out, but again, that's going to reveal that they're coming to that A yard. They will try and do that. I don't hate it, but again, this is a big signal here. Attacker decides to sit inside of the fire and fight to the death. It's Mercury on the other side. And again, look at how slow they are. They're all waiting behind their own Molotov with 20 seconds on the clock. Everyone knows what they're doing. Sin goes down next. Swisher to try and fight it back, but with only 13 seconds, it just almost can't be done. He needs to find the kills. Now, the bomb plant, I don't think it's going to be allowed for. They're right on top of it. Jamyoung to get the shot off here. And TYLOO now very close to picking up the victory against M80.
Yeah, this is a very demoralizing second half of train for M80. TYLOO's so ready for it. I mean, Mercury, really good defense by Pop.
Yep.
The energy's crazy.
That's what he does,
The battery, human battery. 11-8 for TYLOO as we look to see the AWP. G supported there on inner, and look at how pitiful the buy is here for M80. I mean, it's not a buy, it's half buy.
Yeah, small investment. Don't hate it.
Picks. Ivy's dead, Pop Dog's dead, it's all dead, Anders.
That's kind of depressing, Dan.
Yep.
You're not wrong. More of a realist take here. They've won 0 rounds on the second half, which is not enough. Jamyoung just aggressively holding this position. He's Brilliant teammate, just making sure there's nothing they could have done here. I like it.
Yeah, it's so good. It's running so much distraction there, and he obviously has a teammate that is undiscovered so far. Attacker could really cause problems. Another smoke. That's just so irritating. So irritating for MAT. You're just forced to wait. You're forced to be in the queue.
Cam Young, I love it. Why fight? There's so little to gain. They run down the ramp. Mercury gets the 1 kill that he needed, and Attacker coming in to help out a little bit, lining him up. TYLOO have locked M80 out of this second half. They're giving him nothing really to work with here. And the playbook just doesn't look deep enough either for, unfortunately, for the NA side.
It really doesn't. I mean, that's, you know, the criticism befell TYLOO on the first half as well in that respect. MAT looks really good on their CT side, but just yet devoid of answers on the second half. One more chance, potentially, to find something that could be successful. Slacks on the AWP, full buy, of course, for MAT. Playing against the loss now. Very fast down pop.
Yeah, they wanted to do it again. They had the player ready in T-spawn to throw the flashes and everything, but now they've been slowed down. Counter flashes coming out. Is there going to be a swing behind an attacker? They're so blind on the other side. Big kill, but he doesn't realize there's a second player that's going to be locking up, and they line up. It's a great spray down for Rek, trying to keep this alive. Second half has been unforgiving for MAT, but now at least they're in a 2v3. G will find a kill. Jam Young, bullet to the face, and still a minute on the clock here in the 2v2.
Oh, Sin, what a round. The double orbs getting toppled there. The double orbs looked really oppressive too for them to go into, but like a great way to just keep themselves alive into this one with the shock and all plays. But again, after, you know, we settle down from the high emotions there, the high energy, we are left, Anders, with the reality that that's the only success MAT really had, and it's just, again, off of a rush.
The double kill there for Rek is based off of a decision that he makes early on to not help his teammates that's flashed. He's probably flashed himself, but he could have, you know, been tempted to say, oh, and I'll try and swing both together and see if we get the spray down. The fact that he doesn't do that, he essentially baits his teammate, but sets it into a double kill. And as Yanko once said, it's a fine line between, you know, baiting and teamwork. So nicely played, I would say, to just leave it alone for a minute, come back, and then get the double instead. Super well played.
Yeah, very well played indeed. Still a few more chances for TYLOO, though, of course. See Sid finishing off the double orb.
That's the first round of the second half. Look at how much money they have. 10K on Jam Young. The rest are a little bit more poor, but still, it means they can buy for a while here, TYLOO, and they just need one bit of success. Flash around the corner. There's Attacker to set it up, but a good swing in return. As Lake has taken him down, 4 versus 4, with absolutely everything on the line here. MAT, one of the few NA teams left in the tournament. They need to represent, they need a bit of an early victory here. Stage 2, and it's the first day.
M80, it's a double-edged sword to like wait out the smokes. You kind of need to, but at the same time, then the deeper lines will be available. And G is on that AWP after all. But look how close Mercury has crept up behind that smoke previously, thrown defensively between Ebox and Pop. And there he's going to find one unsuspecting Slacks. Now who's going to trade this? Is there anyone to trade this? Nobody. And Mosia up on the side in the meantime finds the edge of Swisher.
Yes, disastrous. They're all here. Nice shot from Rek. I can't believe they're back into a 2v2. All of TYLOO were here. There was nobody at the B bomb side. They had a 4-man setup at A in a 4v4. So TYLOO, the fact that it's not a 1 round already is kind of shocking. Jam Young's trying to see if he can sneak on out. All right, realizing the bomb is planted back there. He's got an incendiary. HE around the corner into the swing. Lake able to find the headshot, but this grenade on Jam Young is still huge. We'll see if he can find a way to throw it. There it goes into the corner. And Lake's got to be careful, but he's just on the other side of it, barely touching it. HE on top, that'll surely get him. No, he's down to 8. How does he live through that? Going for the defuse, a full 5 seconds. He's not going to come off it either. Gets the headshot on Lake, and now he's ready. Gets another one onto Jam Young. An absurd clutch with 12 health, and a defuse kit sends them to a victory.
Well played, TYLOO. M80 looking really good on the first half, but it just wasn't enough. Flat on the second. And with that, it's time for a break. We'll be back with more Counter-Strike. Oh,
well,
wait.
Before we go to a break, Dan, we're not ready yet.
Oh, we're not ready yet.
We are going to get to the interview before we get there, but we're going to see a couple of fist bumps here. Respectful, I like it. Hard-fought game. It was so good in the first half for M80. 8 rounds they managed to steal away, but the second half, you could see that the T side was lacking in some of the ideas. They just didn't have the right feel for it, I think, unfortunately. And TYLOO, in spite of a slow start, they just seemed like they didn't hurt them at all.
Yeah.
They were ready regardless, so pretty impressive stuff.
And it's interesting, too, because TYLOO themselves didn't have much of a better first half.
True.
On the T side. So both teams had rough T sides, but really nice CT sides on this map, which isn't unusual if it's a map like Train where you don't play it too often. But with that said, now finally we have the interview ready to go.
TYLOO start off strong here on Train with the opening win, and they managed to get it over M80. I know you said Sin is your friend.
Yeah.
Is it sad? Does it hurt you to win? Oh, gee.
Oi!
Brother!
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 Congratulations. Thank you, brother. Enjoy that. Look.
Yep. Oh.
Yeah!
Thank you very much, G. Oh, yep, straight in. Nice.
Number one. Number one.
All you need is a Counter-Strike win. Jim is very happy with his ice cream. This is all you want, yeah?
Good. Favorite food in the world. Favorite. Best. Number one. Ice cream is look like food. The food of ZywOo.
Ah, the food of ZywOo is ice cream. I just learned something as well. So obviously ZywOo needs some ice cream as well.
But I'm more like Monesi, you know.
You're more like Monesi. You're gonna share it with Monesi? Give ice cream to Monesi?
Yeah, of course. I love Monesi.
Oh, we all love Monesi, and we all love G. What a guy.
Turns out China is number one when it comes to the head-to-head between them and America. TYLOO taking down M80 and G. I mean, dude, this guy is just a bundle of joy. I cannot get over it.
I know, I can't get over it. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, man, but like the multi-kills down the stretch from TYLOO are insane in this game. I don't know if that's
unreal.
I don't know if it's more of an indictment of M80 maybe towards the end falling flat. Okay, sure.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, I tried.
I mean, every time they tried to get out of Pop right there, it was Mercury or Jamyoung.
Inner Jamyoung triple
stuffing
kill.
them.
Yeah, Pop, it's the Mercury double kill.
I know. It's unbelievable. Attacker was in the right rotations every single time. I feel like M80, they did a decent job in some of the rounds actually using utility to take some space, but every time they did that, TYLOO was just like, oh, okay, well now you're spelling out to us exactly where you're going.
Yeah.
And then all of their players were in the perfect positions. And I will say also on the other side, like M80, it almost feels like they overlooked so many spots so frequently. Like the amount of times Mercury was just kind of against the pop wall, and then he gets a multi-kill. That felt unforgivable after the second time.
I feel like they tried to force some things at the end, or like when they felt the game slipping away. I think there was like a little bit of a panic of being like, okay, we have to win a round like right now, immediately in this moment, like executing through smoke at lower ramp in a Jamyoung's triple, trying to kind of swing out through smoke through Pop Dog. I think there was just a couple situations where they felt like they had to go faster and more aggressive than perhaps they needed to. Even that being said, though, some of those rounds towards the end came down like very late. Like the early round got smashed so hard that it took them so long to find a reason to get back into it. TYLOO just played that great.
And TYLOO looked good on Train, you know? Rotating very well, playing off each other at the same time. I never did. I think I'd be fed the ice cream. I thought you were going to get the ice cream.
I did too.
Oh, you got it as well?
No, I thought I was going to.
Yeah. He just didn't expect you to keep your promise and bring him ice cream.
I have to ask though, James, how does it feel that you took a bite of the ice cream and then G just took a bite from the same spoon?
You know, he wanted to take some of my aura, and that's how he was doing it. In his next game, if he performs really well, he owes this to Jason, by the way.
Are you not a spoon sharer when it comes to ice cream?
Generally,
if I was eating ice cream, would you be comfortable taking the spoon?
No.
I would from you.
With significant others.
You're clean. You're clean.
Thank you.
Do you do that with your dog?
About you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do the same. Yeah.
That's very American.
That's all I got.
That's very American.
I don't really want to expand on it.
I'm not gonna say what that makes you. But you just love your dog.
Yeah.
You just love your dog.
We have to all love our animals. It's important.
Not sure where this one's going.
No, this one's ran its course, I think, actually, if I had to say so myself.
We gotta love our animals.
Do you know what might have run the course here? It's the pick'ems, where M80 said they were like, oh yeah, we're not 0-3, we can do this, because they did have the game. They had a good start, more than enough to make that work. This is not a positive sign.
That T side was incredibly flat, unfortunately. I would boil it down to a couple things. One is that there were some nerves when they were trying to clear out those bomb sites, and they leapt before they looked. And that's always going to do you in. On top of that, just spacing in general. I feel like Mercury shouldn't be getting so many multi-kills, guarding the same position in the same way multiple times in a row. Yeah, no, I think M80, they are, for me, one of the favorites to go 0-3. I know that sounds kind of backwards, but in terms of it, I mean, I put them 0-3 myself. I want to see them upend those expectations, but they've had a really tough season, even though they have arrived here in stage 2.
Yeah, there's nothing, they're kind of like some of the other NA teams where it's just like, who knows, because the season was so bad, and while we want to talk about the positives, it's just we haven't seen them in long enough, and we're not seeing them here yet. You know, it's only been one game. There's plenty of time for recovery.
It was, but I felt like this was a golden opportunity for M80 to grab some legs.
Well, now you're kind of at the mercy of the draw, and you're also at the mercy of, is this a bad day one, or was that a bad map?
Hopefully just a bad map if you are an M80 fan, if you are
It's really been a bad season. So let's try to just find a little bit of solace here in the very final event before the player break.
Yeah, before things could possibly change after that. But you know what is changing? Our matchups, because we're going into round 2. So let's have a look back at the bracket and see where we're at so far today. I just want to start before we get into what's happening on the next set of games, guys. What was your favorite matchup of the day so far?
I mean, it's going to sound crazy considering the scoreline, but FaZe Heroic was a very fun game to watch.
It was entertaining.
It was one of the most entertaining blowouts you'll ever see in Counter-Strike.
Yes.
I was really glad to see Furia kind of righting the wrongs of Dallas and looking dominant versus Linvision. I never really, after round 6, I don't think that ever was really close. So for Molodoy to pop off, Yakindar to pop off, even though he's popping into his monitor, all of that is always going to make me happy.
And I mean, we'd be remiss if we didn't bring up Falcons Bait. It was on the B stream, so we didn't cover it, so I didn't watch it as closely as I would have liked to, but having the upset of Bait taking down Falcons, and now you put the pressure on Falcons, who already have the pressure of being expected to be like the best team to take down Vitality, who already have the pressure of having the number 2 player in the world on the team, whatever you want to consider Nico, number 1 rifler, number 2 rifler in the world. You've got all these pieces that should be performing well, and now you're sitting at 0-1, and if that's a bad day, pressure escalates going into the series.
Yeah, it only gets harder from here for every single one of the teams. Let's take a look at the matchups in some more detail though, so you guys can see how it's going to be split up in here. This is a nice and easy one to see. Look over here. Straight away, right? Furia Pain. That's a Brazilian matchup got in there.
Maybe it doesn't get harder for Falcons. They're against Linvision for their second game. I feel like they're going to take care of business there. If they don't, ring the alarm bells, but I feel like I'm still keeping mine under wraps.
Yeah, no, if Linvision somehow upset Falcons in that game, that is kind of a oh shit moment. Like, this is the problem. FaZe TYLOO, FaZe looking today, TYLOO might not be having a great time, might not be an ice cream delivery to G at the end of that one. That's going to be tough.
No, you give him another ice cream for sadness.
Respect Jam Young.
Okay, so just it's kind of like, you know, win or lose, we bing chillin'.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Every single time.
Well done. Well,
thank you.
Well put.
Yeah, I do my best.
That Bait VP game, that could get interesting. Because VP looked fantastic, right? But just in terms of style, how those do play, that could be nice.
I feel like Electronic's going to bully MPL once again, as he did on Navi. I feel like VP came out in a way
you
that
remember me?
I feel like I put Bait making it through. I put VP also making it through, but the way that VP worked in map 1 there was like, okay, this is a different team than we even saw at the last event. So they've clearly worked on things. Electronics worked on his mood. I bet MPL would rather play with him now as he's calmed down a little bit.
You know how you mentioned that VP is that team where whenever you start to lose faith, they pop off and show you some good performance?
Yeah.
I think they're also the team that once they show you a good performance and you start believing, they drop off. So what's your confidence level in that VP repeating the performance?
Yeah, the most bipolar roster, I would say.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it's ups and downs with them all the time.
But if we get that VP, that should be a great game against Bait.
Oh, yeah.
But the other side of this is, you said about like MPL having to struggle with going up against Electronic again. MPL is going to be like, I got a point to prove.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to show you
it's a grudge match.
Yeah, you see?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, hopefully. I don't know if that's his mentality. You might. I haven't spoken to him. Is that his mentality?
I think he'll have a bit
Let's
of
find
spice
out.
to it.
Let's
Yeah,
find out,
we will
James.
find out.
James
We will
knows
ask.
what's going on. He's on the Telegram group, okay? He's reading what's going on in Eastern Europe. He's got his finger on the pulse.
I do live on that Telegram lifestyle. But for now, while I go and find out all these details across Telegram and all the other socials, you guys will join an extended break as we get ready for the next round of games. You won't want to miss it. The Austin Major is here.
forgot to press the button.
Sorry, it hasn't happened yet. That's the first time it's happened. We get one. We get one over the entire event, and that's why we're on the B stream. So we're sorry to everybody.
We are responsible for unmuting our own microphones. It's new, but yes, we have Virtus.pro on one side, Bait on the other, and both teams, of course, with a win under their belt. Those 1-0 games. We're into stage 2. Myself and Chad can be guiding you through the next 4 best of ones on this broadcast, on this stream. 2 streams running simultaneously. Very much diametrically opposed teams here. Very different stories. Teams in very different levels of experience going to clash, and one of them is going to be undefeated on their first day of play.
If you look up the word disappointing in the dictionary, you will see Virtus.pro. This team, since the introduction of Electronic and then Jam going out, and then in just over a year and a bit, they've gone through, I think, 3 different coaches. Dustin went out, Zoma came in, then he went out, then Passionage came in. Now they got Finn. He's been here for about, I don't know, a month, and they kicked off the best of ones with fresh legs, right? Sometimes you could argue, oh, coming into a new environment, a little bit jet lagged, will there be problems? No, light work of OG, whereas Bait, who are the favorites, excuse me, have continued their run from stage 1. They were 3-0 up, and they upset of the round. Undoubtedly upset of the round. See you later, Falcons. You're going to enjoy the 0-1 column.
Well, especially because they came into this one as, you know, they were categorized as ones, I don't know, I don't want to say the onliners, perhaps. I mean, winning CCTs online, sure, love that. But on LAN, Chad, you were chalking up the LAN maps. It's minimal.
Yeah, when you take a look at these young faces on Bait, the youngest team that we've got in attendance, they have had, what? I think
18
it was,
LAN maps.
And up until this point, I think it was all of 12. So they've played 6 of them so far here at the major itself. And before that, it was down in Mongolia at the Mesa Nordic Masters. Nomadic, sorry, not Nordic. That's North, not South. Definitely some nomads around the world, though, I'll tell you that much. As we're looking to get this one underway. I still can't believe the odds are favoring Bait here. I guess they're just loving the victory over Falcons.
And, well, that, for sure. That's a massive feather in their cap. But it also might be influenced by the 9-match win streak. Bait haven't lost a game since 5 weeks ago.
Yeah, look, and this is it. When you're a younger team and you play a lot online and you're trying to get these VRS points, you are going to be playing a lot more online Counter-Strike, and that's something that these young Ukrainians definitely have a lot under their belt. So experience together is there. They have played a lot of maps together. The 2 names that you might be familiar with, of course, MPL alongside a Headtrick. MPL spent some time in Na'Vi Junior as well, and then Headtrick from NIP fame, where, look, it wasn't the best of time for the kid, but he definitely got some experience playing higher tier Counter-Strike. It's the other 3 who are potentially newer to your screens, but it's the other side of the server that is action-packed with major winners. Electronic alongside a Na'Vi, and then you have Fame and Flit. Remember Brazil? Well, they won that with, at the time, that was known as Outsiders.
That's right, the Outsiders in Brazil.
Maybe one of the worst major finals of all time.
Oh, you're just going to say it. Yep.
Oh, come on.
No, I was going to dance around the subject, but no, I prefer that. That's a direct approach.
No dancing here.
No, sir. Icy, definitely one to watch on your screens on that sniper rifle. I think especially in a best of 1 environment on Inferno, it's that CT side where the AWP can come alive. And up against OG, they played Inferno 10-2 first half, a 10-round haul on their CT side. Going to be interesting to see how Bait fare. I imagine a little better than OG. Given their 9-match win streak and the form they are running with. T-start for Bait.
Yeah, both teams comfortable on Inferno. Inferno played a big role within Bait's 3-0 campaign from stage number 1. And now it's going to feature into stage number 2. 4-player B stack. Flit's going to take the first fight.
He's waltzing straight into this head-to-shot angle, and he's been held. Nice work from Kenz's but hang on. Fame immediately does better. He's sticking around for more. Okay, the Bait on the runaway. He wants to fight. They molly that close half wall and then swing into Flammus. Nice flight path there from NPL. Cracks the swing of the Electronic. Job done. Round 1. It's just Icy.
That setup there, I want to explain how that's a bit of a bait, because Fame and Flit are the B defenders together, and both of them were the first 2 to take contact. You're not meant to be ready for the next 2 pieces of Flammus alongside of Electronic, and now Icy. The Kazakh going to give the 1v3 a go. Needs to clear over towards Ruins, and this is going to be tough because MPL, bullet straight between the eyes as the in-game leader sits him on his ass.
Normally, you'd expect like a sandbags Molotov. The fact they molly half wall and he pards like behind it into Flammus, I really liked that from MPL. Like a little bit of a different approach from Bait, but it really worked out, and his pathing, his pre-aim was real smooth. Getting a second, he's like, this one's great, but also picking up the second on the wide swing. Really good tracking.
Yeah, floundered there, though, because those two immediate trades back from Fame were a thing of beauty.
Yeah.
We have some really nice aimers within this Virtus.pro roster. Flamus is another. His last major was with Gamer Legion. They're going to force in. MP9s and 5.7s, especially on a map like Inferno, can pack a punch. So let's see if they can snatch this one away, as it is going to be 2 on the long side, 3 over to the B site. So if it is a Halls pop or an A execute, Flamus and Icy might just save.
There's a single smoke for them, though, so it's kind of like if bait take too long, they have more potency. In fact, there it goes. No, wait, that must have been a dropped one. So there's a secondary smoke available. First is dropped. And now we breathe.
That's Inferno in a nutshell. There's going to be a lot of moments where you're just waiting for map control, even though it is the most played map of the major so far. Just having a look. I think there was 8 aces in total in stage number 1. Rek got the first of stage number 2.
Shout out to Rek one time.
I think it was an eco bash.
Hey, an ace is an ace.
Well, that's a very deep CT smoke.
It is, isn't it?
I don't think that's intentional, but either way, back towards A they go. Alex is going to be 3 abs, other 3 up middle. Flammer smoked off for now.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got the path of least resistance is short. I wonder if they're going to sweep through that. Looks like Ascenthiel's on his way. However, Bomb is walking into this little crossfire. MP9, 5-7, up close. It could be horrible, and it is for bait. Oh, an immediate sour tone forced upon the ranks. You've just delivered the bomb to the less guarded site, but into the crossfire, and you get nothing. Lovely way to jostle for early economic control here. Alex and Kensizor trying to make a case that this round's not done. Flips needs to hit one more. And they take the round, they take control, they take an AK into the next. Ooh, and I'm telling you now, are you hearing that? There's like a real different vibe shift amongst the VP players.
You catch the FaZe game to start off the day. Carrigan's banter was on point. We're into stage 2. There's some bigger names, and there's a whole new taste to things. There's only a handful of upsets within the first round, and by upsets I mean stage 1 teams beating stage 2 teams, Bait being one of them, Legacy another, and then TYLOO over M80 to complete the set of 3. Forced by back, Tech9's out. And look how casual it is for Electronic. Doesn't even have the hand on the mouse right there, just the jiggles on the keyboard, so he's not expecting anything fast as the double F combo get the banana control cleanly. Happy to wait this one out with these Tech9s. There's not a lot of utility to go around for Bait in this, so they can't really force their way into these fights. So they allow the standard map control utility to be limped forward. Then as it starts to fade, as the clock does tick down, they can group up and try and pop into a duel. 4 players rotated over towards A for the interim, but it's going to go back and forth. And VP, even with Jane, were either really good at gambling. I'm not sure if it was gambles or reads, but we'll give it to them. Depends on if you're a VP fan or not, I suppose, on how you want to frame it.
Calculated gamble.
I think that's what a lot of our viewers think they're doing every day, Alex. So,
if I just get one more skin. Electronic, he's seen enough.
Would have heard the jump on the smoke as well, so they knew another player was up close and personal. But back to Banana. Time's going to be the issue now. Do they come through?
They have to, yeah. Fame seems like he's got the perfect angle and loads his mag, gets his. One back from Alex. They need them both, and yeah, they lost another player. Essential, sure, you've got access to the site for a moment. Icy's coming for you. He will be in position to deny if you do attempt to plant. Actually, in the smoke is a possibility. Very susceptible to a spam. Hoping Icy overextends and just tapped away at here. Spotted him out now, and nice work from VP. Fame a triple killer in the round, and that should humble Bait.
Okay, well, look, I love the fact they've come in with this level of intensity. This game means a lot. This is the 1-0 bucket. You win this, you're 2-0 up, and you're hoping you don't have the fate of a wildcard or FlyQuest, that you're able to convert that next best of 3, lock yourself in for stage 3, and that's where the elite is right now. Vitality, the world #1, 30 in a row. 6 events of the season so far.
You really want, you want to glide through the stage 2. You've just showed up. You're coming in quote-unquote cold in comparison to, say, Bait. If you can just come into this one, end the day 2-0, really set yourself up for as much opportunities in the best of 3s as possible. People are doubting whether VP would have the same punch in a best of 3.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about with VP for the season so far. It has just been disappointing considering the pieces in the team.
Yeah.
But they're also sharp. Electronic, he was part of one of the greatest Counter-Strike duos of all time alongside a Simple, and here he is, the in-game leader. Takes down 2 on the Eco Bash as they've slipped through the arch side, but it's just going to be an easy mow down now from the library. Not a lot to read in that one. A picture book against the Gloxers. We're going to make it 3-1 as the guns come back out now for bait. But I'm really enjoying the energy from VP so far. And if we can get a team locked in for the major, right, the rest of the season, you can wash those worries goodbye. This is where it matters most. Okay. Well, send and receive. If you're going to put information out there as the in-game leader, you want to hear the fact it's being processed by your team, and Dar's about the extent of my Russian, so confirmation is there. Bait, what's your opening approach? Benzizor going to fight for this banana control.
I feel like Fame and Flair have got real good synergy and utility. Like, look at this. Like, if you had stuck around, you'd have had to take a fight versus an MP9 mid-range with half health. Like, you have to respect it.
Oh, even on the clear here, that one's a little bit shallow, but makes sure nobody's over towards log, so they can redeploy, and that's going to force Bait to either wait this out or search elsewhere as that little trickle nade in. But 3 players clustered up towards second middle right now. Flammus under a little bit of pressure. One of the worries was Flammus coming into this team and getting neutered, right? He was such an aggressive rifler over there on Gamer Legion, having to play some different positions and roles. There's some bigger names to deal with in VP, so you've got to fit yourself in and you have to deliver. 4 players over towards A on the defense. Fame again with all the banana control information as they're setting up for a little bit of a set piece.
Flammus flushed into the fight by the incendiary. Yeah, that's a team incendiary.
What's that about?
That's a complete misplay. Does it cost them anything here? Ooh, Electronic and Icy, they're making it complex. Nice find from the pit side. Flit another. Just the MP9 Essential. He goes down as well.
Sorry, bratan, sorry.
Sorry, bratan. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, this one is going to have a bit more spice to it.
Why is he mollying his teammate? I mean, I guess just a miscob, yeah. Maybe he had a smoke. He thought he had the smoke out.
How many people in the history of the world do you think Electronic has ever apologized to?
It was new.
Simple's one.
Yeah.
Simple's probably the only one.
Maybe Blade?
No.
No, what am I saying?
Actually, maybe Blade.
Yeah. Wasn't he responsible for finding him?
Yeah, that's true. So maybe, yeah, just out of the respect, Splinter, the old master,
That's
he'll
right.
be coming up next with Navi, another name joining stage 3.
Sorry, bratan.
Sorry. Oh dear.
Well, they handled this well, didn't they, after all of that?
Sorry, bratan, sorry.
No harm, no foul, is what they say.
I think Flammus is just happy things are going well at the moment.
Keep
Not
the
getting
energy
yelled
good.
at, getting apologized to.
What's Fame and Icy doing? This looks different. Oh, okay. Oh, we want to fight, do we? We want to brawl. And now you're a bit committed. And Alex can spam his Tech 9, run you down and get an opening kill.
It's not bad at all. So on this partial investment, you find that opener relatively for free. You get yourself a gun and you can still opt how you wanted to finish in the first place. It's going to be their 3rd opening kill so far.
Oh, here you go. Nice. Gosh.
A dink for his troubles.
Yeah, it was a good shot. NPL still hit something.
I think the concerning part about this is that Electronic is going to be defending A, and if NPL wants to say, okay, they're likely to play 2-2 in this situation, they don't have brackets control, or at least they're likely to relinquish it because of that dink, and they don't have info on Banana. I think the unfortunate factor is these VP gambles. Flammus is joining the likes of Fame and Electronic on A. They're going to have 3 defenders to deal with this, and as long as it doesn't get too crazy, they should be able to trade themselves into a round win.
What you really want is an instant headshot onto Fame. If you can minimize the output of him, like a good chunky damage on the nade. Hang on, it's Flammus and Flame. Flammus and Flame. They get the job done. You could call him Fame, though, if you wanted to.
They got 3 Fs in this team.
Yeah, Flammus, Flame get me every time. I want to call him Flame, and I want to call him Flammus.
Well, before we had, like, Fame rhyming with Jame. So they're keeping it tricky over there at VP.
Fame, Jame.
Their Counter-Strike used to be slow and lame.
Yeah, but now it's a little more. It's got a couple of different chapters to the VP playbook.
And I wonder if Electronic has found a coach that he's finally happy with.
Maybe. Finn, is it?
Yes, Finn in the team. So he was with Cloud9 for once upon a time.
Well, the pistol looked good, but how's the rest of them looking? Icy charges straight in. Kensizor cut down. NPL for an attempt, but look at the setup. Instantaneous deletion. Flammus on the boost. He gets info on the setup, right? So he knows that 2 was short side. And you know the AWP was B.
Yeah, the biggest problem is how desperate it felt, right? He was on his own. There was no trade potential. He was trying to get a kill back. If you're going to play the AWP into the B pick, there might be 3 players there, as Alex wants to keep the pressure up over towards A. So 3v3 on the A site. Can they crack in?
Not going to be easy, is it?
I'm going to worry about the possibility of Banana being pushed. Icy and Flit are very passive on B, and because they have a 2-man advantage, this is a great understanding of the situation for VP, just the fundamentals. Electronic looking to flirt between both sites. And they're backing all the way off. Is this everyone's favorite 4-letter word? Looks like it very well could be. Okay, well, this is a lengthy save. Taking a page out of VP of Old's strat book. And this is a beautiful start. 6-1 scoreline. The way that they demolished in their opening game was fantastic stuff from VP as well. That was against OG.
Yeah, if you add up their 2 first halves so far, it's what? It was 10-2 in the first, now currently 5-1. I mean, they are just running away with it. You put it like those 2 CT sides into a bottle, and you run away with stage 2. You get it done quick and efficiently.
Especially now that Falcons aren't going to be in the 3-0 game. I think almost everyone and their dog had Falcons as a 3-0 guarantee.
Guilty.
And Bait were the team who upset the apple cart immediately. I think VP would be a fringe team for a lot of people to make it through in the 3-1, 3-2 column, but they're having a great time as smiles are on their faces. It's a party right now for VP. Can this be stalled out? Can it be stomped? Well, timeouts, as far as they go, second will be called now on the Bait side of the server. And this is just to mitigate the damage is being done. NPL, young gun, 19 years of age, once upon a time was on Na'Vi playing with Electronic. That was the Blast Paris Major. It was a 2-2 game against FaZe, where FaZe toppled them in an epic. And since then, cast astray. Finds himself on a full Ukrainian team.
Yeah, I mean, at 17 years of age, he was no slouch. Also, you know, thrust into some unglamorous roles.
Yeah, there was high expectations of him.
But now they find themselves at a new major, new game, and against one another in a winner's match. Immediately glancing up as well. I mean, there is an experience discrepancy. You brought up the names, of course, the major champions in Rio.
3 major trophies, isn't it? Well, I guess.
Well,
2.
2, and then Mr. Electronic.
All right, well, they saved the guns. They took the timeout. They're back in with a hodgepodge-looking purchase. So the AK's short, Khalil in the mix alongside of a MAC-10. They are trying to take the pace out of things. So not fighting for banana control, not giving away the early pick. That has to be the change, boys. Can we just not die in the first 15 seconds of the round?
Yeah, well, Kensizor this time has just got his knife out staring at a wall while he lets them go through their early protocols for deep banana control. Now, do you park the AWP on half wall and leave? It looks like they will. I see set up to hold. And they'll be rotated back in time. They've done very well here, have VP.
Flammus even has a full battle utility to block, and he's starting to limp some of that out now. Smoke will drop towards apartments. So they show themselves, apply some pressure, and now they rotate back into this AWP. Is there a flash?
There has to be a flashbang. Kensizor is going to be flashed in. Icy not blind, but misses his shot. Little shoulder jiggle, and now running him down is the MAC-10. Swaps to his knife to accelerate further. Trying to bait the shot. Icy doesn't fall for it. The dink from the MAC-10 puts him on half, but they've lost another. Senfield caught and cut down as he tried to progress.
Mrs. Dyer might just be another save right now.
I mean, aren't they just playing it like Scientific Inferno? You know, take top the early deep banana control, confirm it, set up the AWP, rotate, have 4A, like perfect.
The issue for Bait is the fact that it's not a full buy with all the AKs and all the utility means that you can't really fight fire with fire. You can't throw all of your nades top banana to deal with that. So you are going to save again, but that will have the same flow-on effects, right? You've got the max loss bonus, but you don't get any loss bonus for holding onto your guns. That means right now Senthiel and Kenzizor either need to just take a partial and buy util, or force again, but then it'll have to be like Tech9's armor with the nades, because you're going to need the util to work within the round. So I feel like you need to die, right? I know that seems crazy, but to make sure that you're in a stronger buying position going forward, let's not save again. Let's give this one a real crack. Maybe we do take the lighter investment on Kenzizor, but then you need to plan, because there's no money, right? So right now, if MPO, Hetrick, and Alex all just die right now without a kill, without the bomb going down, next round they're only going to get the loss bonus.
A distinct lack of just kills. You know, we need to be getting some money back on the T side. It's rare to see a T side. Yeah.
Just to back up your point
that
there.
will help it. Flammus is going to get a little cheeky with it. Starting an early crawl towards bedroom, set up and supported by Icy's AWP. They're going to double swing him. Oh, that was quick.
There's some kills.
A rapid second out of Alex. He's the only one that's been getting these early abs picks.
Oh, they're into A now. The rotation's on the way.
He's done so much for the boys. Is this possible for VP? Electronic lingers on the Cubby long side. Moto smoke down. Oh, it's a bad smoke.
There's so much cash to work with, though, so I'm curious to see if they give this one a go. The worst case scenario, you go for this, eventually your money gets toppled over, and then you end up giving back the half 7 of 5. So we might just see the conservative side of things.
Also, those 3 AK-47s will be valuable.
Yeah, you can't buy those going into the next Kenya, as Kenzizor is going to harass top Banana. So just helping to confirm the fact that they are saving over towards B. They need to take this duel and win it to alleviate some pressure, and they will. So, all right, well, they will concede a round, and that's 2 lovely shots there from Alex to crack themselves in towards that A site with the apartments aggress.
Yeah, the second one was so rapid.
Can you work your way back in the half? We'll catch it again on the replay.
Bum, bum, bum.
Oh, wow.
Down.
He transfers into that. That's a thing of beauty. We've had some amazing highlights at the Blast TV Austin Major so far.
Do you know what I think's being slept on? The starry long control spray.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Oh.
Well, the third was an accident.
Well, yeah.
But you would give it to him.
But the fact that you get the accidental and still control it for a 4th?
Yes, yeah. That was a thing of beauty.
That was
I wish
crazy.
he would have... I think he went for the ace with the deagle. I wish he would have reloaded the AK.
You could have done that.
You know, he's going for the start point.
But still, I mean, how often do you see something like that? You don't.
Yeah, very, very rare. The Jam Young ace on Anubis.
Unbelievable.
That was
probably clip of the major so far.
It's in there for clip of the year, I'd say, so far as well. You've had Frozen had that nice 1v3 deagle clutch today.
That was cool.
Maybe not on the same level as those others, but all right, back underway.
Oh, look at this. Again, they're trying it again. Icy and Flammus undeterred by Alex's double kill. Well, once again, give it a go. NPL working on bedroom. Flammus will clash. Oh, no. Flash. Team flash. It doesn't matter.
Recovers. Okay.
Dead. Yep. Great nade. Oh, wow. Icy. That's a lovely little piece together.
Well, makes up for Flammus' shortcomings, doesn't he?
He's done very well with that. The presence of mind to throw the HE off the door.
BP Icy, not Amcal Icy.
No NIP to be seen.
Hetrick's time doesn't count. Oh, Flit's going to take the fight. This is going to be
doing
wild.
that for? Okay, so they've got the flash set up. Electronic as well is going to be the little low loose piece. So do you accelerate now? Do you overlook Electronic? They're hoping the smoke baits them in. Oh, he's chosen a perfect moment. Hetrick just looked away. Kenzizor trades 2 on 2, and Icy, he is running to lock the exit.
Well, this is, he's going to get there in time. He's fortunate. It's a bit wild to be going through the underpass of the AWP. They can pivot back. There's still time. Just over 40 seconds left on the clock as Icy wants to play whack-a-mole with him as the mole.
Yeah, mole with a sniper rifle, though.
Fame still has key pieces of utility as well. An incendiary as well as a HE. Smoke's faded top Banana now, and we're going to throw some U2 in for the finish. Icy now starting to activate.
Here he comes. Don't you dare expose your back. He saw your tips of your fingers. They start to accelerate. Senthiel, you've got the bomb, and you've just managed to get away from Icy's first shot. He's going to have some timing here, and Senthiel, oh, wow, he actually nearly got exposed on the spam. Smokes will fade. 2 on 2, and they're doubling up. Oh, this could be the play, you know. Get cheeky with it. Kenzizor to play first. He needs 1 here, ideally, but the nade, oh, that's gonna hurt. Ouch! Bleeding out, ears ringing. Kenzizor trying to step up for his. Get 1, does so. Headshot onto Fame, and now Icy very awkward with an AWP. Bait trying to save this half. They got the pistol, but that's about it. Racking up a couple of extras here to the tail end of the half. Trying to make a T-side after this, or out of this after all.
I thought it was crazy to play two of them back towards Dark because they could only be sight, essentially. Right? They could have slipped through the smokes, which would have been the crazy X-Factor maneuver and all of that, but that doesn't matter. They hit the shots. And right now, they'll get consecutive rounds on the board. Yeah, I thought the Icy made up for it. The nade dunk into the kill of Alex was perfect. That banana hold with Flit playing in the smoke, so he's there for info. It feels like Electronic has to do better in that position. Fame gives up the sight, and they end up dropping the round. So the money, it's still there for another buy. We're working back into things, Bait. The young guns.
I really liked how active Kensizor was there. Like, when they got double naded, he immediately knew he had to play for one.
Take a look at this being highlighted by the ops team, right? You already see 4 players up close mid and second mid. So this is telling they might want to be a little bit more direct and early on the brackets control. It doesn't mean that A will necessarily be their finish. It just means if they do get a kill, they could pounce.
But here they come.
Yeah,
once
this
again.
is the thing. It doesn't have to be because of the amount of time, though. So if you press forward like this, you know that the CTs are getting banana control. Maybe we get lucky, get a kill, then we can go. If we don't, let's take the space. They're pressuring Arch side. They could just be wrapping immediately.
Yeah, this is quicker. Flit's actually just like smoked out of library completely, so it is just isolating these 2 on the side, or 3, I should say. Okay, Fame handles that with a shrug of his shoulders. Flank is good from NPL, and he sequences too. Fame's potentially vulnerable to Headtrick Zorp. Nade hurts a lot. 11 HP, that's not comfortable. Maybe Alex has got something in him. He's been heard. Good little crossfire established between Flamus and Fame. And it's going to work out for the finish.
Restraint there from Fame. That box is a very risky one, right? We see a lot more these days. People just spamming you straight through it once you're identified there, but happy to stick to his guns. And the bomb, it's loose. There's no way for Headtrick to give this one a go, and he's just going to back off. He will have enough money to drop his teammates a gun into the next, and it's Kensizor who's going to need it the most. Last one is 2,400. Ascenthiel should be able to drop something as well. So as we peer forward into what will be the final round of the first half, Bait can still be competitive to try and get 4 rounds. And considering how this one was going, they were 7-1 down at one point. They have definitely given themselves something in this best of 1. Now, is it enough? We'll have to wait and see what their defense looks like. The Raws have definitely stalled. It's a bit more business-like now for VP as they stare down the barrel of round number 12. Here's the thing, 4 rounds with the pistol on the other side and the conversion, you're back in the game.
Yeah.
They know it, so do VP.
That is depending on your proficiency in this final round. Will that head trick or be able to find anything early? It feels like the VP, like just early banana control has just been... Oh wait, how about a mid push? Flamus goes running in and there is a head trick opener. That saved Orp immediately, draws first blood. Deep smoke from the CTs, misthrown perhaps. Deep one and an overextension. Kensizor stubborn on the fight for banana. Not gonna be dissuaded from their early util, and he takes down Flit on car. Icy returns and rotates, puts it all onto Electronic on A. Is he going to go sweeping through? Kensizor tucks on logs. It should be a favorable duel here for the AWP. Oh, leg. Little cheeky bit of leg. Thank you very much. Kensizor gets the shutdown. Icy gone. Just 2 remain. Fame now quickly found out.
He's actually smoked his teammates off there, but they're going to head in towards A where Electronic stands.
Here he is, though. He's lining up for the multi. Oh, no. They're not ready. 2 sprayed down. More available and a necessary one. That was essential.
Fame's already here.
Fame. Headshot. Perfect placement of the crosshair. He's brought down 1. Just Alex. He's been shooting pretty hard on this T side. Can he give his team that 4th? A crucial 4th. And Fame denies a lovely headshot. 3 kills in the round. G'd up by his captain. VP in it to smash it. A 2-0 day looming. Bait head in hands. 3 rounds, all they have.
What's up, everybody? I'm Darth Mike. I'm going to be running around the venue, taking you behind the scenes, showing you a lot of the action, filming a ton of content. We're going to go ahead and take a tour of the studio, see where the magic happens, see where the games are going to be going live. Teams are getting ready to set up, so let's go ahead and let's do it. Welcome in to the Blast TV Austin Major Studio. Come on in, guys. Come on in. Come on in. We've got so many beautiful things to look at. This is where the first 3 stages of the Major are going to occur. We got 32 teams rocking up. It's in this studio where everything begins, where we first learn to respect underdog. This is the mix zone. This is where the press will be after the games to catch players as they come off, get their interviews, get their snippet, give you guys a little insight. But here, as we come around the corner, this is where the magic happens. We've got 8 setups. Top of the line Alienware monitors, blacklight chairs, desks, everything you could possibly want to achieve your absolute best as a player. But these setups, we've got 8 of them, and that means that one set of teams can be setting up while the other set of teams is playing, so that we don't have any elongated breaks if everything works as planned. Knock on, that's not wood, but it'll be good enough. So with these 32 teams coming in, there's a lot of rookies. With the expansion of the Major, there's a lot of new faces, a lot of fresh faces coming through. And while the setups do a great job of allowing you to adjust, to tweak, to raise your level, to lower your chair, to do everything you could need to make yourself as comfortable as possible, let's be real. We all know what's on the line. We all know the stakes. It's never going to be as easy as when you're playing at home. We're coming down to the end of the row, and here's where the broadcast magic happens. They don't let me touch the cameras anymore, not since the incident, so we'll leave that alone. I move on in here to the jib. This is my favorite toy. This is how we get all the beautiful sweeping shots. It goes in, it goes out. Every time you see a dope crowd shot, it's thanks to one of these. But again, not since the incident. Welcome in to the desk here at the Blast TV Austin Major, where we have created this marvel of carbon fiber and electronics to bring you the absolute peak of analytical experience here at the Blast TV Austin Major. We have the beautiful Austin skyline on the LED wall behind me. They can change that to anything that they want. They got so much power here. And in between the games, in between the matches, they're going to be breaking down the information. They're going to be bringing you the highlights. They're going to be updating you on the storyline, keeping you abreast of the situation. And it's from this desk that our analysts can peer all the way down the room at those far setups so they can see the hype moments and maybe critique a player's posture. And if you're wondering why I'm so brilliant and beautiful and tall like these giant skyscrapers behind me, well, we got a little bit of secret. If you look down, this is just a little bit of a box there. That's a lower tech solution, but you know, sometimes everybody needs a bit of a lift. In a minute here, this hall is going to fill back up with players, and the games will commence. The screams of triumph, the cries of agony, the noises of defeat, those are all going to ring through the halls of this studio. So without further ado, let the games begin.
This could be another blowout scoreline. We've had a few of them today. In fact, the kickoff day of Stage 2 of the Blast TV Austin Major, we've had some quick ones. This could be another. Denied that 4th round in a 1v1 to close it out. And you can see Electronic just completely rustling the jimmies here. They had a massive advantage and squandered it.
2v5 situation there, and the inexperience of the young guns of Bait just rushing the situation. They worked hard to get a couple of rounds, sure, but 4 would have given themselves a little bit of a buffer if they can't convert the second pistol. It's a best of 1, all to play for as we get back underway. Bait now on the CT side. 4 over towards A, and quite a press towards Boiler and Halls for some info. Just going to be the one man defending the B side, as in absolutely no rush of VP.
Oof, odds have blown out VP, hot favorites.
It's crazy to think that the odds started with Bait as the favorites in this one. So the bookmakers extremely impressed with them. 3-0 run from stage 1 and kicking things off with the victory over Falcons, ruining everybody's pick'ems.
This could be quite a sobering second game for them.
So Electronic has utility in Banana. They've actually boosted Icy up half wall, and he's going to be able to quite safely clear out Sandbag. I thought maybe we'd see a fade. Don't worry about that. That's happened quickly. Ascenthiel pokes his nose through Boiler, gets the opening kill, and actually sends VP packing.
Good time to be throwing your smoke as well to block, as far as maybe needing some rotation.
Well, that's the thing. Is there an info play or is there a rotation? Because right now, looking at the radar, there is neither from Bait. That just applies all this pressure onto poor Alex on this B bomb site.
Oh gosh, he is feeling very alone right now.
Rotation's coming now. Just MPL though.
Yeah, they heard him Speedway, so they're going to start to accelerate. They think that's a sign of weakness. Crossing through, Alex. Can't track the first. Partners up for the double switch. Does connect this time. Electronic gets taken out of the round. Fame up close. Coffins
3v5.
Flick gives it a look, CT. Lots of pushing here. Icy, 2 quick taps. Oh, and their advantage, it just completely evaporates. Too easy for VP. They're having the best time.
That is the most animated, in a positive way, I've ever seen Icy. So happy with Kaiser there as...
He did just laser beam him, right? Like, we saw it from the death POV, but that felt rapid. But
wow, okay. Just using it like a sniper rifle as they are some crispy inflamus. Hey. All right, we're starting to get some Bash Brother energy out of these boys. That's what we were always hoping to see. We know that Electronic brought some energy, but when things weren't working, it felt like it was souring the mood, not elevating it. A 2v5 to finish the half into a 3v5, which was a mandatory second half pistol round to get you back into the game. Now you're forced. If you lose this...
Stick a fork in it.
Referee, throw in the towel.
They go asking some questions of the B setup, and it looks like they're inquisitive with the bomb close by if they find a way in. It's not a full commitment. It was 2 smokes and a Molotov. They'll park Flit in a little joker position, hoping to be overlooked if they re-clear.
You'll also hear some rotations from there as well if they start darting away. So how many footsteps can he hear if they do start hedging over to help MPL on A? So it might just leave him.
Oh, it's just so well orchestrated,
And they're coming into Flit right now. How many is he going to get? Mac 10 in hand. 1 is good. 2.
Close.
Too much to ask for. So you're just going to retain these upgrades, and that's if VP will allow it. Fame's already cut off rotations over towards CT Spawn, and Flamus is starting to hedge through the T apartments as well. So save routes removed.
I really like the way they approach this round. You're expecting, you know, kind of a meek force buy. What do? You threaten a B. You see what you get. You don't overcommit. And you maintain that beacon of information by parking Flip where they did. Very effective calling from VP. Simple, but effective. Now you just got Essential and Alex trying to save what little they can. Or be careful in MP9.
We've got 3D Max versus Legacy coming up next, and it looks like we're going to get there quite quickly.
Now, both of those teams have been loud in the past. Legacy very recently, of course, the incredible underdog story of Legacy, the team that never should, has, and managed to secure a spot in Stage 2.
And also their play style seems to be quite in your face, and so does 3D Max.
Right.
I have 3D Max as a... maybe Shuin is a little bit strong, but I'm quite confident in 3D Max in this level of competition.
Yeah,
I think when they go up against the elite, that's when they have a tougher time, but their shock and awe style of gameplay, very aggressive, in-your-face French CS, with Maka as the lead on the AWP, Body still as that more recent addition. They're fun to watch, so looking forward to that one. We'll see what map and what level of clash we get between the two. But the residuals held upon, an M4 in the mix, and a huge chunk of nade damage.
Yep.
They're still going, though.
They connect. Now they've softened them up. You still have to pull the trigger. Flash is too good. And again, the B site just falls too easily.
This is... Everybody, even if you played any level of Counter-Strike, even just in some of your matchmaking games, when the game is at this stage and they just rush a site and you're on the other side and your defenders truly get nothing done, your heart sinks. It's like, well, they're already in the site. I'm still rotating over. No kills came through. No damage was done. They weren't slowed down. How are we meant to retake? Well, we're not. We're going to save 2 MP9s and an A1S, and it's going to be 12-3.
And what's so crazy is even if you both just get one, because of all that nade damage, you're retaking with an advantage.
Yeah.
Like, it's just well played by VP. Those little layering of flashes, that's something I think the VP boys have got really well ironed out.
What a haul from Fame, though. 17 kills. And it feels like a quiet 17 because just the way that these rounds have gone down. Sure, he's had some impact with those frags, but when the scoreline is this dire, you're not really looking at one individual and going, wow. Unless it was the Nikados performance, which was insane.
Yeah.
This is still a great performance, great impact, and really good to see the mojo flowing on the VP side of the server. Running adjacently with this, we got Pain versus Furia. A bit of a Brazilian derby going down. Obviously, Furia with 2 Europeans as imports for this one. Holodoy and Yakinda in the roster, and they had a pretty strong showing for their first match. And I say Brazilian, well, Pain, it's not just Brazilians. Obviously, they've got DGT in the mix. Uruguay and Davideus from Chile. Oh, these ones hit. Those ones make a dent.
Mission accomplished. You were begging for an opening pick, especially considering the state of affairs. It could still be rumbled though. Flammus trying to get answers towards the apartments. Nice bit of util layered on top of that, so the pressure is now actually nullified. Alex removing another. He can fall back into the site, establish a safe crossfire, don't give anything away. Electronic is coming for you. Trying to exploit your passive nature, and you haven't got your gun again! Not again!
Another 3v5 on the table now. Bomb scooped up, needs to get over towards that B site. Look how deep the CT smoke is. Come on in, boys, the water's warm.
The sinking feeling for Headtrick. Oh, he actually connected. Oh, Kensizor, that spam has actually given you a way back in. But you still have to get past Fame, and he can't stop hitting headshots right now. 17 and 5. Flammer's going to double up with him for that standard coffin post-plant. Headtrick, you just don't have the weapon for this, but his teammate does. Kensizor another. Takes down Flammers. Still winnable for Fame. HG.
That'll do it.
Do the job. He starts to unload his mag. They need to spam back. And end the game. Just like that. 13-3, a thrashing. VP, they can't stop stomping. That's back-to-back Infernos where their opponents don't get past 3 rounds.
Damn, that is domination in the way that they won some of those rounds. A 2v5, a 3v5 on the pistol, another 3v5 right there to close things down. They've come in with fresh legs and fresh minds. A big victory, VP 2-0 as the win streak, 9 consecutive matches for Bait, comes to close at the hands of VP. They'll drop down to the 1-1 bucket. Some energy for VP, and we'll see if they can carry that forward into day 2 of stage 2, a best of 3 away, and they can join the big boys.
We're back in business, another best of one. I'm rubbing my hands together for this one because I thoroughly enjoyed watching that Legacy story unfold throughout stage one. The Brazilians have managed to secure themselves a spot here, but now you're hanging out with the big boys. You came in as an underdog to the first stage, so what does that make them here up against a team like 3D Max who play this very aggressive style of Counter-Strike, clashing with what the Brazilians lay down, which in my mind is rather similar. What happens when you put fire and fire and say fight?
Yeah, it should be, look, definitely delivering in the firepower department. Nissim had some great shots yesterday. We love the energy that Dumao was bringing as well. The guttural roars challenging that of Lears from Nemiga's. As right now, you've got the odds favoring 3D Max, and I can understand why. Alex, what were you doing 18 days ago?
18 days ago? I don't even know what I did yesterday.
Well, you were in Dallas, and so were these two teams. They took head-to-head at IEM, and, well, yeah, it's where we are, Texas. We've just gone from city to city. Coming out on top of that best of three was 3D Max, but damn, it was close. Inferno was one of the three maps played, and it was an overtime affair. So let's see if we can go the distance and then some yet again today.
A lot of stomps, Chad.
Yeah,
a lot of stomps so far. We just had our first 13-3 to kick off our best of ones, but, you know, FaZe versus Heroic was quick, VPOG was quick, 3D Max BB, like, they stomped
Well,
BB.
this is what I'm saying. Last time between these two, it was very close.
Okay.
So I'm kind of trying to lay the foundations for another close matchup.
I appreciate that. I'm still trying to, like, make heads or tails of that Legacy MIBR result. Like, is that impressive? A 13-10? It sounded like it was hard work.
I don't want to say anything about South American Counter-Strike.
Okay, cool. So we can move on.
Yeah, we can move swiftly
CT
on.
start for 3D Max, another best of one on Inferno. First one delivered. Let's see what we get here.
I'm curious if in this matchup, right, so last time round 3D Max maybe took them a little bit for granted and got caught off guard, and today they're going to be more prepped and ready.
Ooh, golden opportunity there for Nissim. Body not playing scared. He'll happily keep dueling and juking with you.
Who?
Duel.
Bobby.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Bobby. Maka's getting aggy. Nissim wins the duel eventually. Body stubborn. Oh, a nice little block. Body block on Coffins, but Nissim gets a second on the reaggress. Maka did slip the net, though, and taps one. Sabs him down at the end of B. This is messy now. Oh, dear. Dumao down. Okay, access to the site granted for the Brazilians. Legacy have it. Nissim miles away, but Lato hits one through the smoke. And now Maka's in a position to at least get one here. They're going to double swing him. Needs to be precise and hasn't hit the head. Lato has. High impact round from Lato. 3 kills on the pistol. And Nissim, what an active lurk there. He gets 2 kills and he's alone on that side of the map.
Yeah, very well done. If those 2 kills are going to have you way to kick off the account, you should definitely be converting that type of a pistol as we'll get a tech. All right.
Of
That's going to be on the 3D Look Max's side of the server. Can we get a nose strip look, please, Mr. Producer? After we get the highlight package done, we'll take a look at their faces and their noses. We know that 3D Max at certain points have gone for 5 straight nose strips.
He hasn't let up the gas.
Oh, we're still keeping it. Okay, so that feels like they've moved away from the nose strip meta.
Chad, why do I feel like you're just trying to communicate to me through
I'm not communicating anything to you. These guys, last time we saw them, all 5 of them had nose strips on. How many nose strips do you see right now, Alex?
Yeah, but that's because you spent the whole thing, you made the whole cast about their nose strips and they lost really badly, and now you've broken them. You've broken them, their mental about the nose
I
strip.
can only say what I see.
You know, I'm
a say what I see type of guy.
Yeah, you walked in and you said that is a placebo, and by calling it a placebo, it no longer is.
I'd like to let the record show, never said that. I love indulging in placebos.
That's true. It's true. Well, I'll put my nose strip on tomorrow and I'll be on top of form.
All right, well, let's see if 3D Max can do it without the strips.
Do you know, if Nissim does anything in this round when there's a 3-man app stack, I'm going to be, ooh, wow, that's a nice little wallbanger. A bit more of an avant-garde approach for the Maka angle.
That's a classic, right? In the anti-ecos, back in my day, you would always go for that wallbang. Even in 1.6,
smoke? That's a poo smoke, right? Or is that serviceable? No complaints?
Well,
what are the judges saying?
I'm not loving it.
Okay.
I'd love it to be a bit more restrictive.
Oh, you know, it has led to that, hasn't it? Because he could walk up and yeah.
So the Force Spy, not starting as it means to go on. However, there's 3 players here. Maka and Gravity joining the pack alongside a Lucky.
They're going to swing on this. Where's the flash? Is there anything? There is one. Yeah, here it comes. Swinging through. Gravity and Lucky's MP9 do connect. Maka on the edge of that smoke. He will swing through. Ooh, quick reaction out of Lato. Lucky.
Ammo.
Hanging on Lucky. He hasn't got bullets or health. Undead.
Okay, well, if Exercise was able to track down Nissim in all of the fray, then there's a chance for this. But the fact that he doesn't have the weapon for the job on the retake might see him just saving. I understand that it is a 2v1 scenario. Bomb's yet to go down, but just think about this. How's he meant to get back in action with a Mag 7? They're being extremely diligent. Those pesky Frenchmen, they were coming out of the smokes, they were coming out of the woodwork, and eventually the bomb will be planted. Love to see it, so not taking any chances, Legacy, but it has allowed Exercise to now work his way up Banana. If he wins this,
no way.
Vince will eat his hat.
Yeah.
Or a boot, I'm not sure which one it was.
Some item of clothing made of chocolate. So exits. That's the only logical thing, is like he's hoping, oh, maybe I do some financial damage and I get an AK, best case scenario. It's a big old bomb blast radius.
Yeah, and I think they probably will exit Banana.
Here they come.
Oh, no, never mind. CT spawn.
There they go. Hey, see you later.
All right, we'll get something for his troubles. It's also a nice little cash injection there, so... Legacy now know what Exercise is working with the next round as...
Okay, nice. So his teammates have told him that you are going to have to mute your mic if you're going to keep...
Which I think is fair.
That's a fine middle ground.
I think it's fair. Okay, there is also MIBR versus... Sorry, no, it's not. It's Furia versus Pain that was going on the adjacent stream.
Do you see Kinder's quote coming into the major?
No, what did he say?
He said, I'm not even joking, I think we can win it.
Oh, I did see that.
Yeah, he did say that. I love a confident... I mean, confidence is important.
Yes, it is.
It's going to focus back on Exercise's jump attempt. Okay, well, we found the Mag 7. Lucky's dead.
It's Lucky.
Dead.
Please don't spread, please don't spread, please don't spread.
It's fine.
Guys, there's nothing in Banana, and they're all up middle.
Well, Maka at least communicates that.
Yeah, well, can the Mac attack do anything on the Devique? Oh, yes, he can. That's a gun to work with. 4v4.
Nice. Surely you just save it, no?
Nah, give this one a go. Give this one a look.
Maka likes... I agree, Maka.
Come on, Maka, give it a look.
Nah, man. AK-47, love that.
But think about last round, only one player stayed alive. If you hung around here, you did some more financial damage, you could put yourself in a...
Oh, look. Okay, how about this, then?
All right.
How about best case scenario? You give the AK to Lucky because he's not doing anything with 10 HP, and then you play for the exit.
All right. I'm glad that they're still going to try and contest for some kills. Bit of a shame if they just held on to their goods.
Yeah, I mean, what are you bringing through? It's nothing worth, you know, noting.
Okay, so trying to constrict the movements now. It is a backside plant, so they should be able to save in pit at least a few of them.
Yeah, Dumal can't, so he's going to probably slip through the smoke. Maka's trying to tend to that. Oh, knife out. That's a shame. Back turn. Dumal on the run. He'll lose out on his Galil. So not too many casualties. 3 will survive, but Maka, he will manage to gain a Galil.
Okay, so Galil, an AK, and a Mag 7 walking around number 4. Let's see if the French can work with that. I'm not sure if the Mag 7 is going to get any play.
Can we get rid of the Mag 7?
I think we can. Exercise can also drop an AWP across. No, not going to opt for that, so going to keep it very rifle heavy. Mag 7's gone. Forget about it. Forget about it. A kit. Just one of which. Residual cash for a couple of the members going forward. Loss bonus into the next is going to be 3,400 if 3D Max lose this.
Interesting approach. They smoke the mouth of Banana and push straight through. This is a very, very cheeky move. Hasn't worked out for Lux, but he's gotten away with his life. Spoke too soon. There's more nades and spam. Plays the edge of that smoke. It saves him. Maybe that's the purpose of it as well. Can stick around half wall. There's some juggling being done here by Maka. Maneuvering that double HE, which has potency towards Logs right now.
Well, they've just left Dumal here. Everybody else is rotating back towards A. They're going to silently boost up in towards the window room. Gravity, he's on the porch, and Exercise will now have to deal with the apartment's leak. Maka, by cheating over, means that he will just leave these two up to their own devices.
It's Gravity, yeah, you can play behind that molly, so not perfect. Oh, sorry, excuse me, it's Exercise that's forced away. Gravity on the boost and flashed off, completely booked. Lux, a nice pop flash. Lato, a frag.
They're going A now. Everybody's just joined over towards brackets. Dumal's left Banana, at least he had.
Yeah, okay.
40 seconds.
3D Max are counting on Maka and Exercise's crossfire here. A nice boost, but not going to get them anything.
And there's absolutely no information for 3D Max other than we lost Gravity top mid.
Oh, Nissim, he's working on something.
Maka's searching middle right now.
Alone?
He might get a timing.
Ooh, quick from Sadsin, and now they know where you are from above. They find him. Good control from Nissim.
Okay, this is a great start. 4-0, spotless so far. And Legacy, they are not taking their major life for granted. The fact that they weren't even meant to be here, right? You could say, okay, well, that's fine. We're here. We got the stickers now. We come in. We got the signatures. All good. They are really pushing the issue. They have played every day of the major so far because of the nature of the 2-2. So getting some reps in. And now starting stage 2, the best of ones. A win over their countrymen, now going up against international opposition of 3D Max, and things are not starting great whatsoever. Once more, touching upon that matchup they played only 18 days ago back in Dallas. Inferno was map number 1, picked by Legacy, so they're more than happy for this to be in the best of 1. And it was 19-17. 3D Max just eked over in double OT.
Terrorists win.
Well, no big yell from Dumal this time, so just content with taking care of business on that one. Not even on a time delay, so keeps it contained. Tactical timeout called. And this is the kill, and that's essentially where everything went wrong. Maka makes a play individually, not playing team-based Counter-Strike, and pulled it apart 1 by 1. Now, sure, they get the saves. It does facilitate another purchase. The Maka AWP is out now, and that's what I like to see. Maka is one of these AWPers that can really influence the game. And Chucky, again, we never really see him saying it. Just as I say it. All right, I'm glad.
There we go.
Because I was like,
yeah,
come on, coach, man. If things are going well and you don't need to say anything, that's actually fine too.
We've seen them do a lot without his input.
I would love to talk to more coaches and understand exactly what goes on, but that's the trade secrets. That's like the herbs and spices from the Colonel.
Are there any other AWPing IGLs now? Fallen stepped down. James no longer in tier 1. AWPing IGLs. It's a short list. Maka's on it.
I'm going to have to double check now.
Yeah, no, I'm racking my brain, but nothing's jumping off my page.
The problem is there probably is.
Of course there is. Yeah.
Just when you think about it.
Like,
it
used to be Cadian. He's also not in the conversation at the moment. They boost up the AWP. Trying to get that deeper line, nothing to be reported, but 4 Brazilians strolling towards body. Oh, ouch, barrage, over half health. Inflicted from the HE, he sticks around up close, trying to be a disruptive force.
They immediately rotate, right? They do, and it's forced Maka back over as well. So all the damage, they think it's going to be B. Now they have to fight forward for the banana control, but the question is the timing. Body's thrust all the way forward. Oh!
Sadzin could have lost the bomb had he been a little bit further backward. That's why you get that safer lineup.
And they're into A.
More than into A. They've already cut the rotations off. Look at that. Perfect. Oh, and there he goes. Exercise
save.
Gone. You have to save. That might be the most perfect round we've seen so far. It's just beautifully constructed, completely manipulated. 3D Max, wrong place, wrong time.
Just the harass utility there, top banana. Body getting put very low. Then you can hear them screaming on the mic. Maka feels like he has to rotate over, and they just leave one man on A. In these last 2 rifle rounds, 3D Max have not had the players in the right place. They are not reading the situation whatsoever, and Lux is out calling them right here, right now.
That's off a 3D Max timeout as well. Like, what a way to like really just continue to twist the knife and sprinkle the salt in the wound. You've not only got the first gun, not only got the pistol. Off the back of your opponent's timeout trying to stabilize, you waltz in and just get a 1 frag win. Okay, last time Sadzin went down with the pit save. This time they've calculated it. Perfect. And there they are. Just reminding them, like, hey, we are next to you, by the way. We are opposite you.
Yeah, they just took a round off. Just protecting their voice. I guess if you win them all. Well, you save again. You can buy again. But you need a round. This is a best of 1. 5-0 does not mean condemnation, but just how easy these rounds have been. And because of the saves, it's a very low fragging game so far. Straight up mid for Lado.
Gravity's playing for this, though. Yeah, flushed in. Nice work. That's Gravity. Gives 3D Max what they've been sorely lacking. And full deep banana control. Now we just watched the VP game. We saw how teams can leverage early deep banana control with an AWP, but they've actually chosen to keep body forward. That feels exploitable. Okay.
Duma's done a great job there, as long as he doesn't die to this orb. Yeah, there's a lot of harassment on A.
Ooh, well-timed smoke. You can see Nissan was about to start cooking. Draws attention his way and actually goes looking. Lux brought low. That's a good catch as well. Lucky builds the round around it. Good catch to start from Gravity. Now a two-man advantage and just an attempted clawback there. Lucky, an important trade. Job done. 3D Max to pick up their first round in their second game here.
Well, they didn't have the bodies in the right places, but the simple difference was merely Gravity getting the isolated top mid kill, and then it was just limping into the round. So, well done from Gravity. Last time he was essentially solo top mid, he gave away the death on top of the porch. This time he gets the opening kill, and that is going to be their first opening frag within 6 rounds of play. So there you go. If you're looking for the difference maker, it's opening kills. How quickly can they take this cash away from Legacy? Win another, and that might be enough. But again, aggressive banana stance.
Yeah, Dumao's not scared. Oh, and body should be. He's just running it down. Lucky feeds himself into the beast. Jumps into Sadzin's jaws, and they clamp shut. I will highlight the damage from the utility and the spray.
Yeah, we did see as well in our last game, Bait give away some very, very poor 5v3, 5v2 type situations. So there is still a chance to win this one if you are 3D Max, but you're going to have to get fortunate with maybe Legacy playing a little bit too quickly, and right now they've completely hit the brakes. So grouped up in Banana, the boost to make sure there's no re-aggress. Maka actually heads over towards A, and now he's coming back over towards B, and during all of this, they're just taking more space, clearing out more angles.
He just went to get another incendiary, and he arrives just in time. Throw out another. And is he gonna swing through?
He has to, because he needs the space. He couldn't play CT side.
Nissan versus Exercise. Perfect crosshair.
This will force them into B. Maka needs 2.
Strong AWPing presence is Maka. His teammates call upon him. And he delivers. Connecting onto Dumao. Traded out by Lux. Sight lost. Disadvantage retake, but don't forget about that early damage. They are low. They don't know. It's unconfirmed. Okay, another one.
If Maka gets 2 there, you give it a go, but otherwise you're still struggling. You have the loss bonus. It's not maxed out anymore because you won around, but it's 2,900 because of the cash that you've been saving. You know you can get another buy, so it just seems silly to throw it all away, but you do allow the T side to get at least 50% of the rounds in the first half secured. Body still yet to get off the starting blocks right now. He is 0 and 3, so having a real tough time with this banana control. And his direct opposite on the other side of the server, Dumao, is 3 and 0. So that just tells you how the banana fights have been going.
That's the opening exchanges. Brutal. I mean, you've got to be impressed. It's remarkable what Legacy have done here in Austin. A bad couple of games online. Coming to LAN outside of your control and delivering.
I'm more impressed with the fact that Lux and Nissan have only been in the team for 5 months.
Yeah.
And apparently this is the key to success for the likes of Dumao and Lato. They were alongside of Barton for a very long time. That was kind of the trio that was kicking about. Nekiz was there, but it was more missed than hit, at least in recent times.
I mean, the Dumao-Lato combo was one we were kind of excited about way back, right? Like Godsent, all of that.
Exactly, and that's where we had like Taco and Barton and like Cold Zero through the mix. A lot of Brazilian players would go through that because this is Dead's project essentially. And if people aren't familiar with Dead, he was one of the individuals alongside of the LG.SK days. Right, he was the facilitator of a lot of these individuals coming over to North America to get an opportunity to compete. This is going back to 2015, 2016.
Facilitator.
Yes, and he's still with them. So here we go again. Same as we have the swings and roundabouts of this banana control. The AWP is here to be the difference maker. Now clear again.
Maka.
Good restraint.
Wants to stick around on the line, though.
Put that under the microscope, right? It's a beautiful round to watch in terms of the use on what you're trying to force, but let's turn our attention top mid. 3-player crossfire setup because of Macca's open banana.
Oh, good hold. That body's first. And the round perfectly shaped now. Exercise gets a double kill. That's why you want those AKs, those instant headshots. Legacy collapse.
Yeah, always enjoyed the aim of the Exercise Jocko combo.
Yeah, right. Very snappy aim.
And there you have Rinsed as Body. You just mentioned his first kill. He got an opener as well there, so that'll be a nice little confidence booster. Body and Lucky, another combination of the past. Back on G2 once upon a time. So we'll call the score 6-2 as Dumao just heads back toward T-Stairs. We've seen him in some really nice clutch attempts, but this one is even going to be far too for him. Bomb down top mid. He's not even in a position right now to insert himself. So if he has a look, he is likely just to get bowled over. Good luck hitting a 180-degree flick, mate. Reflecting on the cash situation going forward, loss bonus is only going to be 1,400 for the Brazilians. Sadzen will be able to buy himself. Dumao, if he saves, will not get any loss bonus, but we'll be able to get full nades behind this. Lado will be in a buy position. And the same for Nissim if he wants to go with the Galil. It's just going to be Lux operating with something a little bit lighter. So Lado can go AK with light util. Sadzen's all good in the hood for AK with nades. Nissim can go Galil with util. And then Lux maybe just a Tech 9 with a couple of nades as well. So they can still stay very threatening in the buy department. But you would hate to have the momentum taken away from you. So 1 or 2 more rounds for the Brazilians is probably what I'd be setting as par for the course before you go into the halftime break, just because of the strong start. Pistol conversions, we're talking 5 in a row. Now we're getting into the rally of back and forth rounds. Can you stop 3D Max from getting consecutive?
Distinct advantage for the French. Macca, this is some combat style AWPing. I'm uncomfortable just watching it. Oh, and he's lost it. That was a very risky maneuver.
He's open.
And it's got them floundering. Okay, an attempt on the AWP from Lux. Missed shot, Body pushing through. Chaos, pandemonium. It's a lot of unrest. Body spamming away and the Tracers betray him. That's some combat AWPing and no scope.
You can't go for it. You've lost too many bodies. You didn't get any kills. You have to call it off if you're gravity and Exercise right now. That is crazy. They sent nobody second mid on the default. That entire time was, boys, what we're going to do is 2 to 3 of us are going to have utility set up to constantly throw over to force for this banana control. So it was so direct. Like that call out of spawn is just, we're going to win banana control.
Eventually.
It's not, we're going to default and keep our options open. We're going to win banana control and then we'll see what happens. So still no consecutive rounds for the CT side.
Feels like it was an overcommitment of resources for Macca, especially, you know, in the luxury of the HUD. We see those Tech 9s. I mean, what's one of the few ways they're going to find a nice opening pick is that AWP overstaying is welcome to the mouth of banana.
And that's just as the cash started to get depleted. A Galil, a Tech 9, and that's okay, well, never mind. We win it again. And now we get Sadzen and AWP.
And now 3D Max find themselves on the other side.
Again, the fortunate factor for them is the saves and is the loss bonus.
Yes.
But that's all good and well, but now the score is 7-2, and we only have 3 rounds left in the half, and it feels like you need all of them.
Yeah, you do.
You're just being kept so humble, and again, I just reflect upon it's such a low fragging game. If you were to look at the round timeline, there have been saves on every single round bar the pistol.
And then you look at the scoreboard, it could be like round 5. Swang. Body reveals his positioning.
Pinned in.
Yeah, he's pinned by the Molotov, and what a combo. That's very nice from Dumao and Legacy. They take their top banana, and he goes asking for more. Okay, that's a punish. Okay, positionally strong. Lucky and Gravity, they both hit their shots. The Brazilians are so, like, what's the word?
I'm thinking disrespectful, in your face.
In your face, disrespectful, just like biffy. They want to brawl. That was just a cut and dry, I'm going to swing.
Yeah, the way that Dumao just palmed into that was so direct.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought they might even consider the save. They're blocked again. Lucky is going to transition side. Gravity playing Speedway, Maka and Exercise over towards Pit and Short. So there is still a world where this could go wrong. There's the ability for the CT smoke to land. Lucky, yeah, is going to opt to play from Coffin. So if they do enter into the site, he can back off and then play the 4v2 retake.
Mac has just called brackets clear, sweeps forward. Gravity uses that information to focus his attention on the aid of Lucky. His position now noted. They know where the two defenders are. Nissim gets cross pool, needs that bomb, and will give it a go on the plant.
8 seconds.
Gravity's coming. Second flash. Oh, but the headshot hit.
You got no
time. No time for Sadzin. He might get run down after time. 1950. He could be condemned to it if they run at him. Oh, and he's going to hit the first. He's done enough to bring that AWP through. But that's 7-5. You poised as necessary for 3D Max still remains a possibility. Consecutive still eluding.
Yeah, and now, again, it is one of these buy positions that is a little bit rougher around the edges. Lux can get dropped at Mach 10. 2 AKs at Galil. The util is probably the biggest concern right now. But they're looking like they want to change things up. Sutton's taking the AWP immediately over towards apartments with Nissim.
What?
So if they can go quite quickly with this, they can set him up ender halls to kill the player transitioning back Moto side.
Yeah, that would be Gravity.
Oh, he's going Boiler for the pick. All right. Top mid lurk smokes in play. They might just be very direct into an A execute. Mac is coming over. Exercise Pit. 2 long side right now as top mid smoke has faded. So what was looking like it could have been Poppy and direct now is just going to be feigning of the default. Back towards Banana. Body spots that jump towards T stairs. And they're in. They want to come through this.
Well, Body. Oh, and that's exactly what he needed. He sticks around with 2 bullets in the mag for a 3rd attempt. Gets 2 on the push through. Lucky arrives as well. Will spam that CT smoke, and that's if Body doesn't kill them all first. Okay. Finally brought down after his triple. 3D Max trying to make a half out of this right at the end. Okay, Maka. He's feeling himself. Goes for 3. Sniper bullet through the smoke.
The biggest issue right now is when this smoke fades, it's going to be much harder to plant. So they have to hope there's overstepping of the mark or Sadza can find a pick. He's searching.
Yeah, he could very well catch Gravity here. Oh, good work. Frenchman connects on the M4. No chance for Lato.
Yeah, this is an impossibility right now. As soon as he taps the bomb, they're going to run him down, and time is his biggest enemy. Worst case, he goes down after time and then goes into the final round of the half with nothing to work with. Fakes the plant. There's the swing. Gravity will finish it off. And finally, the French find their voice. Consecutive rounds at the tail end of the half completely breaks the finances. And 7-5, it's on the table.
Yeah, it was 7-2. 7-5 would really, I mean, they would have bit your hand off if you offered that.
Great from Body, right? He started very, very poorly. This multi-kill, another opening kill for him. This time, top Banana, a mandatory one, a triple kill within the round.
He was alone.
And right now, it is just going to be Tech9. So I would hope to see something fast, some shock and awe in this final round out of Legacy to see if they can shake 3D Max going into the halftime break. Yeah, it is. It's fast. Give me straight up the guts.
Yeah, and it's not a bad call, you know. Burnt to a crisp.
1G.
Yep.
Summit would be proud.
Lux is eating nades as well. Just so much good stopping utility here. Exercise is on high alert. Seems ready. Nissim's going to come out through the apartment. Another one! Not the double 1G!
That's a 2G!
That's like a double rainbow. You just don't see those. Since when? Somehow, Legacy, a very awkward end to their half.
Still burning down the house a little bit literally there.
Oh, they could still win it. Lato, can you save him? He could! Oh! Body steps up! A recovered half from 3D Max. They were down 7-2. They claw it back 7-5.
Hello and welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays. It's 2018. Cloud9 had to grind all the way from the first stage and stage 2 to get into the playoffs. They managed to battle all the way into the final, And then at 15-14, Stewie2K pulls off the clip of Counter-Strike.
28 seconds now, and Olaf Meister might try to pull rotation.
So much pressure on A.
Looking towards the apps position, the Molotov comes in, but so does the rotation. Olaf Meister, though, has been taken out towards the B bomb site.
It's the Olaf death, man, and they feel cooked now. The Olaf kill is huge, and then he does this.
But look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to blow the bomb!
Thank you very much. That's the bomb, tumbles away, so much chaos.
They're trying to build pyramids!
Insane shot on Nico, and then the follow-up rain trying to plant. Dude, it's the perfect clip.
I mean, they're out of their chairs. America
is losing their minds in this moment. Yeah. There are no pyramids. There is no clay. Stewie just won them the round to lock in overtime, and from this, springboard NA to its first major win.
If FaZe managed to reset mentally, would we remember Stewie's play? Probably not in the same way.
Probably not in the same way, but that's where the cultural impact comes from. When you look at the names on that FaZe squad, this was also like the beginning of the downfall of that FaZe squad with Carrigan at the helm, the big split between him and Nico. So much stuff like echoed from this one play. That's like what it meant to FaZe and how crushing it was to them.
The only man that could!
He does seem to have cultural riz. Dare I even say he mogged them?
I don't quite know that one, but perhaps he did.
Okay.
Perhaps he did, and I appreciate, it's always important to kind of establish the vernacular of the youth so as one can continue to relay the culture.
That is the most insane way to win a major.
And so there it is, the tale of Stewie2K in Boston. A pretty good time. And that's why we give it a 9 out of 10 on the culture scale and a 6 out of 10 on the individual brilliance.
It was looking like the Legacy Cinderella story was never going to end. But just at the tail end of our first half in this best of one, 3D Max raised their hand and said, what about us? Maybe they can be the ones to just thwart and smash that Cinderella slip-up.
If you look at the last 3 wins for Legacy from Stage 1 and going into Stage 2, it's been against quote-unquote domestic opponents. There's been 2 Brazilian teams in the mix, Imperial and MIBR, and Wildcard. So it's all regionally based as the odds favor the Brazilians. Only just as Sadzen plays for info through window. 3 up second middle, Nissim and Sadzen in the apartments. Lux rotating back towards A now. The utility for the finish on the T side is a smoke and a flash in the hands of Gravity. Lucky immediate goosh. That's one way to get your banana control, and tries to track him down. Sends him packing. See you later, alligator.
Ooh, Lux has got more than he bargained for in his little look mid. It's only Maka that's revealed himself. Good find from Sadzen. Catches Boiler.
Could go mid to B.
Rapping. Ooh, good awareness. Dumal heard you coming, mate. And now there's a lot more. Oh, he's done very well. Magnificent quad kill on the Julies.
Stands up, lets them know we've had a whole lot of that today. Dumal, the energy, it continues into the second half. That's both pistols for the Brazilians with the pistol pop-off. The Cowboys in Austin, Texas.
Yeah! Oh, he gets so much done.
They are mandatory on those CT side pistol rounds these days. And that leaves 3D Max with a red face. It's going to be an eco. No plan. No money is bounding back and forth between Mid and Banana as they're going to ping pong looking for some frags. There's P250s, there's Deagles, but there's really no hope in this one. Stalled out Banana as well as Middle early. Block utility deployed from the Legacy camp. And for this team to find themselves in the 2-0 category, Stage 2, day 2, as Dumal.
God! Oh, the Lato could have had the back-to-back quad kill. Lato would like a couple, though, of his own. However, he is blocked and Exercise is not running through the smoke willy-nilly.
I'm surprised to... oh, I guess Sadson has an M4. I was like, okay, yeah, we'll just run down middle. Clamp them in, boys. But you don't want to give that one over as we have a minute of wait and see. I spy with my little eye something beginning with P.
P. Is it...
Oh, hold it. You got to go back to Maka. So yeah, how's Alex going to get it if we're not on Maka?
I was looking around the room.
Oh, he's moved as well. Oh, around the room?
Yeah, I thought it was in the room we're in.
No, I was going with plant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was an in-game version. So everyone at home could play along.
No, that's fair, that's fair. Okay, I spy with my little eye something beginning with F.
A friend?
Fairy lights.
Ah.
Because they're kind of like fairies, you know? They're going to run in.
Oh, they have to. Out of time. Well, the hard work was done by a triple kill, son, but all right, double digits, 1 round away, but this one's about to get a whole lot tougher. The guns coming out, that was the eco. So let's keep ourselves grounded for the moment. Dumao up to 15 kills, only one in double digits on the server. And that last-ditch effort from 3D Max in the first half needs to find its footing quickly into the second. You cannot allow Legacy to get away with a run of rounds, especially when you have so few to work with.
This is an ambitious start with 4.
Yeah.
I guess with the MP9s, why not? Deep Smoke will come in. Body unloads his mag.
Ah, that's nice though, right? The 2 of your A players come over, they throw the banana control utility. Now look at the belts of Utah with the other 2. So we'll come, we'll throw it for you, won't donate it. Right, we'll make sure that we do the heavy lifting, but you get to hold on to your goods to lock this down. And guess what? They're coming. Already up towards half wall. Can they catch the timing?
Ooh, this is going to be a fight, I think. Yeah, Maka flushed forward, starting to advance and encroach. It forces out the defensive smoke. Lux will start to cheat over if it is Poppy.
So both teams have forced out a lot of their utility already within this round, and there's a minute left on the clock. CT side, a couple of incendiaries, a smoke, and a couple of flashes to work with. On the T side, 2 smokes, 2 flashes. So right now, it's hoping that they force the rotations, and they have. It's just Sads and Porch side to defend this right now. Nissim's in the site, sure, but that's the second wave of defense.
All it takes is a good flashbang. We saw it in the first half. Flashes out. Sads hit. He's got vision enough for 1.
Decent damage.
Solid work, wrapping long. Good pick off, actually. Lucky actually picks Lux off and goes down, but
mid
still,
to B, into 2 players.
Into both of them.
Bomb up Banana on his own.
Oh, Maka! You cannot lose this duel! Bomb's coming, your teammates aren't. Lato just flattens them both. They weren't expecting to. They've misread this one completely. Maka's gonna try and win this with what, 12 seconds through the flames, 39 HP, running at Lato, too easy. Is it really going to be this kind of day for Legacy? But it boggles the mind. Sure, you can beat Imperial, MIBR teams you're very familiar with, but you're up against, you know, some of France's best, aside from the Vitality boys.
Which these days is only 2. But this is wild. Lato, beautiful little double there. And the way that these rounds are being played is strung out. You also saw when they were wrapping around long from the 3D Max perspective that the utility missed. Library smoke landed, Arch didn't. And I think that's what forced them into the mid to B.
So it worked out wonderfully for Lato. Completely dismantled them.
You don't feel like Sadson getting 1 kill is enough, but the damage does to that second player. The fact that Util does miss. We've had 3 rounds played in the second half. The bomb is yet to be planted, so that leaves you in one situation and one situation only if you are the Frenchman. That is going to be a partial investment, and you need a fire starter. They've got a couple of mollies to work with, smokes and flashes in the mix. Is this going to be an A-set strat, or they're going to try and vie for banana control?
Double nade, look at Lucky, just a shadow of his former self.
Very well placed there with the damage. They are hoping to get banana control and then execute B by the looks of things, so you can see with the mollies and smokes left over, once they establish this barrel space, if they can.
Oh, I think he caught a whiff of that Logs player. Dumao shows presence, but want to play conservative here, block smoke deep.
And they're just going to set up this execute now. So with these double mollies, likely to either see it for New Box and Emo, or we could get it over towards first Oranges as well as New Box. Well, that looks like it could even be lined up to head over towards Ruins. So here they come.
All right, big test. Lato, Doom out. How much you get done? Quick one, nice work. Lovely from Body. But Lux with a nade break has managed to chip in. Oh. Significant damage as well as the man advantage. Not going to be easy. On down Shaw. Maka, he knows he has to make a play, and that's one hell of a play. Pushes through, brings the fight, goes down to Sadzin. And now Gravity's been spotted and beheaded. Legacy, this is going to be one hell of a day. Stage 2, already a surprise. Eyebrows raised, and now headshots hit. 2-0 is about to be real. It's 11-5, 2 rounds separating them from a 2-0 day in the second stage of the Blast TV Austin Major.
Yeah, I haven't been keeping a keen eye on the results of the other matches so far. We did have Pain versus Furious, so close your ears right now if you don't want to hear the result of that one, because previously on this stream, you did have Virtus.pro laying waste to Fate. They were the first team to put themselves in that 2-0 column. Pain toppled Fury at 13-11 to join them, and it looks like Legacy are going to become the third of the 4, because FaZe versus TYLOO is locking horns right now on the A stream with Scrawny and Launders. That'll be our 4 names going into tomorrow, just a best of 3 away from joining the likes of Vitality, Mouse, Na'Vi, Spirit in stage 3, just 1 Swiss away from the playoffs. But this is dominant right now. I'll give you a bonus. The bomb went down in that one. The loss bonus there, the buy full, and Maka gets his AWP. Will there be a French resistance today, or is this just going to be them getting bowled over? Now 17 kills, continues to add to the tally. Although 3B starts, Lux just donating some utility.
He did get 7 of those in the first 2 rounds of this second half.
Well, they'll get the banana control this time without taking too much damage.
Ooh, Dumao disrespects the flames. And okay, he is. You don't do this if you're not feeling yourself. Sticking around, throwing bullets down range.
Probably the advised decision there. Worst case, getting spammed through the boards and you give away a free opener just because of some speculative shots coming out of the 3D Max AK-47s. Top mid control now. Just exercise here, so unless he checks it, it's just smoke and mirrors or flames and flashes.
Ooh, a chance for exercise. He just hits the shoulder blade. And he's isolated. Jules, good and important trade from Sadzin, but now Dumao finds himself very prepared for a rush.
Well-timed block smoke, 45 seconds, allows Lado to stay free between the rotation, but they might brute force through this. There's HEs to clear the smoke.
Yeah, he's going to be in trouble. Dumao doesn't need the first. Yeah, he does. Oh, and down goes the B site defense.
Save, I think.
Should be. I think you see if Lato gets anything on his blind spray through that smoke, and with nothing to report, Lux and Sadzin ain't even moving.
Yeah, into the next round, you can get 2 drops coming through. Sadzin will be able to drop for sure, and Lux will be able to do the same, even though the loss bonus is only going to be 1,400. So there you go. There you go. I think right there you have to kind of tip your hat to exercise, don't you? The fact that he stays active on the top mid fight and even gets you a kill. I understand that he didn't have the space, but it was enough to keep them busy and make them question, is it possibly going to be an A finish? So very well done. And he was doing that on his lonesome, essentially. So first round in the second half, another plant.
Yeah, breaking a setup, like a boosted, jiggly setup against the numbers. Getting your kill, very impressive.
The thing is, he knew about 2 players. One was spamming from long. He saw that player like sweep under the porch as well, and he knew that it was his job to really get them that bracket control. So even though it is only 1 kill, it's still something to celebrate. It's a long way back into this, however. Can they deny Legacy from getting up to 12 and securing overtime as a minimum? Again, 18 days ago, they played in Dallas. A double OT affair in a best of 3. Inferno, the opening map. That was picked by Legacy, so I think some would be surprised to see 3D Max allowing it in the best of 1 to end up here.
Lux getting Aggie. They've got the royal flush on the 3D Max. Oh, excuse me, they're teased. They are teased. Saw Lux's AK and I got distracted.
You got poker on the brain.
I got poker on the brain.
Tempered pace to this one. Always a bit suspicious when the CTs are blocking top mid with a smoke. What are you trying to force us into? As top banana is clear. Lato in the pond. Keeping those toes cool. But it might get real hot in banana in a second. All 5 of 3D Max behind this smoke for now.
I was about to say, I feel like Dumau's inevitable, like another multi from him.
Yeah, I'm going to brute force in again, Alex.
It certainly looks like, here we go. Perfect little util set. Dumau blind in the flames. Lato's done well, very well. 3 kills, somehow still alive. Dink on the USP. Sick output. Vision over the smoke, limited. Maka on the prowl. Rotation comes over. Nissim and Sadzin side by side.
Lux will come through this.
It's going to be set up. Nissim goes down. Good tracking. Lux pushes through. The aggro's brilliant. Legacy can smell it now. Just a single round for a perfect day in stage 2.
Oof. I think 3D Max a little bit disconnected there. I don't know how many people caught it, but they were going for the clear of the smoke, but 2 of his teammates were already in the smoke when he threw the HE, so one of them took about 30 damage. You see there in the kill feed. The assist is a teammate's damage. And Maka not ready for this. Lux already up close and personal. And Sadzin there to cover off before the bomb goes down. Another raw lad out as 12 secure. 6 rounds the difference and a long way back up this mountain. Gear shift, 3D Max.
You don't want to go towards the B side. The 2 top fraggers live there. Lux, half health, pressure applied from both sides. It's exercise into apartments quick. Bit of chip damage from the nade. Gravity and Maka a little worse for wear. Dumau maintains that half-wall control. Brackets being vied for. Sadzin smoked off. They'll have it.
Lacking info on the CT side for now. No banana control, no brackets control. So a strong position for 3D Max to try and keep themselves in this and extend play by another round. Like he's just cleared out top banana. Flash forward, forces out a smoke. Saw that come from CT side. Now pivoting back to join his teammates who are still maintaining this brackets control, or at least they were. They look like they want to sell a B fake. So you want to allow that smoke to get down to the last couple of seconds and then throw yours. Here they come. Will this force the rotation? Doesn't look like it. Sadzin, Lux, Nissim, they are not moving a muscle. They're not buying it. They're in B. The bomb's still heading A.
Oh, lucky.
The bomb has to go A.
There's still 3 CTs here. Make it 2. Dumau got another onto the B site as Lux and Nissim lie in wait. He's been waiting for this fight, but goes down. Important duel. Exercise. He catches the Joker. Lux releases his crouch key and just immediately handed a haircut.
Does Dumau give this one a go? Right? You don't have to. I think saving's the best option. That's so tough because Legacy didn't bite. They didn't rotate. They knew it was a fake. They sat on their haunches. They did the right thing, and they just couldn't connect the dot on the shot. So very well done from Maka and Exercise.
Hanging on.
That's crazy.
I really like the way Maka took that fight as well. Really made it uncomfortable with his teammate coming out of apps. Goes wide on that pit player, knows he's not looking.
I suppose they've got to have a 2v2 and a 3v3.
Sure.
They lost the 2v2, but they won the 3v3.
That's what matters.
Doesn't matter how you get the rounds, just got to get them. So Dumau holds on to the AK-47.
God, I mean, just comebacks on the T side. Feels just that extra bit difficult.
Well, how does this sound? If you win this next round as 3D Max, the score is going to be 12-8, and you'll break the money of Legacy, likely to then be 12-9. So you win this one, and the door now swings open to forcing this one into OT. So an important round ahead. Could be the last, but could be the first to push us the distance. Gravity looking to brave this mid-smoke. Lucky again, jousting in banana. Lighter on the investment sides. Just the M4 and the AK saved as the statement pieces, but these pistols and SMGs can pack a punch.
5-7 at this kind of range, especially now you've got that man advantage. Does Nissim want to stick around? Why not with the weapon he has? Lucky and Maka making a case for that banana control. Will they respect the util? There isn't that half-wall smoke, actually, and Lux has managed to get himself a rifle! More than a rifle! Goes looking for trouble.
Have to go B now, don't you? You're boxed in.
3D Max.
Molly missed.
After a stompy first match, they thought this one was a given. The underdog of the first stage into the second. You thought this was a layup for a 2-0 day, but Legacy got hands. The underdog bares its teeth, and they're sharp. Maka to go down last. 5 alive. Dominance on Inferno. Legacy. Untouchable day one, second stage. Austin will remember the impact of Legacy. 3D Max. That's gotta hurt. That is a surprise. They came into this one expecting a very different result.
Yeah, jaw absolutely dropping in that one there. 3D Max, they were just struggling out the gates. This is both pistols for Legacy. Doom out with another massive performance. He was fantastic in the opening kill department, multi-frags as well. And that right there is going to be stunning for 3D Max, dropping down to the 1-1 bucket of teams. Legacy, not even meant to be here, find themselves one best of 3 away from stage 3, joining the top names in Counter-Strike. This is a performance. They're riding their own legacy right now.
Yeah, we're going to get ready for our next best of 1, but why don't you tune in to FaZe TYLOO? That's going down to the second half right now.
The Counter-Strike doesn't stop here at the Blast TV Austin Major as we set our sights on the next best of one. It is BetBoom taking on Heroic. 7 rounds combined is all these teams have won today. Both of them being blown out in their openers. 3D Max and FaZe offering up a couple of hidings. As you can see the map we're going to be setting our sights on for this one. It'll be Mirage, Machini GTV and myself to bring you all the action to this one as Carrigan still going on against TYLOO currently. So check that one out. Simple back in the server.
Yeah, well, I loved the grudge match, right? I made sure I was in attendance for that one. The way in which the day started for Heroic, it was humbling.
Yeah, but just sitting there with the odds on screen, still retaining favorite status.
Well, that's their first loss in Austin.
Yeah, and look, I have Heroic as one of the best teams in this stage even still, right? So let's see if they can pick up their... Well, yeah, definitely pick up your socks. Yeah. Right? Don't leave them around your room.
You could put them up, though.
Pull them up is where I wanted to go.
Yeah, as I do.
Because it does look like they're in a football kit. As Saw, the man with the plan behind the team, trying to bring their energy, and it can't go worse than it did to start the day.
I've got a couple of names I'm excited to see in the server.
Don't say Axel.
I did not.
Okay.
God, no. Sun Pius has really impressed me. His individual skill has been very, very impressive. And also Tanir. I've made an outlandish statement about him making the top 20 next year.
And other people have started to echo it. So,
so
don't
I'm right.
feel too crazy.
But let's see, he has definitely got some individual prowess I'm hoping to see put on display. BB Team or BetBoom are going to be coming into this one with a mid-fight. Near a test and a headshot from Sun Pius. Okay, the individuals get tested. I feel like that pistol is basically all to get MagnaJez slipping out, and you've kind of lost a few too many bodies to make much of it.
I think if I'm going to be Ferilius,
please do.
Not Marcus Aurelius, but in that scenario, what would normally happen is the CTs would take a pick middle, they'd see nothing, and then they'd assume it's probably going to be more site-centric. So then you wouldn't expect there to be 3 players ready to start shooting like that. So likely just thinking in that scenario, they'd only be dealing with 1. So Boomich calls them into their demise, but if they can get a plant out of this between MagnaJez and Axel, that'd be great.
I think the cross of the bomb is a hard shot to hit, and they haven't hit it, so... Bomb still goes down thanks to that stairs player, Youngstar.
Second kill of the day for Youngstar.
Is it really? Yeah, well, that's right. I saw his frag movie. Yeah.
Oh. All right. All right, boys. All right now. There was no humbling done this morning. They're staying as spicy as ever.
I mean, sure, yeah. I just think, you know, that kind of thing works against some teams. Others, it's just gonna drive them and motivate them to win the second round. Matching sleeves, fancy jerseys, and
see, they didn't learn. I thought Carrigan was giving them some good advice too, right? He was, you know, hey guys, you know what that one's called? It's called anti-long pop. We know what you did, a long pop, right? Like, see how he was bringing a little bit more diversity, not just like, you know, who are you? Sit down. We need you to come up with a couple of better ideas than just the same rinse and repeat. But I still enjoy the banter.
Oh yeah, keep it coming.
As Linus will lock down B for now.
I'm just so glad that gone are the days where we put them like horizontally beside each other. Like, God.
Tell me about it.
How many years did we do that?
Too many.
That's something. And he makes a deagle out of it as well. Picks up his teammate's sidearm upgrade.
Which we do know is better than nothing.
Yes, most things are.
So let's just talk about the CT setup that we're going to be seeing for everybody playing at home with Heroic while we have this eco.
Yeah.
You're going to get Linus locking down B. That's LNZ, one of the Swedes. There's 2 of them in the server, him and Youngstar. And Youngstar's going to be on the polar other side of the map. He'll be the A anchor. You're going to have the likes of xFloud playing connector. Tanir will be his co-pilot over towards short, and then Sampaius on the AWP. As this one is a slow and steady, loses the race as far as BetBoom will be concerned. These teams played not that long ago. It was in CCT. Constellation final. And coming out on top of that one was Heroic in 2-1 fashion. Mirage did not feature in the head-to-head.
Okay, so a little bit of a black box between the 2 of them. Second round converted against just the Deagle Eco.
And here we go. So this is where we get to get in the meat and potatoes.
MagnaJez, another one in that kind of same column of players I'm interested in seeing. See what kind of form he's bringing into the second stage.
See what type of opener you're about to run with on the BetBoom side as well. Will it just be the standard top cat window smoke?
Orc for the Orca. How does this one go? Pretty damn well for Magnajez. He's taken down xCloud, going looking. Tanir trying to get that claw back, but they've already occupied mid. That nade looks destined for damage onto Siren. Only 9. Boost quick. Very nice team play. Sets him up for the frag. Love that. That was effortless looking.
Axel has to search for this now.
Oh, and he is searching. Potentially, LNZ is going to be caught off by this, but he's actually just underneath him. Drops in. Where's the trade? LNZ took his time.
Okay. You cancel this and you play the 3v3.
Yeah, but you've got oodles of time, right?
Yeah, and I think right there, so you can just see the heavy presence that BetBoom wanted for middle. They got it. They understood the short boost, which is why Axel went searching. He goes, okay, they boosted short, means the B anchor is probably out of position. Unfortunately for him, LNZ found a very good timing. Now, Sampire searches again, gets info over towards Tap, communicates that to Youngstar, who actually still leers out. So this is tough for Youngstar. I don't love it for him.
Feels like he's about to be isolated, but Magnajez is low. Youngstar gets his. That's what you want from LNZ. Steps up, steps out, steps wide, and leads with 3 kills.
Okay, well, fortunately they were on the same page. The understanding to clamp down mid together, the territory that they had lost, they grouped up, they clustered up, and they're able to remove the threats. This is the boost that informs the Axar push, but this one from Youngstar looked dicey. Here it is, the second Swede stepping out and securing the round. Saw the boss man happy with that on the last dance in the heroic jersey. Him and Sapias off to the G2 pastures after this. And that's going to be 3 out the gates without a bomb plan. Light investment, that's all that's available now for Team BetBoom.
Bit of misthrown utility. Axel running towards xCloud's position here. And actually, a bit of an opportunity for that Tech9 to connect. xCloud will wins it out. Very proactive in their mid-hold, aren't they? Nice pre-aim. Sortie punishes Tanir.
I think it's interesting that we get ourselves even on Mirage. The only time we've seen BetBoom play this throughout this tournament was against FlyQuest, and they got absolutely rickrolled. But Nedic had a big performance in that, so could just be down to a life game. It was between that and Anubis. BetBoom decided to take it here.
I'm just looking at the bombs position right now. It's just a bit bizarre seeing so many people committed to mid with it tucked in that corner.
Look, Alex, if we kill them all, we don't need to do the objective.
I see. There are 2 ways to win a round on the C side. That's true.
Okay, xCloud, a lot of talking off of that little swing forward. We're going to regroup over towards A ramp or Palace alongside a Siren. Always like the cut of this kid's jib.
I've always liked the cut of his hair as well. He's just gone for a new look.
I enjoy it too. A man after my own heart. Just if you look like you got out of bed, but you mean business, nobody knows.
Got the blonde highlights.
Youngstar under the bow. How many is he going to get? Zorti through Palace, other 3 up ramp, contact.
Youngstar has to be able to win this first duel, otherwise it's not comfortable. It's not comfortable. xCloud cleaning up. Oh, he nearly transferred into a third as well. Boom, prioritizing the plant, doesn't want to lose the bomb in retrieval. 2v2, they're very low though. This would be a real momentum shifter if they can close the 2-on-2, despite the heavy advantage Heroic are coming into this with. They double up Tetris sandwich. Oh, wow. Some Pius gets dinged. Fair play. Boom hit the shot. But a very quick reaction and a very good flash. Did they catch a whiff of him? Yes, they did. Sun Pius, that's impact. Good to see the Spaniard in form.
So one of the details in that situation that we don't quite catch is when the kills come in towards A, Linus posts up on short. And I'm almost certain from his position, he sees nobody crosses triple side. That means when Sapias comes in, he can focus sight, balcony, sandwich, and Tetris. You know, nobody's close, which does alleviate a lot of pressure there when sweeping through. So it's those little details that make the difference, but that was a partial buy that comes down to a 2v2 with a plant. BetBoom are applying the pressure. Can they break through? 4 fighting middle again.
This time, not so much resistance. Saying that, there is still a little swing out from xCloud. He gets flashed and tagged, and Kadir loses his head to Magnajez. Big start. Chunky nade. Pressure onto xCloud. He actually puts himself back into the line of fire on the low HP, baited in an attempt for a double. Youngstar cut down, a quick one from Axile. And let's see what you got. They're coming for you. Oh, he's been booked. Good team play there from BetBoom. Sampayas likely to save this AWP. No real way or avenue back into the A site as a sole AWP. And he's talking a lot, just having a conversation, perhaps a review of what went wrong. Felt like their setup on Con was due for more, but I think the swing perhaps a little overzealous. Everyone happy with the truce here.
Everyone's not happy with the truth, though, are they, Alex?
What's the truth, Chad?
This is MagnetJez's first major.
That is true.
I don't know. He'd be pretty happy about that.
Yeah.
I think the internet bullied him into shaving his beard as well.
I think he looked quite dapper.
He's a young man.
Yeah. Also, that's when you're supposed to just be, you know, trying to customize your NPC or whatever.
Well, yeah.
Not your NPC.
You are playing the
avatar.
character. Exactly.
There you go.
Yeah, you got to experiment with things. Flamesy doing the stash.
Yeah.
He's giving it a go.
He's kind of Lux and Flamesy have gone for a similar stash energy.
Yes, I do see that.
As far as first majors, though, we know it's not Booms. Is there anyone else on the roster?
No, it is just MagnetJez. Siren's been here before. Remember, he was once upon a time in the Spirit jersey, so he's been around the traps. Zorti as well, a bit of a AWPer journeyman.
Yeah.
And Axile, Cloud9 fame. Well, actually, Gambit fame. Cloud9 was... well, they won a trophy with Cloud9,
I was thinking,
suppose.
like, if ever I got hired as like a kind of esports psychologist, I could come and save Axile.
Okay.
I'd have like a really avant-garde approach. What I'd do is I'd kind of recreate the pandemic for him.
I see. Okay.
Just for him.
Wow, everyone's got masks on. He can't leave his room.
Well, just for him. Yeah, like he has to wear the Gambit polo every day.
And every game's online.
Every game's online, or at least we customize it to kind of feel online.
Okay, we just up his ping.
Yeah, put him in a medical mask while he's fragging.
All right.
And I reckon you wouldn't believe.
He'd be back.
Yeah.
Well, save door. Damage done leaves you to eco stack. So Sampayas, if he can find this opening pick, which looks extremely unlikely if you take a look at the radar, it's a heavy leer towards middle as well as B right now with Siren just patrolling Palace. So waiting to see if Sampayas pokes up his head within the early stages are BetBoom. The other side of the server, we do have Youngster and Tania in the rookie department. So 3 out of the 10 players in the server in that department, but start poking out middle. So flashes telegraph the positions that are being taken. Sampayas still focused over towards a ram. And it might just be poor LNZ getting smothered.
I suspect that is going to be the case here, Mr. Birchall.
If this was a 570, kills all 3. And now protect the Spaniard. Make sure that that AWP can be retained. 1900 loss. Everybody will still be able to buy into the next. It's all good. Youngster is not the man with the AWP. Sampayas would love to keep the 0 deaths in that column, I'm sure. He can grab an AK on the way out the door. This would be great, but BetBoom are going to draw it back to just a 2-round game. So you have some questions to ask if you are heroic. And because your buy is going to be a little bit more touch and go, you won't have everything, right? You're going to have your rifle, sure, but you're going to be lacking a couple of key pieces of utility. Do you want to go for an all-in mid-control, right? Do you want to make sure that you're either fighting fire with fire and going head-on against BetBoom so that you have that? Because they've had a few of these rounds now where they've gone quite fast and aggressive towards middle to try and smother X-Flood's position. Tanir's lost some opening duels against MagnetJez. Linus, the young in-game leader, trying to bring some energy into the next round of play because this one's important. The rounds can get away from you quick in the best of ones. And you can see what I mean. Take a look at the util. They are lacking a couple of key pieces. Not everybody has incendiaries. Not everybody has flashes. As again, they are looking just to bulldoze middle. Oh, Zorti just picks X-Flood, trying to cross to connector there. That's a beautiful opener. Sampayas gets one back on Axile.
Ooh. Missed thrown on the Zywoo break.
Zorti's still searching.
Quite like that.
Yeah, knows it's just Youngster on the site somewhere. Sampayas rotating ticket, might be able to catch a timing. Boomich and Magna just silently rescind from middle to join this A party. Remember, no flash to get him in. He just walks in dry. Zorti hasn't moved a muscle, posted on the line. Now, where's Youngstar?
Yeah, that's the question.
You know he has to be here somewhere.
Yeah, this is where he was last time. Oh no. Molly, extinguish. He's in trouble. Does he fly up the ladder? He's going to try and find a way out.
They need to live. Linus is coming. The flank is on the way.
Yeah, they heard him. Just try and delay, live as long as you can. Tanir, that's a huge one. He takes down the bomb carrier. An overextension perhaps, because now we need the distraction. LNZ, he is on the crawl. Two backs turned, caught on the reload. Zorti reacts in time. It's his round with the sniper. 2 picks and then a quick reaction. Flank gone, maybe Tanir on the orb. That was his opportunity. Misses it, and Siren closes it down. It's a 1-round game now.
Oh, felt like Youngstar overplayed his hand, didn't he? Right, obviously, he feels like he's under so much pressure because he gets mullet, he has to smoke himself, he wants to make sure he can contribute. If Tanir goes down without anything, then he's definitely going to get isolated. But LNZ, fast on the flank, he takes the first kill because he has to. The player comes back into the crosshair after the reload. Zorti, massive impact. The opener onto xCloud, then the follow-through into Sampaio's dry coming ticket. There's no flash to try and set him up onto that angle, and that one slips through the fingertips. As now it's just a 1-round game as Heroic are back into a partial investment. A scout, some pistols, and a B boost. Oh, that's been spotted. Zorti has actually legged the player over towards B, volleys him out of position, smoke. But it's just this middle barrage, time after time. You've already got player under window, Magnitude's close connector, Boomich on cat. It's all going down right now. Okay.
You tried it. Oh, Youngstar, the no skin club. Okay.
I think that it definitely the no skin club. Okay. Well, I definitely think you'd need to do something that's a bit more tone setty if you're Heroic. So into this next rifle round, like I was discussing for the nice from Tanir. One's all he's going to get. And Zorti will put the cherry on top.
So twice he's just not moved.
Either just like jump out window, push underpass, or do a B boost with the orb to get on the line, get a palace push if you have a good spawn. Do something where you're not just playing a default round. Fortunately, the Russian is louder than the English, and I can't understand the Russian, so could be mid-control. Yeah, okay. They're going to jump out here for sure.
Boom. Oh, head-to-head with Tanir. Loses out. Scrap of HP in it. Sunpius, some combat orping up close. Nice find. Takes down Axel. He saw one jump out. Magnajez is into the site. Sunpius gives him a go. Forced to reposition behind the smoke. Okay, a little bit of space at least. Stretch their legs. Not ready for this angle from Siren. Good catch. Nade onto xCloud. Hurts! Not so much. 70 for him. Same for Sunpius. Tanir hanging on by a thread. And they're all in Siren's scope.
Beautiful flash.
Set up for success. There's more as well behind the murder hole. It feels like they've done enough, you know.
That's the kit loose now at the feet of Siren.
You're not getting back in.
There's no way.
They're shaking their head. If you give this a go, you put all your resources into this. That's the flash, but Zorti, he lives. And he's not making any mistakes right now. Solid AWPing from Zorti. Tanir will hold on to his rifle. That's something. That's the only highlight, as he actually does manage to scavenge the AWP for Mr. Pius.
Okay, but BetBoom will take the lead. 5-4 now as Heroic, after 4 out the gates, have lost 5 on a landslide as Magnajez tries to chase this one down. Peppered from behind, but that'll be that. Not going to get there to remove the AWP and even give it daps while the round's still live. Now, that is a... Boomich has just gone, okay, because we played so heavy middle in a lot of these rounds, I'm going to go and feign it. We're going to make it look the same, and they lose the opener. But Boomich gets the info that they're aggressive middle. His team immediately responds by actioning in towards A. Sure, they lose Axel as well, but this is all about Siren. He understands that they're weak over towards Connector. Takes the space, gets jungle, stifles the rotation in. His teammates are able to get the bomb down, set him up with a flash, and even though they started in a 3v5 disadvantage situation, it was the call that was correct.
Yeah, good work from BetBoom.
And look at the pressure that they're under. This is the second tactical timeout called from Saw. Only the first half of play, this is the CT side. So Heroic, after going 3-0 in stage 1, staring down the barrel, being 0-2 after FaZe sent them into this department with their tail tucked between their legs. The banter backed up from Simple. The GOAT's not messing about.
5 consecutive. Zorti feels like he's in grade A sniping form. Oh, and he keeps it up.
Beautiful.
How many openers has he pulled off now?
They're setting him up. That's what you love to see. And then the rounds where they're not, he's still delivering. This is what you want from Zorti.
Yeah, 9 and 4.
It's only his second opening kill.
Nice work, though.
But as far as gun rounds go, he's got 2 on weapon rounds, and that's key. Again, opening kill pivot. The liners push, sure, it informs the stack for Heroic over towards A. Sampaius rotating to join X-Flat and Youngster, but Youngster is just pick a spot and hope.
Yeah, and they will still be looking for him. Oh, they haven't elected to Molly Sandwich, so he's on. He needs to find more than one here. Magna Jess gets caught by Sampaius. He does adjust nicely into that Palace occupation. X-Cloud's bound. Boom! Sampaius as well. Everyone's hit their shots. It's just LNZ this time, hoping that Zorti's not going to hit another crazy one. Not going to happen twice. Good find. AK upgrade. 3 alive as Heroic do manage to finally pick up a round. 6 rounds asking. Finally, they get one.
Okay, well, it's tough with a round like that, isn't it? You get the opening kill, you rotate back into the execute, and this kid right here, the in-game leader, goes for an info push on B. They get the stack here. This is beautiful. Bang. That's the short player dead. They pivot straight back in towards the A execute. They waltz on in, and Sampaius able to deliver. It softens things up. Youngster also alongside of X-Cloud. So information, it's power.
3 mid and an AWP. Oh, Sampaius hasn't managed to connect. Siren has, though. Con player gone. Tanir on the AWP, getting cheeky. Very cheeky, but a missed shot and caught on the retreat. Magna Jez just strolls into A, throws down the gauntlet and says, let's fight.
How stifling is it? The information, the comms look like they're good for BetBoom at the moment. May as well hunt this down, remove everything going into the final round. It is going to be 2,900 as the loss, so there will be some buys, but you can remove an AWP and a rifle and make it all a lot softer. I know Sampaius started short, and now they've confirmed he's in B, so they can toy with them now.
Ooh. Nice play from Linus on the angle. Goes down. Empty hands for Heroic into the last.
Okay, so 3 players are in the position to get the full invest. I think Youngster's actually dropped the AWP for Sampaius. Does he get an... yes, he gets an M4 back for his troubles. X-Cloud and LNZ are going to have to operate with something lighter, both opting for Famis's. So there's a real good shot right now that 7 of the last 8 rounds will go in favor of BetBoom into the halftime break. Remember, this is a best of 1. Tempered the pace this time. Gone into a bit more of a default spread on the T side, knowing that the desperation for Heroic, and here it is.
Zorti, an uncharacteristic miss. He immediately redeems himself. But Youngstar did manage to take Boom out of the round.
Yeah, but Magna Just and Axel are already in B.
Yeah, good point. Well made.
Siren could go clear out A. They don't have to finish on this side of the map. Siren is literally running through A right now, screaming.
Zorti just now thinking twice about it. Siren reveals his position on the flank on short. Oh, Sampaius onto Axel. Keeps it a bit awkward. They were trying to throw the bomb for the plant. Now Zorti will scoop it up and plant himself. Siren on that flank, so they're feeling pressure from both fronts. Tanir, this is the fight. Magna just so favored in this. Goes wide. Nice peek out of Tanir. 2-on-2, hard shots for Zorti.
Not a short plan.
And it's not planted for his teammate. He goes down. Awkward now. Siren down. It's Sampaius' round. 3 kills from the Spanish sniper.
Hard fought. We're going to tie this one up 6-6 as the defuse comes in. Halftime break. The pistol round's going to decide an awful lot.
Counter-Strike, like a fine wine, has aged well. As of you, Mr. Bloom, and that's why I bring you today into the Counter-Strike Clubhouse. I've heard through the grapevine that you've brought the Paris Major. Mr. Bloom, please talk me through your decision to present this to the council.
Well, how right you are. I went down to the Clubhouse archives and I happened upon this one. This is at the Paris Major Grand Final, the last round. We're talking overtime, on nuke, home crowd. Everything is on the line right here.
Apex and ZywOo in the Accor Arena, as French as it gets. I think it's poetic as well that all 5 kills in the final round are from the 2 French players.
Yes.
This was supported by Dupree and by Magisk and Spinks.
This moment is everything. Like, this round would have been so different if ZywOo doesn't hit that shot. You can really taste the fear in Gamer Legion when they run from the ZywOo AWP.
In fear, you know, you see ZywOo shoot 1 bullet.
But they turn back because they're so afraid, and then they walk into Apex.
And here it is, that final shot, ZywOo to close it all.
Everything on him. Vitality shot.
No holds back, no surrender.
No holds back.
Some would say. Almost destiny that all 5 players are killed by the 2 Frenchmen on French soil.
There's so much rich history to be built on this moment alone.
And the fact that those 2 legends continue to improve. Legendary moment for the Vitality org.
Quite possibly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for ZywOo to win on, in Paris like that, and for Apex too.
That's why we have culture clubhouses. It's so that we can thrive in the finest environments, and if this isn't Counter-Strike in its finest environment, then I don't know what is.
Now we must find a reasonable score, both in terms of mechanics and cultural impact for this clip. And of course, starting with the mechanics, it is a bit on the low end. I would give this maybe a 5 out of 10.
Of course.
But on the cultural side, this is as big as it gets. ZywOo and Apex in France, in Paris, after the fall of French Counter-Strike. Your first cast, it's Dupree's 5th major. I don't think it gets much bigger. I would say this is about an 8.5 out of 10 for me.
Mechanically speaking, I'll raise it just to the 6. But culture, this was a CSGO major for ZywOo. Now ZywOo, they call him the CS GOAT, but if he never had his CSGO major, then that argument is absolutely blown out of the water. But this was a crowning jewel in terms of his accomplishments. At the tail end of a game, he thrust himself into the pantheon of greats. And for that reason, I'll take your 8 and I'll crank it to a 10. Bottle it and keep it on the Culture Club's top shelf.
Delicious.
6-6 down the middle. Complete equilibrium as we head into the second half of this best of 1. It's a first look for me and Chad to see BetBoom from the casting desk.
You didn't say the line, Alex.
What's the line?
Inseparable at the half.
They were inseparable at the half. However, as Chad said prior to the break, he said this pistol will determine an awful lot. Let's see what the plan is for Heroic's T side. They've had this head-to-head before. Mirage didn't feature within it.
Boom. A fight.
An aggressive flash. Youngster was anti. You got to hit those, but Sampayas is beating him to the punch. Magno goes down. Hard fight for the CT player. P250 on Sampayas levels the odds in that exchange and puts Boom on notice. All right, well, you've got con control. It feels like it's almost a guarantee now. Not easy to get back in. Exile would have to hit the first bullet and has not. Xcloud, he delivers nicely. Just overwhelmed.
Well handled. Good understanding of the situation, making sure that they're swinging these fights as a unit, as it is just going to be a 2v5 situation as Boomich, he is going to have a Gand up. I'm not expecting too much, only 3 kills to his name. He has no armor, so there's no issue with him going down here. For Siren, he'd love to hold on to his. But I'm not sure Youngster will oblige those dual Berettas unload and all 5 staying alive. Finally, they won 2 pistols. Well, there you go. You hear a positive sentiment. It's been the early start in the first half that was able to get them a nice bed of rounds. It alleviated a bit of the pressure when BetBoom went on a spree of 5 of their own. And Black Bar Abuser, almost an extinct breed out there these days.
Yeah, well, Black Bar abuser and a BB abuser in that one. Blind and fragging.
Yeah, great to see some bias farming this level of competition. Right, you see him on this roster, he's overqualified for it. Odds on screen, interestingly favoring BetBoom. I guess it's that late swing of momentum, and now it's the CT side, which is seen as the more favorable of the two.
Yeah, I can see a world, though, where by virtue of the force buy, Heroic will get a nice little cushion to start off their T side if they can get past this one.
Right now, the fan of this defense, Zorti, ticket with a scout. So they're playing retake A. They're hedging to try and kill them if it is a B play or a little bit more mid-centric. Magnajez right now, we're on board with him towards jungle. Boomich up in towards the vent room, playing off of Axile. The two of them get contact.
Yeah, Boom, smoked off. Isolates the duel, but Axile wins it, grabs the AK. Awkward now. Heroic!
Siren.
You may win both pistols, but you're not winning this one! Axile, just a guillotine! Headshot after headshot, one after the other.
Forget about that boost. This is one of Axile's spots. He just delivered them the round on a silver platter. That's the Axile that we know and love. Massive delivery. So we just had a visitor in the room, so sorry everybody.
It's all good. Don't think he even heard.
I think he wanted to change the bin maybe. I don't know what he was up to.
Yeah, it is pretty full.
Well,
we can go and tell him now.
Well, it's like there was just a stunning moment, and then there's a bloke walking in the door.
Yeah.
We're doing a live broadcast,
and it was a pretty damn stunning moment.
Yeah,
let's be honest.
I guess we're stunned right now.
Hey, DJ, spin that shiz.
Yeah, let's do it again. Can we get it on the replay?
Let me see it again, please. Oh, that AK fell into the wrong hands, didn't it? Yoink, and boom. First is a spray, and then these little bursts.
Delicious. All right, well, that cushion.
Nope, cushion at all.
You're sleeping on the floor, Heroic.
Now it's BB that can do some pushing.
You're out with the dogs right now as Tanir will hold on to the AK. Upgrades to pistols for the rest. Tanir's turn, out middle with the AK, going to palm through that cat smoke and immediately looking for a connector fight.
Yeah, LNZ, he got what he wanted. An early headshot. And now some bias. He's quick on this. Finishes the job that LNZ started. Axel trying to hold on, but Tanir stubborn. Comes in con with the AK. Removes the head of the rotation. Axel trying to claw it back, but Tanir is a vicious animal. Pushes through for another. Shortcomings in the previous, but immediately Heroic wrestle back for control.
How quick was that? Blink and you miss it. Straight down mid.
It was that gap from LNZ. How did he get so much ground?
So he's pushed straight through that connector smoke, gotten the opening kill, then it's set Tanir up because he's created a buffer for him to work with. And then he's showing why he's a sharp kid, one to be feared. Just getting the deathmatch out, Con, and their voice found once more. So back and forth to start the early stages. Second half Mirage, no consecutive rounds just yet, so the Force by Wars will continue. Tactical timeout called, the first from BetBoom. An M4 for Axile, a Famus for Siren, Scout for Zorti, Magnajez and Boomich yet to invest. We'll catch this one again. It was a stunning moment, but high highs straight into low lows.
Yeah, right. For both teams. And now look what they've come into this round with. It is a whole assortment of ugly.
I kind of wish that someone had a 5-7, don't you?
Yeah, true. Actually, real.
Yeah, well, okay, this time, a bit more of an A focus. Boomich and Axile over towards A. Magnajez connector. Tanir with some pep in the step. Flashes himself short, but there's more to follow as he'll dip down underpass with some pace. And this mid control garnered quite easily once again. LNZ already up cat. Nobody worried about A whatsoever at the moment for Heroic, so they will have to worry about the gap. There's the ability for the push through ramp.
Oof, Tanir burrows into that smoke when he gets flashed, and no harm.
Agner just rotating over towards B to join Siren, who has a Famus over towards Van, and it'll be two Famuses on this B site. So Deep Smoke has faded. Are they going to contact in, or will there be utility to help support this? They could get mollies in towards backside, over towards Van, or the balcony, whatever they think is the bigger threat. And Linus with his vent control early does help the split.
Yeah, and he was not ready for that at all, was Magnajez. And Molly. Oh, double. Really limits Siren's positional options. B-side falls. LNZ still needs to be cleared out. Boom puts himself to the task. Oh, unlucky timing. Really just a fraction of a second in it.
Does Axel want to see if he can get something? Oh, he's not going to get an AK, is he? Maybe just keep that M4, son. So we'll grab LNZ for free. That might set Zorti up to try and grab a rifle instead of the scout. No, I say that. He immediately runs away. So Zorti's going to hold on to the scout. Axel hoping to retain the M4. And well, there you go. Heroic have broken through. The pistol was good.
Second round, not so much.
No, we'll forget about that. That's a horrible position to find yourself in now if BetBoom is considered. Boomich having a tough go at things at the moment. Only 3 kills for him in total. Okay, well, they definitely saved one M4. He didn't get the Galil.
Didn't want it.
So the scout is still in the mix. But you're questioning, are they going to follow through with anything behind this? It should be no investments. Oh, could have been more frustrated about that death there, Boomich.
Yeah, low frag haul for Boom.
Bulldozing out middle.
Yeah, not playing scared, are they? They know they've got the advantage in this round. Oh, hello, Boom. You've gone for a walk. What a valuable piece of intel you've managed to get there. He's walked all the way through ramp and said there's no one home.
For me, it really just depends on where Axel finds himself. And at the moment, he's playing B. Right, that's the rifle. Yeah. If Zorti gets a couple of tags and they're able to get back into the round, sure. But it's all going to be about this call. Now, LNZ is very low. Just 2 points of health for him to work with. And he's actually calling his team over to the B apartment, or at least it looks that way for now. Tanir joins him. Sampai's youngster and X-Flat over towards middle. That Boomage information, as you mentioned, is facilitating a 4-man B gamble. So it looks like they want to split B again. LNZ's likely just to go down quickly. It's all about, does he get traded?
That Axel rifle will get tested. And now they spot it out on that bench position. Zorti down as well. Comfortable. It's just that boosted player. Everyone's clearing that these days.
How did he survive? He was on 2 HP for all of that.
Done well.
Very well indeed. So all 5 staying alive. Extremely likely now as Boomage is just going to be over towards Connector.
It's an unenviable position for Boomage.
Oh, that's double digits for Heroic now.
And it is dead. Yeah, 10 already.
I think having 5 players stay alive in this round is huge. Last round you had 3, so you're building a nice little bounty of cash to work with. Soften things up on the runway. And Sampai's will remove him. So this gun round, there's not going to be an AWP available for Zorti. And he had some influential moments within the first half. A couple of nice picks.
He really did.
So now that he just has to operate with a rifle, it's going to be tough for him. And what's the CT call going to be? I like some of the rounds that were called in the T-half from Boomage. With the CT side, this is going to get a whole lot tougher. The fact that you couldn't win out that force by wall. What a direct clear there. All right, well, they've conditioned B against the lighter buys and the forces. Now it looks like they're going to set their sights on A. Sampai is selling middle with the window, cat smoke, and just a light bit of utility lobbed out from him. Boomage on his own. I can understand why you'd want to bully him. He's having a tough go with things this map.
Yeah, and that molly from Youngstar is going to really limit his options. He's got the geeky lineup. He can throw it just at the right timing here as Tanir and Sampai are about to explode out A. Here comes the util. Boom gets a bit hot and bothered, forced back onto default box. Teammates smoking out Palace. Maybe that will slow them down. Boom staying dynamic, staying nimble. Traded out. That's the org out of Siren. Swings around CT for a good catch. Tanir sleeping with the fishes. Heavy damage inflicted as well. Heroic, they are in trouble. Bomb planted at least. And a potential flash for that CT fight. Hoping to catch Siren, but he's waited. He's backed away. However, Magnajez caught jungle.
No kit.
And a good headshot. Pushing through, fragging up. Frustrations palpable. xFloud near impossible given his HP. They double swing him. Well played.
Some unforced errors there. LNZ throwing the utility actually missed. He was doing the geeky variation that lands on top so it can't be boosted over, and he actually missed the one that lands top stairs. It landed in sandwich. It really ruins the pathing. You now have to worry about things that otherwise, unless broken by a HE, wouldn't be a worry. Now that right there, you're going to catch it. This one right here is just in sandwich. It's meant to be on top of the stairs.
Yeah, right.
So fluffed his lines, and that is not a fun way to lose a round, especially in a best of one. Missing utility. But they are able to buy again because of that buffer, keeping so many players alive in the last few. So BetBoom back on the board, 2-round difference. This one looks like it's going to continue to go back and forth. So no AWP for the CTs to work with.
That doesn't look pretty.
Double swing. One way to deal with the AWP.
Oh, the util really pestering the under window duo.
xFloud with the AWP.
And LNZ. And yeah, xFloud has brought the scope out and recovers it off some Pyre, says he'll take it for a go.
If they overstep the mark, he gets a chance at a pick.
Hey, yeah, not flashed enough, apparently.
Boomich has alleviated pressure by getting the kill over towards the A ramp.
Feels like Axel's destined for some damage here. Good pick off. LNZ just walks out con. That's the Axel damage and impact.
LNZ kills Boomich though. They can get into A.
Yeah, but he's so cognizant of that extra. Ouch. Nice angle from Axel.
Felt like everybody trying to do a little bit too much there for Heroic. Now it's xFloud in a 1v3 situation with the AWP, and Boomich is triangulating his position to perfection. Boomich instantly deletes there on the MP9, his signature weapon. Gets the AWP for Zorti going into the next, and now it is going to be a tactical timeout called. And remember the pressure that Saul felt within that first half because of the landslide of rounds they were getting dumped upon. He used 2 in the first half of play. Now we'll use the 3rd and final. Assessing the cash, you've got the ability to get out a few AKs, a Galil, and then some pistol or SMG upgrades if you'd like.
Wow. I just had a glance at the Falcons Lin Vision game.
Oh, yeah?
What's going on? Cover your ears if you don't want spoilers. I'm not going to spoil everything. I just wanted to let you know that on the half, 12 rounds deep, Westmelon has got 17 kills.
Let's go Westmelon.
Yeah, let's go Westmelon. Take it on the Falcons. You can check that out over on the main stream.
If Falcons get eliminated from stage 2. They're the 2nd best team in the world, right?
That's what my head just did, yeah.
I'm laughing, but it's not funny.
It's not funny.
It's not funny. Okay, they could have gone 2 AKs and a Galil, but instead, I guess because of the type of execute they're going to run, they've decided for the run and gun.
Okay, well, I mean, didn't go great last time.
No, and there's still 3 players to deal with this.
Yeah, he has more support than he did last time. Boom, that is.
And Zorti's AWP's not here, so it won't be constricted by the util.
And you know Boomich's MP9, it's got history.
And he's not sitting at sandbag, so we won't see him get naded.
He's not playing too scared with it, never does. Tanir
is out.
Gets himself out. Yeah, the flash was so effective. Just sitting there like a sick guy. Magnajez 2. Youngster puts him down in the dirt. Bomb on its way in. xFloud punches in the code, and Tanir and Youngstar are going to fight for CT.
But think about their post plant. They planted default again.
They're going to need the CT. This is the fight. Tanir jumping around with a Mac-10, sets up his teammate. Youngstar sprays down 2. Zorti caught on the bolt of the AWP as a second, and there's xFloud. Puts the cherry on top. A beast indeed. It's 3 from Youngstar.
Tanir, for me, is the action man of that round, right? He jumps out of Palace first, so no fear, gets the initial space, grabs the kill into Boomich, and then the fact that he has that willingness to jump for his opponent. He says, listen, trade me. The fact that he gets the double up for Youngstar is amazing. So this kid on the screen right now, he delivered the frags, but Tanir is the one who delivered the space.
Yeah, really. I mean, this one here. And Zorti, he fired the AWP shot. Perfectly booked.
Nice! Peace, brother! Fucking nice!
Not looking good. This is for 12 from Heroic and an investment BetBoom have put it all on the line in this one, and it's proactive on B.
Image, as the leader, has had his chances to call his team into victory. On the T side, I thought he did a very good job. On the CT side, Axel had that stunning 4K in round number 2, but they weren't able to capitalize on top of that. They lost the force by back, and that's where I feel like BetBoom have been spiraling out of control, kind of chasing this ghost of Heroic, who, sure, it is only a 2-round advantage, but this one essentially decides it all. The loss bonus is only 1,900 for them going into the next. For Heroic, it's only 1,400, so the financial ramifications either way off the back of this round are huge.
But these are the banana skin rounds. These are the ones, those lesser experienced rookies. Looking at you, young star. Looking at you, Tanir.
It's a gamble again. This time boost over the smoke, and they found the first. Can't double up. Magna just gets away.
It's a really nice little way to manufacture an opening.
Axel immediately blocked B off the back of that contact being taken. Now the rotation freed up.
This is the fight, though. MagnaJez and Axel tested simultaneously. MagnaJez! Ooh, damage, but not the kill he needed. Axel does have the opportunity, but he completely squanders it. Siren revealed himself. He fired off a couple of shots, straight bullets. Now awkward, hectic, very messy. Boomich in trouble. Uses that smoke and the reload as a window of opportunity to relocate, but bowling from LNZ puts it onto Zorti. A scout 1v2, combat required, up close and personal. The first is nice, but that one's better. He only had, what, 4 points of health to near. Had Zorti gotten his pistol out in time, a scrap more damage from anyone, and that could have been their round.
And in the doldrums right now, as touched upon, that loss bonus coming through leaves them with very, very little to defend their honor and try and hold on to this best of one. A great way to manufacture the opening kill, sure. Axel, you can see how much pressure is under. They tried to go for the HE clear, and then he has to worry about the leak out, sure. He starts shooting first, and Pius flicks into it. And the second tactical timeout called now from BetBoom, but too little, too late, she cried as she waved her wooden leg. It's just going to be a couple of MP9s up against a fully strapped Heroic, looking to turn their fate around. Stage 2 starting 0-1 down. You don't want to be in the 0-2 column. That's 3 consecutive best of 3s required just to try and get yourself through the next stage of play. This is to keep yourself in control of your fate. You go back into tomorrow, there's 4 more best of 1s on the table. And you'd much prefer to be in the 2-1 department. LNZ doing top mid. There'll be an instant window in play as well. So 2 smokes immediately released on the finish of freeze time. And away we go. Can they fight their way forward?
Every decision you make, it could be your last on Mirage. MagnaJez, he's fallen right at the early stages. Zorti was right there to escort him, but quickly turns tail.
Yeah, some big moments from Sampaius in this one. 20 kills in total.
He is farming him, isn't he?
LNZ as well, 17 for him. The 2 of them with some very impactful stages in this map. But it's not like the other 3 have been slouches. They've definitely chipped into a day that started with the pantsing against FaZe. They're looking to walk away with a smile on their face.
Good composure there from Tanir, tracks the toes.
These type of rounds, sit back, default spread, the CTs, they'll be making this mistake. They'll be desperate. They'll be looking for the aggression. Here's another one.
Pushing smokes! Oh, and cover. LNZ bails out his teammate, and it forces another one. Siren forced in! LNZ stands up, tells them to sit down, takes a necessary win, will not be condemned to that 0-2 first day of play in the second stage. But for BetBoom, they will.
That one feels like it peters out there in the end for BetBoom, but just losing control of the economy. They had their chances. They had some big rounds, especially when you take a look at what Axel was able to deliver, but the team couldn't make good on that promise. And this will be them at the bottom of the barrel, having to battle forward going into day 2 of stage 2. Heroic, after a pretty tough start against FaZe, a Banterfield affair, copping an earful from Carrigan. They're the ones who get to have the last laugh on day number 1. But BetBoom, it's going to be a tough way back.
Yeah, that win felt necessary for Heroic. I think it would have raised too many eyebrows, too many questions if after the hiding they received in that first game of the day, if they didn't stabilize here.
One best one left for the day on the B stream. We'll go to a break. We'll be right back and we'll close things down. Don't go anywhere.
welcome back. Last one for us here on the B stream. Myself and Chatty B guiding you through every day. Late shift will be here, guiding you through that Counter-Strike. And this one, I'm excited because Nemiga.CDT, the record setter, the trend setter himself, is on one side of the server. You can see that the veto has taken us to Ancient up against M80, who's a team I've had a soft spot for, but where the hell have they been? Because it hasn't been sunshine and rainbows for the M80 boys.
It's been 4 consecutive losses as far as their last 4 officials are concerned, but those losses are to Na'Vi, VP,
Reasonable.
G2,
that's a bit of that's all I've got for you.
And TYLOO today.
Oh,
that was on train.
Yeah, and wasn't it quite convincing?
Yeah, well, it was 13-9.
Oh, okay.
But G was happening, Jam Young was happening. Look, if you don't have a soft spot for the Chinese, what are you doing?
I know, right?
You got to love your Gs, you got to love your Amelias, and you've got to love right now that the mainstream, Lin Vision versus Falcons, why are you here? No, actually, no, I know why you're here. I know why you're here. You're American, that's why you're here, because you want to see your major rookies, Lake, Big Swish, Wreck.
For sure.
How y'all doing, guys?
For sure, dude.
Right, man, we're gonna be
No, but we can take the mickey out of the Americans, but I will say, from my first day of play in the matchmaking realms, y'all are lovely.
Yeah, y'all really nice out there.
Y'all be communicating.
Playing Premier. We're playing a little bit of that competitive.
You wouldn't believe it, though. There is a distinct lack of, like, just deathmatch and retake servers. No one's playing.
No, use warm-up server here.
There's only, like, 4 servers, though. It's just like, where's the, you know...
Oh, yeah, no, but that's the same, yeah.
It's crazy out here.
It's lack of players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, tell your friends, guys. Tell all your American friends.
They're all playing the colorful game.
Yeah, well, then that's a nice practice tool to get your head around, like, swinging and crosshair placement.
Rainbow Flash.
Yeah, and then defensive...
Purple Orb.
Purple Orb.
Decoy model.
Yeah, I'm invisible now, by the way. But that's a different game. And this one is already going to be heating up. I'm very intrigued to see if Nemiga.CDT is going to keep rifling up a storm. I haven't been keeping track too much, to be honest with you.
Kind of felt like a bit of a Power Ranger there. No, they got absolutely deleted from the server by Virtus.pro to start the day, 13-2 on Inferno.
Oh, that's right.
We're just going for a bit of a restart on Fiku the Goat's PC, so don't worry about it. We'll get that one sorted.
Sorry, what was that?
Fiku the Goat.
What, as in like the animal?
What, you don't go on the HLTV forums?
Fiku the Goat?
The people you watch, in about 3 to 4 minutes' time, there'll be a thread called Fiku the Goat.
Okay, I'll look for it.
But look, we got Slacks with the nose strip.
Okay, so well, he's been an advocate for it for a while now.
Do you have like a club?
Yeah, no, I've started a WhatsApp group.
Okay,
and he's gone for the
Slacks. Yeah. It was the 3D Max guys. They've all been kicked out.
No, they all left. They all left the group.
I can't believe it.
It was really ever since you started, you know, besmirching the nose strip gang.
I was just pointing it out.
Yeah, right.
I feel like M80 got lured into TYLOO's trap with Train in the mix because TYLOO prepped it heavy to take on Complexity, and then they were happy to play it again against that of M80. So. Anyway, that's the story. I think they even lost the first half 8-4 and then still ended up winning 13-9, which means mathematically they only lost 1 round in the second half.
So Krisen is 18 years old.
And he's the in-game leader.
Ooh.
Yeah, they have a Danish core now. So Nemiga.CDT is the rifling AWPer. It sounds strange, but he's the vet of this team. You've got 3 rookies on either side of the server. Spook, Krisen, and Buzz. Now, Buzz was of Astralis fame once upon a time. He was Device's friend. That's what you could call him. And... What are you laughing at?
No, it's just, you know, that's like the Magnajez treatment. Just Donk's friend.
Well, he was Device's friend.
Yeah, I mean, that's okay. I wouldn't like it if people were introducing me as, hi, this is Alex Chad's friend.
I call you Lauren's friend.
That's okay. That's okay. I miss Lauren.
But yeah, the Danish core is Krisen, who's in-game leading, and Buzz, and then Nemiga.CDT. But Nemiga.CDT is the experienced member. You should all know and love him.
Yeah.
Spook is the 3rd rookie within the team. He's the Swede. And then Fiku the Goat.
I'm just happy that Buzz is out of Astralis jail. No one wants to be there.
Depends if they're paying or not. What if it's a Danish jail cell?
Yeah, good point. Yeah, only 2nd to the Norwegians, I think. And where are they? Hauser couldn't even get here.
Rain is here, though.
That's true.
Dad buff.
Sole Norwegian representation.
Double dad buff.
Did you see the like regional distribution of like, you know, the most represented regions at the major?
I did.
Did you ever have a glance at that?
Yeah.
It was like Brazil, Russia, number 1 and 2, wasn't it?
It's on this this Google slide I made.
Yeah.
Yeah, right here.
So the number 1 and 2 were Brazil and Russia, right?
Yep. Brazil with 15.6, Russia at 10.6.
What's next?
Then you've got Sweden and United States at 6.9.
Sweden and United States. That's some Counter-Strike that hasn't been popping off as of late.
But right now, the United States only has 4 players left in the tournament, and 3 of them are in the server right now.
What a lovely segue.
And then you had Mongolia and China at 6.3%.
Where's the United Kingdom? Where are we at?
Not on the graphic.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
Huh, weird.
Yeah.
Well, Def, obviously, representing the United Kingdom.
Well, he's not a player, though.
Yeah,
You've got Messi.
I think he's got a green card as well.
King Messi.
Yeah, we have King Messi. That's all we've got. Oh, we've got the double problem. Okay, we're hearing, you know.
Double 1Gs, double rainbows, double problems, double trouble.
Double trouble indeed.
That is insane. He even said, yeah.
That is exactly what my teammates sound like. It's crazy.
He said, yeah.
Yeah.
Totally, dude.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you're taking that to Mordor later, would Swish.
Who is Frodo in this scenario then? Because, I mean, well, maybe he is, I suppose. He's got the ring around his neck.
I feel like he's got more Sam energy, don't you?
He does have Samwise energy.
Yeah.
Which means that Frodo kind of has to
Late
be...
would be
late
my
is
Frodo.
Frodo, yeah. Who do you reckon? Like, who is...
What's the name of the guy who shoots the arrows?
Legolas?
That's Slacks.
Yeah, okay. Oh, we're doing the full fellowship here.
Yeah, Def would be Gandalf.
I think Sin is Gimli.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah, you see it, right?
I see it. Oh, Nikador's AWPing more in warm-up than in the game.
Well, we have got 10 players in the server now. I'm very happy to report. We're just waiting for the ready from OG. So it's, yeah, soon TM.
Yeah, that means trademark.
Yeah.
For those of you playing at home.
I saw a can of water the other day in America. I was drinking a can of water. It had Mountain Water TM.
Wow.
They've trademarked Mountain Water.
Why
Did
not?
you know that?
It's from a mountain, it's water, it's in a can, and we're getting fired up. Woo! Last best of one on the B stream for the day. Stage 2, round 2. One of these teams will be 0-2. M80 taking on OG. And the Good Vibe Tribe on OG. They made it through from stage 1. M80 have only greeted us for the second stage of play. Those fresh legs. Or is it lack of experience in the environment? OG are used to these LAN halls now. And there's going to be an A go as full mid control is taken.
Has me thinking about fast flanks, but it's unlikely they get too brave.
So it's going to be a tough retake, but there is a smoke and a kit.
All right. Interesting second smoke. So Donut and CT land, making sure it puffs out for the entirety of the site, the new evolution, not letting people slip through that CT smoke to the backside boxes.
Well, now we have to talk about what post-plant positions. Oh, flash and fight.
Guys, you've just fed Swisher the freest double kill he would have dreamed of. Overcooked the pooch. Nikados trying to save him here with his P2, but they know exactly where you are. They've got the kit, they've got the smoke, and they're on the defuse. Spook starts spamming, defuse comes through, Lake goes off the bomb. It's actually gone all right for him. Slacks has to reload. No time for this one. And miraculous save. Oh, he picked up the kit just in time. Whoa! I can't believe they've won that. I thought they'd completely ducked it.
I'm surprised they didn't just set up post-plant because of how much freedom they were given. You know, you get a tree boost in, you play the P250 main probably, you get a guy big box, you get a guy on the platform, maybe you leave a guy in sight. I understand why they wanted to make the move because they didn't have donut space, but this right here for Swish, well done, right under pressure. Very frustrating for the two Danes running through the smoke. Slacks gives it a go, but no teammates, not enough time.
I think the main frag in all of this chaos was really just taking Lake off of that defuse.
100%.
Nikados, one kill in the pistol, but the most necessary of all of them.
Well, the M4, it's been able to be donned for Lake.
Swish getting aggressive too. Start to unload at his face. He's playing a dangerous game, respects the flame, 23 points of health left.
Max Slacks gets those 3 kills, facilitates that aforementioned M4 in the hands of Lake for this one. And they played heavy middle last round. This time they've stacked over towards B. Spook and Buzz get all the mid control. That's as we had the kerfuffle over towards Cave. So they've been able to get through, nobody home, nobody tucked in. And at this point, you've got plenty of choices. Rek is pushed in towards A main.
Lake backing his aim on that red cross.
That's all a fake. It's going to allow this red to activate now.
Nice find, Lake. That M4 reveals its position on the B side. Immediately knife out on lane. Let's get out of there.
But now it gets tough.
Oh, especially now you've lost Fiku.
And remember, Rex in main.
Prison, he needs both of them, and that's a very nice shot with a 5-7. That moving accuracy taps the head as he strafes on out. Buzz does cut down Slax's rotation. Lake, however, catches a timing as he retreats.
Rex activated. He's pushing now.
Ooh, they're just trying to slip away. They're being hunted from every angle, but they're ready for
that
two.
was messy.
Nikados has done very well. Lake and Buzz in the 1v1. 14 seconds. Lake will be able to beat him to the punch on the plant. Do you dare fake it out?
Oh, wow.
Lake refuses to call the bluff. Didn't run it down, and Buzz has got the clutch in him. Pipes up. Steps up.
That's a tough round. Nikados on the rifle again there.
Yeah.
And I say again, I obviously mean his opening match to start stage 1. I'm surprised, like the rec push, that tells me that he no longer thinks it's going to be A, and he just can't catch that timing on the flank right there. So only one player staying alive. Swish throws this one. It's this one right here. I can't believe the cognizance there from Nikados. That is a massive double up. And Lake from behind, it was labored on the spray. He used almost all 20 bullets. It's just going to have to be the light investment for M80 before the guns come out into the next. You'd love to get a couple of kills in this situation. 1 or 2 would be great. Just keep those T's buying in. But right now, OG very likely to get themselves up to that 3-0 start. So weather the storm of the force. And I really like the direction that the new OG's gone. It's taken them a while to find this identity. Obviously, in the early days, they tried to contend. They brought in some more veteran names, the MBKs, the Easters of the world. But damn, plenty years removed from that type of a project. They've decided to nurture fresher talent. And they're being rewarded for some of that.
It's always, it's always fun to see the names that start off as those rookies.
Fiku's got the bomb.
You might lose the bomb. Nice work, Fiku.
The goat.
Goated.
3v3.
Yeah, it's way more threatening than it should be. Temple slip, covered. Spook is there. They do push out. Well handled by the two of them. Dealt with. But yeah, Fiku, I remember when he came up as this, always a rookie name, keep your eyes on Fiku, and now looking across the ranks, it's him and Nikados, striking me as the more experienced.
Yeah, I think he was on A-Go at a pro league alongside of the likes of like Milky and Ultimate maybe.
Ooh.
Maybe it wasn't Ultimate, maybe there was another AWP who had a similar name. But either way, let's get the gun rounds underway. Defense is going to be Rec over towards A. It's going to be Slax and Lake for the mid control, or Rec could chip in as well. That means Swish's cave, and Sin deals with B long. OG know that. Let's see how that informs their decisions. Spook to harass middle. 3/4 B lane control. Buzz to set up mid with flashes. Spook trying to vie for control. I think better of it. Dips back through the smoke, giving over the space to Slax and Lake. Swishes in the smoke, looking for a duel. In trouble.
Oh, that's a hard one to get if you don't have the perfect placement of the crosshair. Spook did. Swisher gone.
Well, there should have been more pressure applied from these mid defenders. Swisher had to worry about absolutely everything there.
Now you get lined up. Oh, Lake's in trouble. They know exactly where you are. Trapped in a grey screen.
Do you sit here and pin him, or do you use that information and go? Well, they're going to be in towards B.
They just evacuated.
Yeah, they wanted to help Lake. They know that he was stuck, so everybody rotating over towards middle. B's free. Bomb will go down. Don't you worry about that.
Imagine you get a deep speedway smoke. They have an electric.
Oh,
so
huge.
Spook housekeeping mid. Gets all 3 with the spray. Lovely work. 4 in total. Great hold. Lake was just so pinned. The rest of them focused on the sight. He focused on the frags.
Nice reaction, boys, as well. Good job, man. Nice one.
Now, Dupree actually had some really nice things to say about Kristen. Played with him temporarily for a short stint of time, and he was doing some earlier death segments during stage 1. And he was saying when he was playing with bigger names, like Dupree was in the server, I forget the teammates that were there, but they were all elder statesmen as far as Kristen's concerned. And one of the things that he highlighted there was Kristen didn't have any issue as the in-game leader when people piped up saying, no, I want to do this, I want to do this. He said, no, we're doing this.
Don't overcall.
Yeah, and as a younger man, to hear that level of confidence, that's what you want to see.
Yeah, for sure.
So taking a look at the next generation of Danish in-game leaders, we've got the Greats, we've got the Glaves, we've got the Snappies, we've got the Carrigans. Prison's one to keep an eye on as we're on a 4-0 start for OG as Nikados opens the account.
Their Ancient's looking very well drilled. Look at Nikados, it's strolling into the site. One kill, job done. Oh, you'd have loved them both.
I feel like Nikados has come into this major with a point to prove.
Yeah, it does feel that way.
And he is the AWPer for the team, but his highlights in this event so far have been without the AWP.
I think that works up until a point, and then you play against a team with a really impactful AWPer, you're going to need to balance that out.
Sure, I think it's map dependent as well, right? I think Ancient, especially on the T side, what do we do with the T side AWP? Okay, we boost you on the box.
Yeah, we need the mid smoke for you.
Maybe you stay at B doors if they jump up heaven.
Cool.
You can search A with left eye peeks. That's always fun.
In a way.
You can, yeah, the options are few and far between, at least to start the round. And I do love myself an AWPer who can rifle as proficiently as somebody like Nikados.
Unless he runs towards Temple right now, which he's not doing.
Is he cheating?
Oh,
he's going there.
Actually.
Oh, they got him!
Good job! Take attack!
Hey, there we go.
Take attack. I mean, hey, if you're following Ash's rules, 5-0, you call. Everyone's following Ash's rules.
He took his advice.
Yeah.
Well, Def probably went at that point, wait, do I do it now? Like, hold on for a second.
Now I'm doing what he told me to.
What up? This kid on the other side is telling me what to
He's
do.
in my head. I mean, I would need one too, a 5-0. I mean, you cannot afford to let this next gun round slip by.
Type 1 in chat if you put M8003.
I didn't.
I can't see chat, so.
No, that's fine.
You and Lambert have the same haircut.
I asked for the Liaz.
Oh.
Actually.
You don't really have the hair to do the Liaz.
No, that's it. I asked for a Liaz, I ended up with the Spinks.
Okay, well.
It's going to happen.
Okay. AWP out for Slaxy Boy. Time for the German sniper to find some contributions. The same for the in-game leader, Sin. With their
Here
powers
come the Banda
combined.
brothers out mid. 3 of them getting flashed in by Fiku and Nikados.
Look at the Mac.
Look at him go. Oh, Lake, that reload's going to be punished, mate. He's already coming through. Did he not commit? Yeah, okay. With the molly as well to facilitate. But there's the Slag Swap. In the meantime, he's pushed A main with the sniper.
So aggressive.
Prison and Spook are going to start to push forward. Good catch from Lake. Ooh,
That's not what he intended.
No, that's not gone to plan. M80, this tactical timeout seems to be bearing fruit. Nade looks great. Swisher evades, tucks in close. If he gets any more output with that low HP, he is laughing, and already seems he will be, because Sin, he managed to pick off Buzz on ramp side. Nikados, what are you supposed to do with this? He dumps his util B, trying to be the hero, trying to do something that leads to that red rotation being cut off. Because they won't oblige otherwise.
Well, he needs to live. Spook actually could have activated there. Spook's quite scared to overstep the mark right now. Flashed himself forward, pushed the orb off the line, but a second shot in the round is juicy from Slacks, and this one, very unlikely 1v5 presents itself. I'm sure we'll catch it in the highlight package, but Rek ushered Slacks in A main. They pushed all the way and dealt with Fiku towards that totem outside of A. You can see the corpse right there, well highlighted by the OBS team. 25 seconds left on the clock, and Nikados is pressing in towards B. There's money for the buy into the next, even with the min-loss bonus. He gets the bomb down, that'd be great.
Step, an unfortunate circumstance for Nikados. He's being held. Swisher to swing. And Lake wins it out in the 1v1.
All right, well, they took... Okay, they will not go red room again for sure now. Well, let's see. There's the opener. And that right there really makes the map feel small. Even though they had the red space, you completely lost one side of it in that scenario. That's a great one there from Slacks, really onto Spookers. All right, trying to find the energy now. So guns back out into the bite. Wow, meaty nade, damage done. Spook, lucky to be alive, 1 HP. Another forward A main setup out of M80. I really love having a player forward in A main, especially if teams like to pivot back into donut A splits late.
Oh, golden opportunity presented itself. Crizzen down, but Nikados trades. They burn another smoke. Lake, that was penultimate smoke dropped.
This B-side gets awkward. It feels like you have to drop back and play a bit more of a retake setup unless you want to go for some aggression.
They could ramp walk. Oh, they're seeing the util. Lake's got that AK drilled, ready for that first one tap. Doesn't hit it. Overstages welcome, loses his teammate, has to concede the site now. Slacks is trying to rotate through. Rek will get to cave eventually, but Lake's actually managed to pick off one of them before that bomb goes down. That's an aggressive little smoke walk from Spook. Oof! The audacity to go for that in a 3v3. He's given it up. They want to fight for long here. Nikados proactive on this push. Slacks holding for his teammate's flank. Oh, just as he unzooms, but the shot is hit.
Slacks, that's a monitor punching moment right there if you don't hit that kill. Yeah. That's Counter-Strike timing, but still able to get the better of him. And just to talk about the decision from Spook, he's low on HP. So I think his idea was, let me at least dictate my next fight instead of just being spammed through a wall or a smoke. It looks kind of crazy. I think that the bigger issue is this dev here. It's the fact that it's Fiku who dies and not Spook. So a player with higher HP goes down. So Lake does very well as they're forced into this more retake setup. And now another Raw. That's consecutive rounds for the CT. Okay, they can drop an AK. Nikados could buy an AK head armor. They're going to do double molly mid by the sounds of that. Okay, Fika's doing window. Window and cave, standard openers. Nice to get the insights coming into this, but it's going to be 3 Galils, 2 AKs, plenty of utils, so that bomb going down facilitates another buy. Both teams with 2,400 loss bonus going into the next. Didn't do double mollies. Looks like they just went with elbow. Smoke into standard molly play.
Lake will flash. Or actually, no, he likes to throw the HE. Swisher wasn't in a position to profit from that. Spook allowed out mid.
Crizzen's actually pushed in for cave control. Donut to be smoked off now. So they've got cave. They've got at least stage 1 of middle. Buzz having to be wary of A-main pushes because we've seen the aggression from Rek and Slacks in multiple rounds. But at least they have the staging area now. So OG relatively happy with this. Now it's just about the finish. Noisy from Sin. Will have been heard from the Doors player. Util for the finish is probably the most problematic. There's a couple of mollies of smoke flashes. Rek's playing a jiggle molly defense at the moment, so as soon as he spots a shadow or a leg, he's just going to drop this, and then a rotation can come and join him. It'll be the smoke, so timing. B pressure now, and Crizzen on the fake. It has to be A.
Nade, flash, go. He's behind that big box. Rek was set for a double. Only gets the one, but softened up for Lake to just put this one in.
Yeah, you're hoping that the fake is a little bit more potent in terms of the rotation that it's drawing. It just leaves either the anchor or the AWP on A. You're able to get the space, and now Nikados really doesn't have any other options other than to save this AK-47. So the last man stranded over towards B. Will have to be a partial investment now. So you're just going to see the saved AK with some pistol upgrades. But what type of spawn does Nikados get? I suppose that's the real question on what could be facilitated in the next round. Has one of the best B spawns right now. Okay. I just said boost me an elbow. They're not really playing the full mid press and jumping up. So I'm not sure if that's going to get what they're looking for.
Yeah, we haven't even seen like run boosts or anything.
No, not yet, but maybe this is the time for it.
Well, they'll boost. Lake just goes donut. Slacks will play like a smoke break defense with the sniper.
And I like this because you know that the buy is going to be on the lighter end, so why tussle close mid to the smoke when it's a coin toss with the timing of flashes, and players going to be a bit more brave with the way that they push through the mid smoke and mollies.
True.
Contacting in towards A. It's Rek just on this passive line. How good are you, Nikados, on the rifles? Let's find out.
Yeah, This has to be one hell of a shot. Pre-aim, crouch peek. They'll boost actually, completely bypassing that burst sightline. Now he spots a little bit of leg. Informs Nikados on the potential for the setup. Lake in donut. And you want him to be the second man in. Oh, wow. Just evaporating in the hands of Lake. He wants the ace. Denied by Nikados. But a big smile. That's got to feel good. Quad kill in defense of the 8. And now just a one-round game.
Okay, well, handling themselves now, aren't they? Back in business. Unloads in one mag, 4 kills against the players on the eco. Didn't have enough in the tank to take down Nikados with the AK, but traded upon, and here we go, one-round game. Is there a pace change?
3 mid is the change. CTs will get that run boost going. Setting him up and knocking him down. Spook gets completely flattened. Lake on late, trying to fight for it. Krisen in front. Okay, he's starting to heat up now. Has the hot hand, draws attention. Sin will push down to find their back turn. Fiku gone. Nikados just a Desert Eagle, and now a 2-man discrepancy.
Yeah, just as OG thought that they were being given that space time and time again, there's the acceleration into the full mid and B lane press, and it couldn't have gone better. Kill after kill. Lake feeling himself now. 13 kills in total. And when he heats up, he's fun to watch. He's another one of these who gets activated in the banter category as well. So unless they can pull off a miraculous 2v4 situation, I think we'll just be tying this one up 5 apiece. Max loss bonus into the next. We'll see another partial. So given a chance to take the lead for M80 down the stretch. There's going to be one best of one left coming in, and it's live now on that mainstream with Scrawny and Launders. It's also on Ancient MIBR versus Nemiga. Another one of the 0-1 games. I'm really just going to milk the clock on this, and are they really going to save these AKs? It looks like it. So 2 saved AKs. Alongside a 3,400 loss for the other 3. So they'll be working with imperfect buys down the stretch.
Like Galils and stuff like that?
That's the thing, right? It's do we want to try and force everything behind this? Because the loss bonus has been a problem for Nikados now in a couple of rounds because of the saves.
Yeah.
So you could get another AK headhammer out on Fiku, and then Spook and Krisen could go for something lighter with Util. And you also had a bit of residual util held over. So I really do like this timeout being taken now. I think your issue is without the plant, the Nikados and Buzz are the ones who are only going to get the 3,400 into the next round to play. So there's a big conversation to be had within this 30 seconds. And there's more than enough cash. So as far as you're concerned on the M80 side of the server, even if you lose this round, you have a full buy for the last 2. And, well, the intention has been made clear. In-game leader Krisen buys in, and then the other 2 will follow. It's more about what utility is required for this round. They've been allowed to go for the firepower. Just 1 MAC-10, 2 Galils, 2 AKs. The run boost was a thing of beauty. Great little shell shock of around there out of Lake with the pace and in the face. Krisen having a tough game. The in-game lead is struggling in the frag department. Also means it can be a little bit harder for him to call. But 5 rounds with the pistol, the conversions out the gate. That's already a nice bed of rounds.
Yeah, you would absolutely love to just kind of have a bit of an uptick. The tail end of this half, remind yourself that it felt good at the start.
This is more direct. It might just go into a quick B execute here because they started 4 over towards B just with Spook selling a default in middle. Now they're pressing up the ramp.
Ooh, he missed his orb shot there. Slacks now behind the smoke wall. Sin, he caught that flash, but Fiku did not commit. Saved by the reload, at least for a moment longer. Gets away from the spray.
Looks like they're going to try and reroute out Heaven here, see if they can get some mid space, but the rotation back has already come in, so they think better of that and just heading towards Cave.
I like this adaptability on display from M80. They're very quick to the rotation.
This feels helpless for OG. They don't have any utility to try and finish this round.
The only option is getting past this solo B, playing retake his swish.
I love the way he's approaching it, though, because he can let them into the site, and then he has a set incendiary if he likes that can land on the plant spot.
Yeah,
so it'll buy time so the bomb doesn't go down immediately. He just needs to get a lick of information of when to throw it. There it is.
He's thinking about that incendiary, but was worried about Long. Gets flashed in instead. Spots Nikados ramp side. Good aggression from Buzz, but overextends for a moment. Slacks will catch him. Bomb ticking in their favor. Oh, Spook nearly had them both lined up on a silver platter. Fiku combines with Nikados to remove Wreck on red. It's a Lake trying to retake, but light on time, and they're running away from him. The smoke is well placed. Oh, but they were both ready for it. Catch him on the cross, a little accelerant. Went a bit too fast on the cross before the smoke bloomed.
I can't believe that they're able to win a 4v5 number disadvantage situation without any util, right? And just that cut, they move around, they don't even do anything to force the rotation. M80 try and read the play that wasn't there. But they clamped down there on Swish, who didn't feel like he got hung out to dry at the back of B, and that's a fumble from M80. Remember, the cash was there. They can buy again. Final round, first half.
That's some significant damage. Their lane util is connected nicely there.
Oh, deleted.
Like that. Lake, Swish, Slacks, all of them fight for the lane control and connect simultaneously. 3 bodies dropped. Swish has got full control, hanging out. Buzz falls down. And a very convincing one to end it, to keep us dead even. This best of one has had twists and turns. It started off phenomenally for OG. M80 found their voice, found their form. And it's going to be sat balanced. 6 apiece.
Yeah, no way forward, no way back for poor Fiku. The pole would have to pull off a miraculous 1v5, and that ain't gonna happen. 6 of the last 7 rounds of play go in the favor of M80. We take a halftime break, and we come back and decide the winner of this best of one.
Well, howdy, folks. It's the final half of the B stream. We got a big one, 6-6 at the half. Inseparable.
There it is.
I got you. There you go. That's what you wanted.
That's what Rush wanted. As we do stare down the barrel of this one, another matchup with no head-to-head record between these two teams. M80, North America's hopes rely on these three rookies. Lake, Swisher, Rek, their first major alongside two Germans, Sin and Slacks. T-side now. And away we go.
Lots of CTs in middle. They've bypassed them for now as they head cave, but that flank is going to be swift and no one's housekeeping this. Swisher maybe gets the intel. Well, more than intel, he gets a bullet between his eyes. It's a good shot from Spook.
Hi.
Prison pushes through. Okay.
Trading places, they're running A.
It's back and forth, and the smoke covers them. It guises them as they wrap A. I love it. Little unusual, a little unorthodox. But it should lead to the plant and access to CT, so it's planted for it. They're heading a main as a trio.
They've responded to this quickly. This will be unexpected.
I think so, yeah. Rek's going to get a jump scare. Yeah, he just walks around the corner. He was not ready for the speed of which they're already on the scene. Slacks needs a couple. Nice composure, taps at Fiku.
Krisen has the kit.
Leg spotted in Temple, two trifling with him. Buzz and Krisen working on that defuse. Buzz, if you win this, they can defuse. They're holding it. Krisen just steals it away on the defuse.
That's both pistols for OG. Think about how the first pistol went as well. Because there was the smoke in the kit for the defuse.
They both pushed CT, nearly lost it.
And there was a 3v5 disadvantage situation, and they still stick the landing on it. And this is, wow. That is quite the shot, isn't it? Yeah, there are a couple of tidy ones there from the Swede. But what a kooky round of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, I loved it.
You run through B, CT spawn, plant A, and OG send 3 players through A main to cut you off in time.
It was so quick, wasn't it?
They knew exactly what you're up to. Well, bomb goes down, force comes in. Galil's complemented by a couple of Tech 9s. Lurk smoke on B is just a lure in the water because right now it's A, and guess what? They've read you again.
Yep, they are so ready. You're blocked. And you're just running through. Buzz can't believe his luck as they line up for 2. Nikados as well onto Lake. Not ready for another. They're just rolling their eyes. 3A? Question mark, question mark?
Booked. Absolutely booked.
Well,
taking this one back to the library.
Yeah.
It's very peaceful and ancient, isn't it?
It's nice that his Tech 9 matches his gloves, isn't it?
Oh, wow, now, come on. Don't be spamming the body of the goat.
Nice, boys. What did you guys throwing bits of beer? I don't know.
Trying to analyze how that worked, yeah.
It's so wholesome, though, from Krisen. It's like, good job, guys. He's right.
Yeah.
Good job, guys. It's wholesome.
It sounds sincere.
Yeah. Beautiful little double.
Yeah, just up on that little extra ledge, just moves his head above the pre-aim height.
Gonna be an economical now.
Good job, boys. Good shit. Nice. Good talking.
Okay.
Whoa, there's like a little.
Where did that come from? Investment.
Okay. I'm gonna search into what's B with this. So Lake, you gotta deliver a couple of headshots, my friend.
Sin has 1 flash.
Better be the best flash in the world.
Well, I haven't seen this particular lineup beyond the box lineup next to the 3rd tooth. Write that one down, write that one down. Is it a middle click? Feels like a middle click. Oh, not even gonna see it.
I guess it was in case of ramp aggression.
Yeah, I see. Okay, yeah, it's just gonna pop above. Lovely pre-aim from Fiku. Okay, having a field day, 2 down. Importantly, it was the only armored opponent. Swisher's got the Galil, but no Kev. And no teammates either. Slacks left alone. And ducked on.
Comms must have been quite loud for Nikados there, right? Because he didn't hear the player like running straight at him. So that was I think he was expecting different scaling. Just looked a little bit ugly.
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, Chad. God, there's so many little nuggets. Instead of NRG...
Okay, so I think they're talking about the type of opening that they're expecting. Okay, so they've double mollied. They're mollying to make sure nobody can get heaven and nobody can get close mid, but they're actually going A. So if you're doing that, it feels like you want to go for B lane control, but it's actually going to walk out middle into an A split. Buzz negates them for now. There's actually a decent amount of players who deal with this for OG because they didn't start with the lane press, and this is great from Spook. Great spot.
This is the angle. This is the angle for that donut cross.
See ya, mate.
Oh, he's lost his duel. Lake's just too good, I guess. Now, Buzz doubles up with Nikados, who's on a sniper, by the way. The Nikados AWP, that might be his first AWP frag, and he's gotten 2. They come in pairs. 2 on Big Fox. Oh, the AWP keep cracking him up. Anyone else? Nikados into the AWP in play.
Good shit, man.
Quad kill from the Danish sniper.
It's getting hot in there. The donut glazed, but Nikados on the AWP. Perfect work. Doesn't use the weapon often, but he knows how to wield it.
And knows when it's necessary. Couldn't be better. What a lovely quad kill. Just one by one, they're swinging into him with no utility to worry about. I will say it got a bit awkward here, didn't it?
Yeah, the roof was on fire. Both of the fire retardant boots on there.
Good shit, man. Nice.
It's not the showstopper.
He really means it.
Well, when this is your first major in an in-game leader, and you're in stage 2,
real.
Like, this is what it's all about, right? People have a hard time being able to comprehend the emotions when they're sitting at home watching and going, why are they so excited? I'll tell you why they're so excited. This is what they dream about. This is why they play Counter-Strike 8 hours a day. This is the big leagues, baby. This is what you want to do. This is where you want to be. This is where you want to put yourself in the window for the Counter-Strike world to watch.
It's been a very strong start to their defensive half. And this round has started equally strong. Nikados again.
20-7.
An ancient masterclass. Prison accepts that B is lost, and a walk through the smoke is perfect on the reload. Does he push? Sin does, as does Rek. Buzz is there.
Well done from Buzz.
Good luck, Slags. I don't fancy his chances, Chad.
No, me either.
Oh. What's crazy is that the first was great. He had to hit another one.
All right, it's like, yeah, you've shown us how good your Deagle can be. Just do that 2 more times, would you?
You had to hit the second just to have even a conversation starter.
All right, just making sure they get the weapons of choice. You want the AWP, you want the AK, and you definitely want that defuse. That will come through. Go double cave, I'll hold banana. Okay, so staying versatile with the AWP. Nikados feels like he's absolutely everywhere at the moment. I love the double push, trying to give them something to work with. Makes something out of nothing there, considering the type of investment, but bomb goes down. Lost bonuses there. And in a very strong position now are OG. They know they're going up against the fully fledged buy. Tactical timeout. This is only going to be the second called from Def in the M80 camp, but right now, you lose this next round. Overtime is guaranteed for OG. The original gangsters. Looking to make sure they are not contend to the 0-2 department after day number 1 of stage 2.
It's like a council, a conversation.
I love it.
Democracy. Manifest.
It's flash-based, bro. Do you know that?
Yeah, I know. All right. Oh, they really didn't wanted to stop any CT aggression there. Molly and HE combo thrown from the tees. Prison, he does get aggressive though, and in combination with Spook, they shut down Lake. Empty-handed in middle.
Rex on A though.
Yeah, he is, and I think Buzz might be starting to get a premonition that that's the case. Supportive flash thrown. Rek.
Got it. Oh.
Deletes the tap onto the head of Buzz. Bomb's on its way in. Rek has Temple. That's a valuable post-plant position if they can get that bomb planted. Once again going to loop through main. It looks like Fiku and Spook have set their sights on him on going through elbow, but Swish is here.
Made a meal of it.
Fiku trades out.
Did well to get one. He fluffed the lines initially. Bomb still hasn't gone down. Smoke's going to be fading in a moment.
You're right. Fades now. Sin has not planted that bomb and now trapped on the corner of sight. Rek last seen Temple. Slacks though, perfect usage of the AWP on the long sight line. Plucks Nikados down from CT.
Prison's backed off. I'm not sure what he's worried about right now, unless he wants to go around the world. This bomb, with 35 seconds, will have to go down at some point. So Slacks is going to post up and try and cover Donut. That should usher Sin in to look for a default plant, but there is a lot to worry about, and at any point the CTs could poke their head up. This is giving more time for this Prison rotation to come in. Fiku can't die and won't.
Oh! Okay, that's a lovely double. The one onto Rek was far from a guarantee, and now it's Sin.
Did he hear him?
I think he's just worked it out, yeah.
There's a smoke.
Smoke onto the Donut. Oh, that jump could have been his last. Crazy decision. Deep smoke.
Accidental.
How do you play this? He's got full vision. He does not worried at all. Readies himself for the Prison swing. It's loud. It's telegraphed, and it doesn't seem to matter.
Shit game, I own you, bro. I own you.
Even on a bad game, he's claiming that he can own them, and 12-6, it certainly reads to be the case.
That's only Krisen's third kill, but an impactful one. A retake in towards that A site. Rek opened the door after the space was lost towards B lane and middle. Rek gets this frag, bang. The site is open. Pressure now on the CTs, but Fiku, the double is beautiful.
I think Slacks is fully punching the air right now. It's not an easy shot, but you gotta hit those.
Only the third kill.
Even with a shit game, I own you, bro. I own you.
He's having a tough time, but it doesn't matter when you're up to 12. 6 rounds, that's the gap that M80 has to work back into things with.
They haven't got a single round on their T-side. They've forgotten what it feels like to win a T-sided round on Ancient.
Well, they just took another tactical timer. That's 3 from 3 from the T-side, so none left for M80. I believe OG has 1 remaining if they need it. But just strong starts to these halves, really.
Yeah, true.
So 5 straight, now 6 straight, as you just touched upon.
I mean, Lake being the opening death when he's your top fragger, you're going to need him to just play perhaps a little less aggressive. Doesn't look like he's going to start that way, though. Does throw out the anti-run boost molly. Doubling up in cave are the CTs, and the Orc goes looking. Top of the ramp, top of the pops. Nikados removes Swisher.
I feel that's the first nail in the coffin as a door smoke now complements that opening kill. Prison chips down and makes sure sector is clear. And chasing your tail, no B lane. You've been able to get out middle, but you're not getting offered a kill anywhere. Spook has jiggled defense from Donut. Buzz is tucked in tall box. Nikados has cheated over towards A as the third man. Fiku cave, and remember Prison with all that lane control. They're trying to channel you into red at this point. Now, somebody will have to head back and address it. Jumping up, and the conga line, all 4 Ts congregated now as Prison. This is a spot that's likely just one and done. I feel he'll get traded here, definitely.
Unless they all pipe through cave, which
Buzz has just pushed A main, so they should start rotating towards B.
They're all going cave.
Surely someone goes ramp.
Oof, oof.
B's open. They're going to get in for free.
Yes, sir. Some diligence on display. Long smoked. Short arrives. Fiku is going to have to spam away with Spook.
Well, right now, you allow this rotation from Buzz to come in. That Pepper doesn't put any more salt as Buzz now is rounding the B doors.
Oh, and he's managed to catch Lake completely unawares. Finds the angle. That was just on a pixel. Rek removes Fiku. 3-on-3. Slack still holding for Buzz's cross, so it's not going to be easy for the CTs to find a way in, especially now Nikados has been removed. Buzz slips the net, does try to unload, but not finishing off his kills. Does manage to finish one, but Slacks wraps around to secure it. 4 kills in the round from Rek there.
Oof, felt like they overthought that situation, and one of the things that I think Prison maybe trying to do too much. When you have the full B lane control and the utility fades, you shouldn't stay in that territory because you have too much to worry about, especially once your cave player dipped back. You saw that he had to worry about both players jumping up heaven and players over towards B doors, which is essentially what ended up costing him. So they had the number advantage, but they've overplayed their hand, and now their financials are in trouble. They've shoved, understandable, 1,400 loss, but they lose this, they have to take the save. M80 can start edging back into this game.
They're pushing a main. Rek. Ooh, caught on the crouch. Spook trades.
Does that force you into B? That's where the stack currently resides. Lake has a lot of space, so you can still dip back, but you have to worry about Spook if he keeps on moving. Looks like they're letting Lake work. He's across.
If I'm Nikados, that bullet implies you're going elsewhere. Do you start to push? Lake.
Luke's flashing and picking in mid.
Oh, they're both blind! Oof, Swisher gets vision. Controls it nicely. Lake's hearing all of this. Yeah, I think he's got the round winner right here. Fika would have to hit a crazy deagle shot. He's not even looking in the right direction. Buzz allowed a chance.
And no head armor there, so just rinses through them. Well, misplaying the 5v4 number advantage. OG will allow play to be extended. Just about taking away this MP9, and really you can let him hold on to it. It shouldn't be costing you too much. So 12-8 is secure. 12-9, I would say, is a guarantee at this point. And then we will see the guns come back out. This is where I wouldn't mind a cheeky round where you do back-to-back with light upgrades, right? So maybe into the next you just go for some 5.7s. Then the round after that you go into 5.7s with utility, and then the round after that you go full rifles.
Yeah, I see that.
And the reason I say that is because when the gun round does come around in 1 round's time, it's going to be lacking firepower or utility. So okay, well, we're getting theory right now as we're watching a Counter-Strike match. Good to hear the inner workings of the young mind. But can't let the frustrations get to him. Full A main push for all 5 members.
And no one's heard it, so they will have the element of surprise if they keep this pace up.
Oh, they're pretty fast on it, aren't they? They should have a pretty good idea of exactly what's going on. Oh, Swish might get a face full of information. He saw ahead, drops the smoke. They know that Fiku's behind as well.
Yeah, you're feeling pretty surrounded right now. Oh, how's that for a little startup?
Krizen's having a terrible day at the office as far as opening deaths is concerned. He's 0-6.
Ooh.
And that's pretty classic with in-game leaders trying to do a little bit too much.
Lake can farm some extra cash here for this comeback. The gap closing further. And Mac-10 looking to get a couple of extras. Got pulled into the first fight. Overextends and the 5.7 collects.
All right, well, everybody take a breath.
A 5.7? That was a P2K, excuse me. Slander.
See if we're able to draw this one into OT and get some final excitement. The A stream starting to catch up with us. Nemiga and MIBR locking horns.
Terrorists win. We will start right side this time, okay? We're taking K first, and then we can explore it like we did. We can base off of
feeling.
Okay, so right side, I guess he means B lane. So they're right about the util, and Slacks has just been called by one of his teammates because he had the best spawn into a cave peak, which feels like an overcalled sin. So they're not going to opt for that. Seems crazy to go for an all-in orb in-your-face cave maneuver. But they were right on the util. They didn't have everything they need and more to vie for this control. Prison, don't give away the opening death, son. I understand you're trying to lead from the front, but your life is valuable.
Oh, it does look like this AWP line could catch Fico on his cross back if he's not careful. Slacks posted and ready.
It's going to be a mid-round A main push as well, so a lot for the Observer to keep track of right now. Off angle being held from Rec.
Yeah, and they are pushing.
I don't think Spook clears this.
No, me neither. You don't expect Buzz to be so close by, do you? Yeah, you do now. Okay, well that's info.
And is Fiku forced into having to move? If he does, line's still being held from Slacks.
Krizen's fallen back, Sage 2. Long smoke arrives.
Oh, that's fortunate for Fiku. Still 2 on A. So they're going to set up the tree boost.
Oh, off the barrel. That's huge output from Krisen. It's only his 4th kill.
Might force them into A.
Equalizes the lay of the land, and they are running into what will be the stack. A smoke from Nemiga is well placed. He breaks it open. And so will they. Surging forward, bomb on his back. Huge from Sin. That's the frag you needed. There is that tree player. It's Buzz, but he's down. Lovely from Lake. Gets them both. Flattens the defense. They run into the stack site and they leave victorious again.
That's a tough situation. That is a tough situation indeed. There were so many bodies. The gamble was correct right there. You had to fight your way out of that. This is going to have to be Krisen trying to hold on to the AK, and he should be safe as they have set out a search party, sure, but he's still caved where he found that kill. So the opening exchange going in the favor of Rek. The gamble stack called. Krisen gets one back. Their hand is forced. They run through a smoke and they still stick the landing. M80 are not done in this map just yet.
I feel like Nemiga was worth something more than 0 there.
Yeah, I agree. I think the problem as well is, though, because of Buzz's position and where Nemiga found himself, he wants to stay close because if he goes wide, he's susceptible to main, but can't really transition anywhere because the pressure's already coming through Donut. He's not in like a strong position.
No.
He's out of position essentially. All right, well, 3rd and final tactical timeout. This will be the final tactical timeout that either team will have in regulation. If we get to OT, we'll get some replenishments in the mix, but right now, coaches in the last 2 rounds will have to take their hands off the wheel. Or yeah, really just be the last round, excuse me. As an AK, sure, you're only going to be able to have partial investments. And then full buy into the final. And to think of this, you were 1 round away from getting it done, and you squandered a 5v4 number advantage situation because you've overplayed your hand. Krisen has given the AK over to Nemiga.
So he's going to hold with that sniper rifle for the potential for a heaven jump. At 3-start mid for the CTs. They will be trying to access it. Blinded off is Nemiga, equipped with the only AK-47, the only valuable asset. He takes it in an early aggressive venture. Supported by Krisen through cave. Comes Krisen, times it well, removes Swish, slacks his orb, tested now, he's hit his shot. Removing Buzz, that was an important trade. Sin, sure you got yours, but Nemiga puts him down. Quick pace change. Now look, this is weird because the bomb is on the back of the AWPer, who was last seen doors. Don't know whether the bomb would have been spotted and relayed.
Well, Fiku stays close doors, so this is so much information, and it does facilitate them to gamble, but I wonder if they just keep staying aggressive, because the CTs, they are going to want to play for information, and right now they're in a complete black box. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Spook or Nemiga push into A main. The 3 Ts remain and start to waltz out middle. Nemiga is actually starting to peer back. You can see just where he's checking, they have absolutely no idea, because Rek's still alive. He's the A main player. Has he lurked in on the timing? Has he been able to take this space? So Nemiga is being diligent with the clears. The 3 of them starting to pipe in through Donut now, and, well, the pennies just dropped for Nemiga, but he's actually rotating away. Fiku had B lane control. So they're worried about absolutely everything.
Spook communicating. He's heard them now. Nemiga gets that AK over. He will be smoked off. And the plant will be uncontested. I spoke too soon. Spook gave it a go. Nice from Nemiga. Lake, a necessary trade, and Fiku, not the weapon you want. He just unloads 7 bullets, blind into the smoke as it comes running on out. A nice headshot. Slacks holds on. M80. They have showed some serious resilience here. The mental is strong. 5 consecutive of the 6 that was demanded of them. And OG quite at the capitulation. Could still all be wiped clean. Should they find the last round of regulation? It was a 6-round run. Their enemy responds with 5 in kind.
It's just been streaks, hasn't it? It's 5 out the gates. Then in the first half, there's 6 out of the last 7. Then it's 6 straight. Now it's 5 back again. Does it all come tumbling down?
All you need is one, Chad. All you need is one. M80 gagging for OT. Spook some aggression. Nemiga makes some steps. He's been hurt. He gets peeked, and he still wins it out. Swish had the advantage of the intel. Lake trades.
So the fact that it was just Swish there helps inform that it was likely going to be an A play, and they're right. But the fact that that goes down so early with so much time on the clock allows Sin to readjust. Lake with the trade, now they regroup. There's no information whatsoever. Does the pressure get to the youngsters on OG? Do they second guess this gamble call? They've stacked to A for now. Do they rotate back?
Bit of luck util. That's going to have you scratching your head, twiddling your thumbs.
I don't know about that you had the stack, so why did you block? Because now you're going to have to go investigate B, which will lighten up this site. Fiku has the only other smoke, so unless Buzz drops his molly on the fade of that smoke, you're getting info on B, you're going to see nothing. You don't know about Cave, you don't know about B lane, and they're all just waiting in A main.
Slacks feels like it's guaranteed if Buzz steps a toe out of line here. Posted on the line now as a CT smoke. They're just trying to force a reaction. Now Buzz gets forced back by the flame. Excuse me. And they flash and go. 20 seconds, starting to wrap in. That's a good chip in from Crizzen. Can they plant uncontested? Wreck, forward position. Spook completely caught off guard by that. Retake on, Crizzen another. It's Wreck as well. Level pegging. Double kill out of the IGL of OG. He wants this done now. Fiku and Buzz, the only ones that have a chance to impact the round. Orp feels destined for glory here on that A main line. Wreck as well, securing the round from Donut. No util. That's what you want to see. M80, they were backed into a corner, but every round is theirs.
What a stylish way to finish it there with that collat, and to think that you were up with such a commanding scoreline. It was 12-6. You had a 5v4 number advantage, and you fumble it. M80, they don't give up. They don't dip those heads. They stay in this. And OG, again, you can just see the nerves getting to them. Some of the decisions they're making, it's like, are we gambling? Are we not? Why are we blocking them? It's just some questionable Counter-Strike being played, and that's the pressure. That's what this environment does to you. 10K overtime. First to 16, 15, 15. We do it all again.
Yeah, and because it's OT, they will have another timeout available. Both teams with one. MR3, 10K, spots one on the cross in. Nikados, he won it last time against Swish, and he might very well do it again. It's Crizzen that chips in as well.
Lost track of that AK.
Ooh, Lake, he's lucky to get away with his life there.
You know this is going to be the first round OG win. That's just the way it goes. The pressure gets alleviated, and then you end up winning that first round.
Taylor's old as time.
Rerouting back to B.
That door smoke will fade. And no possible way to replenish. Just 3 flashbangs.
I feel that OG are trying to do too much. But they're always like heavily rotating and not using what's on their table to make their decisions. So grouped up outside the B doors, all 4 ready to spurt forward. They're just going to take it contact. Smoke, 2 of which a flash and a molly for the finish. This is going to obscure Crizzen's view line. Short smoke if he throws it.
He's coming in now. Lake on that low HP, just going to swing wide, hope for the trade. No one's looking. Spam back okay. It's a trade from Crizzen. Fiku was completely pants there. Now that bomb has gone down, and if you lose a player like Spook, oh, just like that, Cave remains a problem. This retake's not easy. You had the man advantage, and yet you've lost the sight. And now you lose the round. Slags takes another one down. Buzz removed. Nikados advancing. He's definitely cooled off after a strong start. Crizzen perfectly timed on the wreck swing. That's an M80 round, and OG, oh dear.
Fiku, what are you looking at?
Kind of my question, exactly.
Yeah, it is. But
the setups are just trash.
Color commentary from Lake.
They are melting right now, right? And this is pressure. It's so hard to define, and it's going to be very hard for Lambert, the coach, right now, to be able to bring them back into this, because they're doing so well with the round openers to get the kills, but the setups, it doesn't make a lot of sense, right? They didn't play for information on either of those positions. You don't want to be in committed angles. Krizen stayed in a spot where you could see it was just simple. One smoke lands, right? And then he's negated from the play. Fiku was relying on the fact that he could keep that line of sight. And he was the one who was actually meant to be focusing on the cave position, like going between the two angles. So, yeah, it's just hard to quantify, but so easy when I put it down to mere pressure. But that,
I mean, that is the only thing that changed.
Let's fucking go!
Was they got into a position where they were 1 round away from winning and started making hard to justify decisions. Krizen, you got 4 bullets.
You'd have to reload as well. This is more of what we're talking about, right? Like, bro, what are you doing?
Oh, that's tough. I mean, we're watching it like firsthand. We're witnessing this. OG from a very high to an imminent low unless something changes.
They might not win another round.
That's right, from 12-6.
And to be fair, M80 do have more experience on LAN against better competition on a regular basis. So for OG, the way that they were even able to make it through this stage, sure. But M80 have been struggling. M80 don't have a whole lot going for them in recent times. And you had them in a position to put them away. If you're relying on Nikodos to do it for you, he's just one man. Bomb getting planted.
Held by the AWP. He sees your shadow. He knows it's occupied.
Remember, it's only 10k as well if you lose all the rifles here.
Yeah, it's a debatable retake, isn't it? Sin tries to delay the inevitable. That's the Slacks connection that was seen as a guarantee. And if you flood on in, you lose it all. Piece by piece. Weapons forced to be rebought. Now they're second guessing this. It's just not winnable. Get out while you still can. Ooh, Buzz takes a heavy lick. He may not be guaranteed
where you can hunt
an exit.
T-side.
And they will.
Yep.
They'll hunt them all down.
Well, this is a good sign for North American Counter-Strike. If the core of this team are able to find their footing in their first major, complement what the Germans are able to bring to the server, and then somehow, some way, show some strong CS throughout the rest of this stage of Counter-Strike and book themselves in for stage 3, that'd be great. Because North America in stage 1, it was abysmal. NRG, Complexity, Wildcard, no shows, unable to deliver when it counted. But M80 refused to be put away. And this is a great confidence-building win. Look at what the buy is left with. Sure, there's M4s, there's a FAMAS, there's an MP9, your lighter in the U2. At least Fiku has a kit.
And they're just waltzing into A. How has this been completely unguarded? They've called the perfect round here. The bomb's already in. Rek's already in Temple. The penny drops. Spook does nothing from the donut position, just it calls the rotation. Sure, you got that first pickoff. Swish is watching from the sidelines here. Spook burning down, forced to extinguish. Uncomfortable, and it's getting worse. Slacks gets away, spots out Krizen's push. Nice shot from Krizen. He's starting to hit some shots, isn't he? He's starting to warm into things, but is it too little, too late here? Swings in another. Go on, Krizen. Look at the discipline. Look at the discipline. Oh, Rek. He's got him off the bomb.
It's time.
Oh, mate. I loved the idea. I loved the plan. He knew it had to be perfect. NT. Like, I actually thought there was a world where he wins that with some crazy 3-man spray.
That would have been insane. Okay, well, they salvaged something. The hemorrhaging of round after round after round has finally been put to a stop, but just barely.
That's what it takes.
Okay. The Slacks double. It's like shooting fish in a barrel, isn't it? Can't believe this from Rek.
Let's go, Krizen.
So he baits his teammates in, and then he's set up for the clutch, but goes for the spam. Can't find the multi. As we swap sides, M80 back on the defense. Oh, harassnates middle, chunk down Rek on the jump out.
They got their mid-space.
It's been an awfully long time, though, since they've won a T-side round, right? Because it was 5 out the gate, and then it was only 1 rifle round late in the piece. So really, OG What do you turn to? Wow, weathers that nade and still gets the frag.
Wow, overstayed, but gets it. He had no Kev. That nade hurt.
You got to wonder at what time has Nemiga really cooled, because it felt like he got up to 20. He was 20 and 7 at one point. Now he's 26 and 18.
Why does Slacks have no Kev when he's got 4 grand in the bank?
Well, I don't mind it at all, right? Because think about it, we are talking about 10K.
Yeah, true.
And it's the AWPer, so if you can save money anywhere, it's probably on exactly that. So I like the financial decision.
Yeah, it's led to a pick as well. Hasn't cost him anything. Hello, Swish. Got what you were looking for. Gets his answers. Block incendiary on both of the entranceways. They're coming out cave. Swish will swing. The flash connects. Sin. Oh, set Swish up for more. OG falling apart. Spook last man on site runs into Slacks. It's a lovely bit of defensive work there. Swish and Slacks. Double kill each. Yeah, one hell of a nade, but it pays off.
This one is going to leave a real hollow feeling in the gut of OG. To know how close they were to getting this best of one done, giving themselves another opportunity tomorrow. Now they're going to be down in the 0-2 bucket, just 1 round away, just 5 kills. Nemiga brings out the AWP.
And when we talk about experience, sometimes the experience is a negative one. You know, it's just that you've had it. And M80 certainly have had more of those than OG. They've been here before, the other side of the server. OG, 6 match points squandered into overtime. And now 2 for M80.
Oh, okay. Tiny jiggles there from Rek, just catches the info. Lake finds the opener. That is the AWPer removed, and right now,
just spam through the smoke.
That's your biggest piece in the dirt. Your only experienced member. Krisen takes so much damage over towards B and just strung out. Too much to ask for OG in this one.
I mean, look how spread they are.
Exactly.
Like it's all going to be solo plays if anyone does anything.
And Nemiga appears alongside a Spook. I guess are the only 2 individuals that we really see as these type of playmakers. Spook's got some space, sure. Fiku still over towards Cave, has territory. But if you head in towards A, you've got Rek on tree, and Slacks is AWP for good measure.
Rek on the tree. And a smoke down to deal with. Nice find. Rek reveals his position, and he wants more. He's hunting the bomb carrier, and he's taking it down. Buzzer's lost the bomb, and they're losing it all. OG crumble. M80, that is tenacious. Incredible, impeccable resilience. They had to win 6 on the trot. Cornered, but they don't buckle.
12-6 down, that's impressive, and that's a confidence-building win right there. The inexperience of OG on the other side of the server. M80, we see them infrequently popping into top-tier tournaments, but for OG, for a lot of these faces, they are fresh to this circuit. They had their chances, they had their opportunities, but they didn't have the experience to close. That's a learning experience, and that's one that's going to keep them up all night. Down to 0 and 2. It's going to be a bitter pill to swallow, but the smiles on the faces, the North American representation, hopefully they can continue to push the issue. Yeah, Slacks, what a comeback indeed.
It was a 29 frag total from Slacks. 20 of those were with the sniper rifle.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That's output.
Work, yeah.
I mean, crazy output from the German sniper. Admirable stuff.
I think it took Lake as well. Starting off, he was one of the key factors, getting some multi-kills on their CT side to start putting rounds on the board within that first half, because it was looking bleak. They were 5-0 down. They were able to have a strong first half, tie us up at 6-6. They lost both pistols in this. That's what propelled OG forward with really strong halves, but not good enough, as they will join a whole bunch of other teams down there in that 0-2 department.
Yeah, let's take stock on that day. Who else is in this, the doldrums?
Well, we're waiting for one more team after we finish the final match that's going on. Nemiga currently locking horns with MIBR, but BetBoom, they fell at the hands of Heroic. We covered that matchup, and surprisingly, Falcons. So now that you know that that's the case, if you are OG, Falcons are down there, and it's very likely that you could draw them. So the number 2 team in the world is in the 0-2 column after day number 1.
That was the question I had. They were seen as the undisputed number 2.
Yep.
Like, they were the one that were making Vitality work the hardest and have just...
They've ruined everyone's pick'ems. That's the main thing about the majors, of course.
Of course.
I say in jest.
Yes. Well, pick'ems ruined, sure.
Yep.
But best of threes now for Falcons, and I don't envy BetBoom and whoever loses the Nemiga MIBR game.
Yeah, it's going to be tough down there and a tough way out, obviously, for the 2-0 column. We've got VP FaZe, we've got Legacy Pain, so we'll see how those matchups trend going forward. And then a couple more best of ones to start tomorrow. And we'll go into day 2 of stage 2.
Yeah, that's the wrap on the day from us. Go tune in to the end of that Nemiga MIBR game, but we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place.
What's up, everybody? I'm Darth Mike. I'm going to be running around the venue, taking you behind the scenes, showing you a lot of the action, filming a ton of content. We're going to go ahead and take a tour of the studio, see where the magic happens, see where the games are going to be going live. Teams are getting ready to set up, so let's go ahead and let's do it. Welcome in to the Blast TV Austin Major Studio. Come on in, guys. Come on in. Come on in. We've got so many beautiful things to look at. This is where the first 3 stages of the Major are going to occur. We got 32 teams rocking up. It's in this studio where everything begins, where we first learn to respect underdog. This is the mix zone. This is where the press will be after the games to catch players as they come off, get their interviews, get their snippet, give you guys a little insight. But here, as we come around the corner, this is where the magic happens. We've got 8 setups. Top of the line Alienware monitors, blacklight chairs, desks, everything you could possibly want to achieve your absolute best as a player. But these setups, we've got 8 of them, and that means that one set of teams can be setting up while the other set of teams is playing, so that we don't have any elongated breaks if everything works as planned. Knock on. That's not wood, but it'll be good enough. So with these 32 teams coming in, there's a lot of rookies. With the expansion of the Major, there's a lot of new faces, a lot of fresh faces coming through. And while the setups do a great job of allowing you to adjust, to tweak, to raise your level, to lower your chair, to do everything you could need to make yourself as comfortable as possible, let's be real. We all know what's on the line. We all know the stakes. It's never going to be as easy as when you're playing at home. We're coming down to the end of the row, and here's where the broadcast magic happens. They don't let me touch the cameras anymore, not since the incident, so we'll leave that alone. I move on in here to the jib. This is my favorite toy. This is how we get all the beautiful sweeping shots. It goes in, it goes out. Every time you see a dope crowd shot, it's thanks to one of these. But again, not since the incident. Welcome in to the desk here at the Blast TV Austin Major, where we have created this marvel of carbon fiber and electronics to bring you the absolute peak of analytical experience here at the Blast TV Austin Major. We have the beautiful Austin skyline on the LED wall behind me. They can change that to anything that they want. They got so much power here. And in between the games, in between the matches, they're going to be breaking down the information. They're going to be bringing you the highlights. They're going to be updating you on the storyline, keeping you abreast of the situation. And it's from this desk that our analysts can peer all the way down the room at those far setups so they can see the hype moments and maybe critique a player's posture. And if you're wondering why I'm so brilliant and beautiful and tall like these giant skyscrapers behind me, well, we got a little bit of secret. If you look down, this is just a little bit of a box there. That's a lower tech solution. But you know, sometimes everybody needs a bit of a lift. In a minute here, this hall is going to fill back up with players, and the games will commence. The screams of triumph, the cries of agony, the noises of defeat, those are all going to ring through the halls of this studio. So without further ado, let the games begin.